side railway transformers and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
अभी जैसे धुएं की स्मेल होती है ना, सब लोग आगे आगे बैठ गए क्योंकि कोई बीच में वो नहीं लगा हुआ है रिजर्व या क्या है। हमारे लोग बीच में मुझे आज ये दिखाना भी खड़ा हुआ। ऊपर से पीछे सोना आ गया, दिमाग खराब हो गया और बस वो देख के तो कमर पेट सब में दर्द होने लग गया। 2 दिन पता नहीं कैसे कटेंगे। रजनीश को तो मुझे इतना गुस्सा आ रहा है आके मुझे से ज्ञान दे रहा है कि पता है उसे उसने उसमें वो बना रखा है, उसमें ऊपर लिखा है municipal body announcement to follow the recommendations उसमें बुलाएंगी। मैं इसमें जा रहा हूँ, मैंने पहले KYC को बुलाऊंगी, उनके बारे में थोड़ा बोल के उसके बाद मैं बात बुलाऊंगी और उसके बाद फिर मैं उनको बोल दूँगी कि ये फॉरवर्ड दे देंगे। ठीक है, क्या कह रहे हैं, मतलब सबको आप बुला रहे हो ना, पागल वागल होगा भाई। ठीक है, तो इसलिए वो आपने टॉप किया नहीं, चेस्ट रिपोर्ट किया।
At dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio.
somebody's put the schedule on. Who has done this? Who has kept the schedule on?
Everyone is so low. ये बोल दो education is going to be settled down. We will be starting shortly. दोनों से कोई नहीं करता.
Huh? No, I'm just looking. I'm really traumatized with this. Looking at that.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये बोल दो.
Settle down, guys. They're already let them chat.
खड़े हैं ना.
तो अपने में chat कर सकते हैं. What will they do? कुछ नहीं कर सकते. They're looking at the agenda. They're reading it. How this is valuable. Everything is valuable. Good and bad. The bad. But nobody is saying it. It's a normal thing. If somebody's feeling good, feeling bad.
That's why Bengali is so tight. सब settle down हो जाओ और we'll be starting shortly.
कौन सा प्रोग्राम है पता
पता नहीं somebody
अरे
is
हटाओ ना यार इसको कौन लगा रहा है इसको हटाओ
Portfolio of products and services has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3,
Good morning everyone.
and IE4
Requesting everyone
motors
to
in
kindly settle down. We are about to start shortly.
हाँ हाँ ठीक है वो वीडियो देख रहे हैं हाँ रुका रजिस्ट्रेशन का तो कुछ बैच मेरे पास आया नहीं नहीं एक डेजिग्नेटेड स्पेस तुम बना लो किसी को उसमें देख लो कहाँ बैठाना है हॉल में अपने हिसाब से बना लो और वो इन्फॉर्म कर दो तो हाँ मतलब क्योंकि मेरे पास कोई बैच वगैरह तो कुछ है नहीं वैसा बट डेलीगेट वाला अगर वहाँ से करके डेलीगेट करवा लो बस कितने लोग हैं आप हाँ ठीक है वो डेलीगेट वाला 6-7 की डेलीगेट वाला हो जाएगा ज़्यादा होते तो फिर दिक्कत होती 6-7 को डेलीगेट वाले बैच डाल दो एक जगह आप एक लाइन लेके अपना जो आपको ठीक लग रहा है सूटेबल लग रहा है उसको बैठा दो
क्या तो क्या I am विशाखा बोलूं?
Yes, I am Vishaka and I am your secretary. So, secretary. Please have to be there. Difficult interview में लग जाएगा कि how can you say you are the host? How can you say I am the be all and all of everything?
हाँ इसीलिए I always say
This is Vishaka. This is Vishaka. This is. अच्छा, they're coming. They're coming. Where's Charlie Martin?
जो आए
चलो चलो जाओ 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 हटो आगे
कहाँ है घनश्याम जी
आ तो गए बोले ना
अभी क्या करना है तो आगे बैठाना है, पीछे बैठाना है?
आगे बैठाओ ना उत्तम तो है ना और उत्तम इनको बोलो लैंप लाइटिंग के लिए रेडी रहना
लैंप लाइटिंग के लिए रेडी हो उत्तम से कांटेक्ट में जैसे बोले करते रहो
तुमसे पूछ लेना ना वो क्यों देना है यानी कंवर्सेशन टीवी के बीच
चालू तो वो क्लास का है ना
हाँ पूछ ही लेना
चालू में कोई पूछ लो
पूछो स्टार्ट कर दो पूछ के मैं बताऊँ
Good morning everyone. We are starting. Okay. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. This is Vishaka from IEEMA. We welcome you all to the Trafotech Global 2025 13th edition of a premier platform for knowledge exchange, fostering and driving innovation in the transformer technology space. Now I would request the dignitaries to kindly join on the dais. Ms. Charu Mathur, Director General IEEMA, Mr. Purushothaman, Vice Chairman IEEMA Power Transformer Division, Mr. Siddharth Bhutoria, President-elect IEEMA, Mr. Vikram Gandotra, President IEEMA, Dr. D. Sai Baba, okay, he's not there, and then our chief guest, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, Chairperson CEA, then Mr. Vikrant Joshi, Chair TC IEEMA, PT Division and Co-Chair TC Trafotech Global, and Mr. R. Prakash, NEC member and member OC Trafotech Global. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Now we are now commencing with the lamp lighting with the lamp of knowledge, wisdom and learning. Requesting all the dignitaries to kindly assemble for the lamp lighting.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you everyone. Now may I request Ms. Charu Mathur, Director General IEEMA, to kindly give a welcome address.
Good morning. Good morning. That's better. Okay. A very, very warm welcome. And Delhi mein ab sardi bhi aa gayi hai, so genuinely a very, very warm welcome to everybody to this edition of Trafotech Global, if I may say. You know, in the last edition, the then OC promised me a bigger, better, bolder Trafotech. So, Prakashji, since you are continuing from that OC, thank you for getting this Trafotech Global on the ground, and to the entire leadership of the Transformer Division. Ruchiji, unfortunately, is not here. His lost his father, but the Vice Chair is here, and Mr. Vikrant Joshi and the entire Anand, all of you who have led Trafotech Global to a very, very strong program as I was looking through it. Thank you very, very much for bringing Trafotech Global to everybody. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, our Chairman CA, and a friend of IEEMA at all times, with the right kind, caring guidance that you always give to the industry. We look forward to that, sir, even here. I know you have certain messages and your own vision, so look forward to hearing that from you. Mr. Sai Baba was supposed to join us, but there's a meeting in the ministry that's taken him away from us for this hour, but he'll be joining us sometime later in the day. Members of the OC, my President IEEMA, Mr. Vikram Gandotra, Mr. Siddharth Bhutoria, President-elect, who's from this industry himself, or all the other dignitaries on the stage, doyens who are sitting in the audience, past President Mr. Sri Gopal Kabra, I can see your interest in transformer industry, sir, and and Mr. Mamtora, doyen of the transformer industry, and his company is making a lot of strides in almost putting an integrated facility, manufacturing facilities for transformers, and all the members here. Welcome to Trafotech Global, and I think it's, as far as transformer industry is concerned, IEEMA is very proud to have this property, because this is probably the only conference where you have a very, very strong technical content on one hand, and you have the presence of the transformer industry on the other hand. It's only 10:30 in the morning, but I am expecting the audience to swell by in another 20 minutes or so. And for the past 43 years, Trafotech has been bringing to you what is the latest development in the transformer technology. We've seen here doyens who built the first transformer in India. I met them at the last Trafotech, and today and over the next 2-3 days, you will meet some more of those people who have brought the transformer technology to where it is today. That is as far as Trafotech is concerned. I'll just a little bit I will talk about IEEMA and its this thing. We have a very strong power transformer and a distribution transformer division, and that represents, frankly, the entire industry. And IEEMA itself has been working very closely with the transformer industry to bringing the right policy changes. In fact, as President Gandotra will be able to tell you a little later, most of our policy advocacy for the last 2 years has been around the transformers. Be it, there were voices that said, there are delays, there were raw material shortages. CA was working with us all the time. We were working with CA all the time to see how the industry can be moved to reduce these lead times. I know the chairperson has been taking almost, if I may say, sir, I'm just using a lexicon, midnight meetings to solve this crisis, and the support of the government to support the domestic manufacturing and not allow fully built transformers to be imported, as were the calls by some of the users. I think we got tremendous support from the government and particularly the CA on these matters. Be it the relaxation of CRGO, which plagued the industry for almost 1.5 years. Every council meeting, we would be briefing the council on these efforts. So thanks to a very strong leadership in the power sector that understood these issues and has supported the transformer industry. On its part also, I think the transformer industry has also put in a lot of capacities, but those details you will hear from President and Siddharthji, who are from the industry themselves and others. The industry also responded by putting in capacities, basis the demand visibility, and is doing now doing a lot of backward integration as well. A lot new players you are seeing in the industry. So let's just suffice to say that today transformer industry is in the center of the energy revolution. So with just that, I'll let the President talk a little more in his address, maybe take up a few more points on policy advocacies that you may want to kind of talk about. On my part, I'll just inform you on a couple of other things that, IEEMA has been forming new collaborations and platforms for engaging technical bodies, since this is a technical platform, like the BIS and the IEC. And recently, we hosted the IEC General Meeting networking dinner for technical experts from about 160 countries. IEEMA is also contributing, is a member on, I think Vikram corrected me last time, the India Energy Stack Committee. And our president is representing IEEMA, and he's been invited personally by the ministry to be on that. Task force. So it's a real honor for us that the views of the industry are rightly represented there. We are also engaging with the CA and the Power Ministry to evolve a cyber-secure grid system together in drafting regulations, and we are engaging with the innovators and technologies providers on another platform. So just with that, welcome to Trafotech Global once again. Best wishes to everybody and a lot of good, strong technical papers over the next 2 days. And I'll look forward to personally interacting with most of you over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now may I request Mr. Pushothaman M., Vice Chairman, IEEMA Power Transformer Division and Co-Chair OC, Trafotech Global, to give his remarks.
Good morning. Good morning to all our distinguished guests, authors, delegates, and industry leaders, dignitaries, and our chief guest, the IEEMA team and technical committee, and Trafotech organizing committee. Thank you all for being here. Your presence is just not appreciated. It is a powerful statement of commitment to the transformer fraternity and the future of power engineering. Standing before you today is an emotional moment for me. After more than 35 years in this industry, I can say without a hesitation, the transformer is not just a profession, they are part of my DNA. And I'm sure it is most of who are here, it is a similar feeling and emotional attachment with the transformer industry. Just as a soldier protects the border of our country, we the transformer engineers power its dreams. Our work may not always make headlines. Our salaries and workplaces may not be as compared to the global tech gains. But what we bring to the table is something far greater, a deep sense of purpose, passion, and pride. We serve silently, but our impact resonates across every home, every city, every industry, and every corner of this nation. Though we belong to different companies, brands, regions, we come together as one family, the transformer family. We were just discussing with a couple of my friends who expressed the similar feeling, and this is the place where we assemble as a family. Trafotech is the special platform where this family unites. It brings the comrade spirit of learning, hunger for improvement, and the passion for innovation that defines our industry. What we do is extraordinary. We design, build transformers that ensure power flows seamlessly for various applications like generation, transmission, distribution, renewables, and vast area of applications. These are not just machines, they are the heartbeat of Indian energy ecosystem. We are proud to be part of the same. And today, let us take a pride in something remarkable. India is among the very few nations in the world that have mastered the technology to design, manufacture transformers and reactors up to 765 kV, and have developed indigenous technology for 1200 kV system supported by robust, resilient supply chain network. This achievement stands as a shining symbol of engineering strength, innovation, and national capability. India is one of the fastest growing economies on the planet. Growth of this scale demands energy, clean, reliable, and sustainable. With the Government of India ambitious renewable target rising from 500 gigawatt to 800 gigawatt, and with major initiatives coupled with this like TBCB, PSP, BSS, SATCOM, etc. underway, our industry stands at the center of historic transformation. We are not just witnessing this transition, we are enabling it. We as a team are enabling this. The challenge ahead are big, but also the opportunities. I am confident, truly confident, that as one united team, we will rise to the occasion, innovate with purpose, and continue powering India's progress in decades to come. Trafotech 25 is a celebration celebration of knowledge, collaboration, innovation, and spirit of engineering excellence. Over next 2.5 days, you will witness power-packed presentations, breakthrough ideas, and knowledge-sharing sessions that will push all of us to think bigger, work smarter, and aim higher. Let us use this time not just to learn, but to inspire and be inspired. We wish you all deeply meaningful, energizing, and successful conference. Thank you once again for being here, together as a team transformer, powering India, inspiring the world. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words. Now may I request Mr. Siddharth Baturia, President-elect IEEMA, to kindly give his remarks.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, Chairperson CEA, and as DG rightly said, a great friend of IEEMA. President IEEMA, Shri Vikram Gandotra, Shri Purushottamam ji, Vice Chairman, Power Transformer Division, my friend from the NEC, and most energetic colleague, Shri R. Prakash, DG, Shri Joshi, honorable guests, past President IEEMA, Shri Gopal Kabra ji, friends. I am delighted to share this platform with all of you today. And the 13th edition of Trafotech Global, the flagship of the power transformer industry. Friends, I am told that if Elon Musk is tweeting about something, then that either is completely irrelevant or of great world importance. And Elon Musk tweeted about the shortage of transformers faced by the world. So, Ghanshyamji, it's not only an India phenomena, but it's a global phenomena. So every time we are told about the shortages of some of the power transformers, I think it needs to be put in perspective. I was asked, how do you describe members of the transformer fraternity? And I got two lovely answers. One is, ये वो लोग हैं जो सड़क पे जब चलते हैं तो ऐसे करके देखते हैं कि वहां माल किसका लगा है. And the other was, Purushottamam ji said, he spoke about DNA. The other is, ये वो लोग हैं जिनका ब्लड ग्रुप B पॉजिटिव या O पॉजिटिव नहीं रहता है, वो T पॉजिटिव हो जाता है. So, I think members of this fraternity would understand, those of us who have been part of this industry for such a long time, and indeed it is an honor and a privilege to be part of this industry as we stand right in the center of the entire electricity grid. हम लोगों के घर विद्युत पहुंचाते हैं, and our presence is felt not when we are there, but rather when we are not there. Anyhow, the theme of this conference, Make in India for the Global Market, truly captures India's remarkable transformation from a regional manufacturing hub to now a Make in India for the World theme, at a time when industry is doing well and capacity additions are being implemented at breathtaking speed, both in the OEM space as well as in the ancillary space. There would hardly be any company which is today unleft or left behind in this demand that we are seeing. And we hope that this unprecedented demand that we have been seeing over the past couple of years continues, and rather than it being a seasonal or a couple of years of demand, it becomes a more stable and consistent demand over the next few decades. Friends, I would like to inform you as President-elect IEEMA of a couple of initiatives which IEEMA has undertaken, which will have great bearing on our industry. First of all,
Our past president, Shri Kabraji, has always been talking about quality, safety, reliability. And ever since that time, IEEMA has been paying great attention to this initiative. Last year, we launched a first of a kind IEEMA IIT Kharagpur course on safety and reliability. And I am very happy to inform all of you that the first batch of that course done at IIT Kharagpur is now going to graduate in the month of January, and perhaps by April we will start the second batch of quality engineers. So this is a flagship program in collaboration with one of the best institutes in the country, and we hope that this particular program will become a model which we can then replicate with some of the other institutes as well. We have tied up, done an MOU with the Quality Council of India. We want our members, especially our MSME members, not to be left behind in this quality journey. Therefore, we have had more than 2-3 rounds of training by the QCI for our members, and now with each region, the QCI team and the IEEMA team have been reaching out to our members and training them and guiding them to ensure that all our members become not only bronze certified, silver certified, but also our mission is to have all IEEMA members in 3 years to be gold Z certified. We talk of international business. IEEMA does a very successful buyer-seller program concurrent with IEEMA. We also do buyer-seller programs domestically as well as with West Connect. We are going a step further. IEEMA is now setting up a trade facilitation service desk where we would help our members in their journey towards exporting. Not only that, we are happy to inform you that we have already taken steps to start first overseas IEEMA offices. We will go the entire hog. We will take our members to foreign markets. We would ensure that our members not only participate in the Indian market, but also become a leading voice in global markets. We have spoken numerous times about how IEEMA's voice is missing on global bodies such as IEEE, and we have taken that up, and we will ensure that more and more of our engineers and our technical people sit on these technical committees, and our voice is also heard in the global standards platforms. Friends, I would like to now conclude by telling you of the forthcoming IEEMA Build Elect Compulect event which is happening in Mumbai. This is the 4th edition of the Build Elect. Therefore, I request you to kindly block your diaries from the 25th to the 27th of February. The Build Elect show will be concurrent with a buyer-seller meet, and with the first time that we are attempting a Compulect, which is going to be a component show. And what better industry, Purushottamam ji, to launch this Compulect, because I don't know of many electrical equipments which require more components than transformers. So you all are going to be the main show of these components suppliers. With that, I would like to wish this conference all the very best, and I hope that these next 2 days will be filled with a lot of productive information, knowledge sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such engaging remarks. Now may I request Mr. Vikram Gandotra, President IEEMA, to kindly share his address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a occasion. We are very proud to be here on the 13th edition of Trafotech. It has taken, several such efforts from the organizing committees before yours, Purushottam, to bring this to such a state. We are indeed very honored to have our chief guest, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, CMD, CEA, and of course my colleagues from the industry, Charu Mathur, and I also have to be thankful to Shri Gopal Kabra ji and Jitendra Mamtora ji, Sanjay Kulkarni, Chair Western Region IEEMA, plus so many other. I see Mr. Dev Bhaumik, thank you sir for coming, and it is really a very good conclave when you see people coming from all sides. My speech has become much shorter. Thank you, Siddharth and Charu. I see that I don't need to repeat many things, but when Purushottam has talked about blood group, so I think I said it is not T positive. First it is I positive, IEEMA positive. That is something which binds all of us together. Yeah. I would just encourage the people who are gathered here to collaborate, spend this time to talk to people whom you don't know. Yeah, normally one talks to the friends whom you meet them, but you try to meet new people who have come, like the friends who have come from, I don't know, across the world. And there are so many. India itself is like a subcontinent, we say. So use this time more to build bridges, collaborate with people whom you don't know here, and work together to develop new paths, new opportunities together. Your industry has made us very proud. The transformer industry has made us very proud as we are sitting in IEEMA, because the way you have geared up your resources, the way you have expanded to meet this growing demand, which has grown nearly 50% over the last few years, is unimaginable. It is phenomenal. We have seen Mamtora ji was telling us how much he has gone into backward integration, which is again when we go and have discussions with the ministry, we are always asked that how is the industry going to cope up with this, and it is the actions that you all have taken together, your industry here also, the way you have expanded and met this big challenge is really something phenomenal. And the industry, total industry has also been growing at a very healthy rate. Globally, of course, it has been growing, but in India, plus it's a high double-digit number which is there. And if I look at the industry, your industry is reached about 35,000 crores with 400 GVA production, and this will grow continuously in the next, I think, 5 years at the very healthy double-digit growth. CA has released figures that the orders of about 850 GVA were to be released between 25 and 27, FY 25 and 27. And IEEMA's research for power transformer also is in the same range, 850 to 900 GVA. And for 28-32, this number is going to go up to 1500 GVA. So that is the sort of quantum jump that your industry is going to see, and you are all gearing up to see this massive change. The industry has increased its capacity, and we expect that in the next 3 years about 200 GVA capacity is going to be added. So you cannot be just build such capacity from the air. You have, together with the ecosystem, with your vendors, everybody has scaled up and brought the industry to such a position where it is one of the largest in the world today, and we all have to be very proud of this. Government of India has, of course, encouraged us with creating the demand pull, where we have seen a consistent growth in the demand due to various reasons: renewable, basic per capita consumption going up, villages getting electrified, industries, data centers, etc., etc. So there are all tailwinds are there which are pushing the industry to grow. Now, what is there in future for us? So, of course, demand, you all know, is there. Now, you need to invest in the R&D side of your products. How the products that are going to come in the future, they are better than what you are making today in terms of losses or in terms of life, in terms of reliability, etc., where we are going to see that government is again encouraging there. They have announced RDI scheme for promoting research. This is a scheme where a large amount of corpus has been announced, 1 lakh crores, which will be used for private sector to do the research. Now, the schemes, fine prints are being worked out, but the point is that the government wants industry to rise up and invest in innovation and R&D, which I think all of you will not let this opportunity go. The growing demand of electricity will continue for the next, I think, 15 to 20 years. There is no dearth in that. Only there may be a little slow or little cycles, but anyway, the curve is only going to go up. On the policy advocacy front, yes, Charu mentioned that no meeting in the ministry goes without talking about transformers. And we are very proud that the transformer industry has been positioned in such a way that we are ready to meet the growing demand. We are not letting any project get delayed anywhere because of transformers. That is a fact. It could be some other reasons, but no equipment is going to be short to delay any program for the government of India or the citizens of India in that matter. We have had a lot of discussions with regard to the raw materials at various ministries, at various levels, including the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, our Minister, where this topic of CRGO steel has been discussed in many details. With the industry, we have made our position very clear. What the industry needs is only uninterrupted free flow of high quality material at international competitive prices. That is what we are coming down to the basics, and that is what our position has been. Whatever the industry needs to do beyond that, or the government needs to do that we are always supportive for the government's actions. There were other issues like the omnibus technical regulations which were released, which had come up like a bolt from the blue, and the industry was worried how it was going to affect the to comply to that will be very heavy. We had discussions again at the highest level in the various ministries. Ghanshyam sir also understood the situation, and we have successfully been able to convince the authorities that the ecosystem is still not ready and that project has currently been deferred. I've already talked about the RDI scheme, the 1 lakh crore corpus which has been announced. The finer details are being worked out to the ministry, but it will be like more of a venture capital fund which will be available to the second level financing institutes, and the industries are free to come up with projects which can be funded. Coming back to Trafotech, use this time well. That is again something which I will repeat. Interact with people from the other side. There are users, there are developers, there are raw material manufacturers who are here. So my best wishes to all of you. and have a meaningful and satisfactory discussions here. And when you go back with the mind you have had not just fun here, but you have come back some value addition which is coming after spending this time here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such thorough insights. Now may I request Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, Chairperson CA, to kindly address us with the inaugural.
Good morning everyone. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais and more important off the dais. And Charu rightly said that as the day grows, probably the seats will get more filled up. So let me at the outset thank IEEMA for inviting me to be a part of this particular session once again. I had been involved in most of your programs because being from a technical background, I love to be near to the technicalities rather than near to the bureaucracy. So let me say at this time, I can see in the gathering the people coming from the industries, the academia, the policy makers, the policy drivers also, and a lot of other colleagues, which really mean a lot for this particular industry. It has been rightly mentioned that there was a point of time when the industry didn't have the visibility that where do they go, how do they progress. I think if I remember correctly, around 6-7 years back, we didn't have even the projections what is going to be the demand and the need or the country is projecting towards. So we started building up and we said, okay, why don't we have a visibility at least for the next 10 years or 20 years in that time horizon, so that at least the industry also has a plan to augment their capacity to do and try to meet the expectations of the countries as well. And in that direction, I must thank IEEMA because I had been working when I was there in ministry as well to bring out the plans, try to identify in that plans it was very clearly mentioned what is going to be the requirement of equipment as well. Besides, earlier it used to be only so much circuit kilometers, so much substations, and these are the lines that is likely to come up. But it never used to mention exactly what the transformers or what the reactors or what kind of filters or etc. all are needed into the systems for the next 10 years. Very recently, we also started saying, okay, let us also keep updating these programs. Let's not keep silent for the 5 years and let the industry keep on guessing what is going to be in the next plan period. So we made it dynamic and we said, okay, let's keep on revising now on every year basis so that the industry also keeps the 10 years visibility in a dynamic mode. So the moment NEP 32 came in, wherein some of the figures were quoted as well. So now we are already working on 34, 35 and 35, 36 plans. 34, 35 plans is almost ready. Probably that will be released very shortly by the Honorable Minister. And then the team has also started, because now it has to be done on a rolling basis, and that projections will have to be will be made public. The very fact that the country is growing at a much faster pace, and the GDP is also growing at 7 to 8%. The electricity segment itself is growing around 7 to 8% on an average. Leave aside the exception year that we had this year. This year the growth is not there at all, and we are even less than the last year. But still, if you see after the COVID, the manner in which the country had picked up, it had grown at a pace of around 10%. And we expect that the country will keep on growing at a pace of around 7 to 8% in a longer time horizon. What does that mean? That means is the numbers that comes out by say 34, 35, we are going to double our installed capacity. Right now it is at 505 gigawatt, which is going to be more than 1000 gigawatt in 34, 35. And if I have to meet this kind of a demand, then lot of things, lot of what we call it as a backward integrations in terms of the resources that is needed in the country. Then we also worked out a figure for 2047 because we wanted the industry to also know what exactly is the plan for in that time horizon, which is around 20-22 years ahead of this time. And those figures were also released last year in October when we had celebrations of Golden Jubilees of CA, and we projected those figures of 2047 there in October 2024. Then people also said, we keep on talking about net zero conditions in 2070. Do you have any plans for net zero 2070? And I think that time initially I told them it's too far now, but because they wanted a figure, so we said, okay, we'll do that as well. So we projected the demand of the country going forward in 2070, year-wise demand. And then what is going to be the likely scenario based on the today's conditions. There will be a lot of innovations that will be happening as we go along. But based on the today's conditions, what is likely to be the figures? We have already submitted this to Niti Aayog, and hopefully they will try to release it. It's the deliberations are going ahead in the high-level committees, and hopefully the country will be able to release those documents as well. The point that I'm trying to drive here is we must have a visibility, clear visibility, what is going to happen in next 5 years, next 10 years, next 20 years, and so on and so forth. Of course, course corrections will keep on happening. And the dynamism that the government has now taken is, and the challenge that we have taken is, that we'll keep on revising these figures every year in a dynamic manner so that the industry also keeps on revising their action plans. If I talk about just 2047, I think all of you are aware about the projections, the kind of projections and the task that has been given to us as an industry is that we need to target somewhere around 100 gigawatt of nuclear, almost 97 to 100 gigawatt of coal, which is already in the pipeline, almost 100 gigawatt of hydro and hydro pump storage together, and huge amount of renewables. And the figures, when it comes to my mind, I think it becomes a sleepless things for us. It goes somewhere around 500, and going in 2047, if I talk about the projections, gives us a figure of around 200 gigawatt in terms of solar alone, and roughly around 400 to 450 gigawatt of wind turbines. So 300 conventional side and roughly around more than 2,500 gigawatt of coming from the renewable side in 2047 time frame, which means that huge amount of electrical equipment requirement is going to be there in the country. And that adds to the requirement coming from the transformer side and the reactor side and all associated equipments as well. You rightly said shortage is global, but I don't care whether the shortage is global or not. I don't want any shortage to be in India, and particularly I don't want to retard the growth which the country is seeing at present. And this is how we have been able to meet the challenges and commitment what we always give it to the world. Say, for example, we said, okay, we'll achieve 50% of renewable capacity by 2030. We have done it this year itself, roughly around 5 years ahead of schedule. And the credit goes to the industry because you had been able to supply the equipments in time. We have been able to commission the transmission lines almost in times, except a few of them which are getting delayed. And in that delayed kitty, what we had around 8 numbers, 2 got resolved today itself or yesterday night. So things are on track, and this is mainly because you all are able to supply the equipments in time. Of course, there had been delays. We had been after your life and saying that the lead time is too much, and of course there was a time when the lead time definitely had gone beyond 12 months to 14 months, which you all have reduced it to some extent. But I must say that rather our target should be, can we not make it shelf-driven? That means the thing is available, I go and buy straight away. I mean, that kind of a lead time should be there. I think that should be our target, not waiting for 6 months or 1 year and that kind of a thing. Because what leads to this is the standardization process. And we had been working with IEEMA to standardize these products. And once it is standardized, I don't see any reason why it can't be made in advance, and so that this is put on the shelf, and anybody who wants to buy this, and he should be able to take it from there. Because let me tell you, as we grow on the renewable segment, the lead time is going to reduce further and further. It's a different way that we had been tackling with them, that we say that, okay, because I am not able to give you a transmission line or connectivity in less than 24 months, so you will have to wait for that. Otherwise, they are all ready to commission their plants anywhere starting from 12 months to 18 months. And the moment we go for battery energy storage system, probably the thing can be in 6 months itself. So the challenge is before us, because we are in the journey of energy transition, and we need to quickly see. And this is what we have been able to demonstrate to the world. And that is how even the Europe, America, even Australia to that extent, they keep on telling us. In fact, recently when I was there in Singapore Energy Week, all of them, we were interacting with all these countries. They said, why and what is that mantra that you have, and you are able to give connectivity in 24 months or 30 months to all your renewable segments, wherein in Europe or in US, it takes around 9 to 10 years to grant a connectivity to any renewable segment. So, I mean, it is the policy driven, and I must say that all of us has collaborated with each other. But then the ask definitely is that we reduce the time as much as possible. Of course, some more exercise is going along with the IEEMA on the standardization process, because I was told that there are something we did through the ministry, but I am told that there are still certain gaps that is there, and that gap analysis, which have been mentioned by the previous speaker, I think we should be in a position to complete this as quickly as possible. But this again takes us to the quality aspect, and in the morning only I got reminded by one of your colleagues that in India still the quality remains an issue, and I do agree on that, and there are issues on the quality aspects. I think what we should target is India as a brand, and any Indian industry, if they are there in the market, that means it should be treated as one of the reliable and most reliable product which Indian industry can offer to the world. That means your tag should be sufficient enough to really declare that you are the best, in the world, and no further questions asked. Just like what we do in any other product, that the moment I go to the market, I say, okay, this is coming from say Raymond's. I say, okay, fine, I don't need to ask any other question. I simply go buy and take it home. Similarly, should be the quality of product that must come out from the electrical industries. And I mean, let me tell you, being an electrical engineer, this is again core to my heart, that it has to be of that standard. And unless we do that, probably the export market will not develop that much. So of course, besides India, I think we need to also focus on the export market, wherein a lot of opportunities do exist as of now. And in the quality, definitely I had been facing these challenges of type test, short circuit test, and this test, please wave it off, make it longer, and so many things we keep on struggling with the IEEMA and the industry people as well. But let me assure you that whatever decisions is taken in a collective manner, that will suit to the industries. We are working on all these policy measures, and hopefully this will be conducive to the industry going forward. R&D and innovation definitely is another area which I must say, and which Gangotra has already mentioned, that we are working on it. We have been seeing that there is a lack of thing that is happening in particularly, and because there is no direct connection between the industry and the academia, and we'll leave aside one or two or few of them which are doing on an individual basis. But as such, there is no collaborative effort and that kind of a policy initiative that is being taken. Mostly academia is interested more on the PhD papers, and once the paper is published, probably they forget about what is going to happen beyond that. Industry wants a ready-made product which they can adopt and try to promote on a commercial basis. So there is a gap between these two. In fact, there is also a thinking that can we try to start some kind of a power university almost on a similar line what is there in some of the countries, like even NTU of Singapore is doing the similar thing. They develop the technology and try to see that the industry and the academia industry partnership is there, and it is taken from the concept to commissioning. That kind of a concept needs to be evolved. We do have very good institutes in our country, engineering institutes, but again there is a gap that lies from the concept to the commissioning. Hopefully that structure will come up, and we should be in a position to do this. Shortage of skilled manpower, I think this is another area which we have been working on. And the moment we accelerated the pace of addition of transmission lines in the country 3-4 years back, we observed that it's not only the electrical or the power sector which is growing, the other sectors have also growing, particularly the telecom and others, which also require similar type of manpower. So what happened is some of the good trained manpower shifted from power sector to the other sector, and that created additional shortage scenario in the power segment. So we have taken these steps. We have Power Sector Skill Council and some of the TSP, transmission service providers as well. Particularly Power Grid has already established 5 institutes, and they have started training, and I think 200 people are getting trained each year in 4 batches. Some of them they have already started, and 3 more institutes is being developed across the country. They will be at different places. Some more TSPs, in fact, very recently I had a meeting with other TSPs as well, transmission service providers, and Adani, Reliance, etc., they are also trying to see that some more institutes are developed, because this is going to be very, very important. And what we are also targeting is these trained manpowers must have some kind of a certification as well, so that they can be simply picked up from this segment and employed. What I have been told is Power Grid had out of whatever manpower they trained, roughly around more than 60% of them has already been employed, and that's a very positive sign. And I said, please try to have some kind of a grading or some kind of a certification, so that the people are handpicked from there itself. So this is required in all 3 segments, whether it is supervisors or workers, or in terms of engineers. And it's a good initiative which IEEMA has already taken with IIT Kharagpur. But what we need is probably some more quality assurance type of a thing that needs to be happening with other institutions as well. And the last topic probably I'll touch is on the safety part, and which is again, I think in the last session also I had talked about it. Safety becomes very, very important, and very small effort that CA had taken, and in terms of the safety standards and safety regulations, I think it needs to be followed thoroughly. And please, it's in your interest. The moment, I think we should target 0 accidents in these areas. Whatever is specified as per the regulations, as per the BIS standards, or any such standard procedures, please follow it. Because in industry also you have lot of accidents happening. Outside industry also the things are happening. We have made a portal now, and wherein all such type of accidents, whether it is fatal or non-fatals, human or animals, all these are now getting reflected in that portal. And our aim should be that how quickly we are able to make it 0 accident, particularly in the power sector. I think we should work towards that. Of course, there are other things which I think I will not stand between you and the technical experts who are already lined up today. I think long series of papers which will be presented in the sessions. I wish I could have been in the part of all the technical sessions, but I'll request IEEMA to give me a brief at the end of the entire Trafotech, and so that in case we need to intervene through the policy matters, we are able to do it in a timely manner so that it benefits industry as well as the power sector together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for all the insights. Now may I request Mr. Vikrant Joshi, Co-Chair TC Trafotech Global, to give an overview about the event.
Sir, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad ji, when you were talking about the various things India is going to develop, the growth numbers, the quality requirement, the short circuit testing. So I was trying to relate these aspects to the conference papers that we have received, and I thought that yes, we in this conference we will be addressing many of these issues. Also some aspect of safety, and the novelty would be the artificial intelligence and cyber security are two challenges which also we will be addressing in this conference. So hopefully we will meet your requirements in terms of this conference. So this is my welcome address. It is a privilege for me to stand here and welcome you to the Trafotech Global 2025 conference. After the success of previous conference, which was in 2023, the conference has grown. It is continuing to evolve, both in scale and in the depth of its technical deliberations. The need for a global focused platform on transformers has never been greater. The power sector is transitioning to an environment that demands efficiency, reliability, sustainability, and digital intelligence across the entire field. Transformers sit at the center of this transition. So this year's program is built around the complete life cycle of the transformers, from design, material science to testing, digitalization, maintenance and circularity, and we are also touching upon artificial intelligence, neural networks and cyber security aspects of the transformers. The technical committee has placed very significant emphasis on bringing together the applied research, practical field experience and emerging technologies that can deliver measurable improvements in the reliability and life cycle value. Each session is very well curated to add direct benefits to the OEMs, utilities, manufacturers, testing institutions and the R&D organizations. So in this conference we have structured 6 very focused themes which are aligned with the current industry priorities. These are sustainability and reliability through new solutions. The second is innovation and futuristic trends. Then the next is best practices in design and manufacturing. The next one being advances in testing quality and diagnostics. Fifth is the reliable O&M practices and life cycle management. And the last is the emerging trends in transformer input materials and accessories. And then there will be 2 special sessions on use of AI and one more session on the cyber security. These will be short technical interactions with experts in these fields. So the global response to the call for papers was excellent. It was very remarkable. We received submissions from various utilities, OEMs, academia, research houses and industry experts from India and outside India also. The quality of work which we saw reflects the commitment of the transformer fraternity to advance the state of the art for the transformers. But given the fixed schedule, a very tight schedule I will say, for the conference, we could select only, or we could include only a limited number of papers in this conference to be presented. But many good papers, they will be incorporated in the conference proceedings, and some more papers will be included in the IEEMA journal for wider circulation and knowledge sharing. The technical committee and international review panel devoted extensive time, a lot of time against many personal challenges that the reviewers had also, in evaluating and selecting the most relevant and insightful contributions for the sessions. I extend my appreciation to reviewers, subject matter experts, and session chairs for their dedication in shaping this conference very meaningfully. The next 3 days offer an excellent opportunity to learn, share ideas, and share the experiences across the ecosystem. I encourage the participants to engage actively. Sir also was saying that you discuss among manufacturers and users and so on. So yes, that this is an excellent opportunity for that. Yes, so once again, thank you very much for being the part of Trafotech Global 2025, and I wish you a productive, informative, and memorable experience. Last but not the least, I will take the names of the individuals who are the part of the technical committee, who have contributed greatly, and I think these are the people on the shoulders of which this conference stands in terms of the technical aspects of the conference. Anirudh Jhala from T&R, Mr. Akshay Dave from BHEL, Mr. Jayasenan, Mr. Gunjan Agarwal from PGCIL, Vijayan from Pennsylvania Transformers, Manish Yadavji, Toshiba, Nagarjuna Babu from Elmas, Rajendra Prasadji from Indotech, Saravanand from Hitachi Energy, and Tanvi ma'am from Shirdi Sai Transformers. Thank you so much all the technical committee members who have helped review the papers and select the papers. Thank you so much, and welcome to you all once again.
Thank you, sir, for the overview and taking us through the glimpses of what will be happening next. Now may I request Mr. R. Prakash, NEC member and member organizing committee, Trafotech Global, to give vote of thanks.
Good morning. 1982, the first Trafotech, 43 years, like a true transformer industry, getting older, becoming more younger and younger and younger. You see two types of armies here. The one army there guarding the nation, the second, the transformer army guarding this power sector. It is a privilege. I am here to offer this thanking address. I always say, if Hanuman opens his heart, you see Lord Rama there. And if you see the transformer engineer opens his heart, he will see a Trafotech there. 42 years continuously. 35,000 crore industry. 3.5 lakh employment. One family, the only conference which is a Trafotech. First, I would like to thank Madam Charu. I always call her the Ma of IEEMA. Not just Ma of IEEMA, the Atma of IEEMA. Her continuing guidance, energy, vigor, passion always drives the IoTs and the industry to make every IEEMA successful, including the Trafotech. Thank you for coming here, Charuji. The next, I would like to thank the chairman of organizing committee, Ruchir. It is very unfortunate he has lost his father, so he could not be able to come. But it is his drive, it is passionful drive, and his commitment to make what our Ghanshyam Prasad said just now, that to make India as an export hub of transformer, and you want to use Trafotech as one medium and platform to make this happen. His commitment was awesome. I thank Ruchir for his valuable guidance to make this program successful. The next, the Vice Chair, Puru. I call him, he's not a Vice Chairman, he's a very wise Chairman. His quiet demeanor, his resolute to make this program successful was phenomenal. In this process, he went to the extent of banning all the late night parties also to make sure the Trafotech program goes very successful. Thank you for that. The next, Siddharth Butoria, my dear friend, the president-elect of our IEEMA, our own breed. We are very proud that our own breed is sitting in the presidium. The man from the transformer industry, now with his new role in IEEMA, is all set to transforming the industry. Thank you, Siddharthji, for your presence. What else I will say about Vikramji? Thank you. Your energy, your passion, your charming and motivating, and ever smiling, but never underestimate is the resolute and ruthless power to make everything possible and successful, the most solid performer in our IEEMA. Thank you, Vikramji, for coming here and doing it. The next is our chief guest, Ghanshyam Prasad Saab. I call Ghanshyam Prasad Saab is a government's Prasad to our industry. I would say without any hesitation, being an electrical engineer, you are really grounded, I must say. And being a technical man makes it very possible. His commitment to make standardization process, to make our energy sector is a more easy sector to play with and a comfortable sector to work on is really phenomenal, sir. You converted CEAs from Central Electric Authority to Clean Energy Advocacy. I must appreciate that big effort. And we are pretty, you made us our day by talking about, the kind of projections in 2047. We all go with all positive mind of prosperity. Thank you very much, sir, for this, sir. And I also would like to thank my fellow colleagues in the organizing committee. To start with Anand Bhai. What an amazing find for our organizing committee. In all late night meetings in 10 o'clock, he's always there, with full of ideas, thinkings, cost-saving mechanisms, and how to make this program a grand success. Thank you, Anand Bhai, for your wonderful guidance. My other colleague in organizing committee, Imtiaz Bhai, I'm sorry I miss him here because of a passport issue. I always call him my Bhai from Dubai. I always miss him here, and his contribution was so immense. And also I would like to thank my fellow IoT colleagues, Uttamji, Rishabh, Rajneesh, and all other colleagues. I can't able to name every one of you, but every one of the IoT team for making it program quite successful. At last, the technical committee, Vikrantji. This Vikrant Joshi, Vikrant Bhai, what an amazing work he put. He is a king of content. He was very particular that with the sincerest effect, assembled the technical committee, talk to them continuously, and every talk he always says, every year a single delegate who come here should be able to benefit from the papers what we did. But your role as being a technical committee chairman is not easier because you said more no to papers than yes. And I know it's how difficult it is to say no to papers because most of them are written by most of the stalwarts in our own industry. But you made this paper as a commitment to make a world-class quality papers. Thank you, Vikramji, for this great work for you. Not, but not least, in a Delhi weather, with the kind of pollution what we have, with the kind of industry busy schedule with overbooking capacity, all of you delegates come all the way from across the nation and came here. You are our real king. This whole organizing committee worked only for you. Thank you for coming here and to make this program very successful. One final word, as Purushothamanji very beautifully said, Trafotech is not a conference, not an emotion, not an amalgamation of ideas. It is the carnival of the feeling. We are one transformer industry, one family, regardless of the brand and the company which we work on. We make it happen. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you so much, sir, for filling this session with so much energy and joy. Now, may I request Mr. Vikram Gandotra, President IEEMA, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Shri Ghansham Prasad ji. Now, may I request everyone sitting here to kindly stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May I request everyone on the dais to please assemble for a group photograph. Then we will be, is it? Okay. So now we are leaving for the lunch, tea break. And excuse me also. And now we are breaking for the tea break and we will be assembling back at 12. Thank you everyone.
Connects industries and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
तो हो गया, मोमेंटो कर लिया अलग,
कर लिए वो तो शायद
उसको नहीं देना है। अब कौन किसको देगा वो पूछना पड़ेगा।
मैं तो सोच रही हूँ सेशन चेयर और को चेयर दोनों को ही बोल देती हूँ कि सबको दे दें।
और उनको भी देगा,
उनको दोनों को थोड़ी देना है, सिर्फ चेयर को देना है।
हाँ उसको देने के लिए किसको देने चाहिए,
हाँ तो
वो मैं
जो भी
तुम्हारा नाम लिखवा दूंगा।
उस टाइम जो भी बंदा होगा, वैसे तो मैं जनरली जो भी सामने बैठा होता है, लेकिन कोई भी यहाँ प्रेजेंट
मैं तो ये मैं वैसे कोशिश करूँगा 90% टाइम मैं भी निकलना घूमने निकलने वाला तब निकलता हूँ।
हाँ उसको बता दो भाई।
इसको कब तो मिलेगा।
अब तुम देख लो, भाई साहब ने मुझे दोबारा बना के दे दिया सेशन चेयर वाइस चेयर, क्या वैसे मुझे पढ़ना जो तुमने बनाई है वो मत। अब याद आ रही है ये लास्ट मोमेंट पे, अब मैं इसको बैठ के पढ़ूँ।
लेवल से बंदा एक ही काम कर रहा है, अगर वो भी इस तरीके से कर रहा है
वो भी नहीं हो रहा, वो भी नहीं हो रहा, हम बोल रहे हैं तो बोल रहे हैं।
इसमें कोचर को दे देना, इसमें दे देना, इसमें तो टोकता नहीं ये करना है, ये मैं करता हूँ, इसको दे देना, मैं बाकी बता दूँगा अगले कमेटी से, अगले उससे बता दूँगा। मैं रजनीश को बता रहा हूँ कि वो तो हाँ मेरे बंदे बाहर बैठे हैं ना, मेरे बंदे बैठे हैं।
At dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. 1 in every 3 motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class, dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class, control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Danish, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial, and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers manufactured under sterile conditions offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down, and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize eco-friendly practices to reduce our environmental impact. Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills, and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Ever since our foundation in 1910, focusing on the fields of automobile, industrial infrastructure, and electronics, Proterial has produced materials of exceptional quality. Supported by our advanced technology and development capabilities, our tool steels and magnetic materials and power electronics materials with excellent properties have all realized improved productivity and efficiency for XEVs. Our reliable heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloys have supported aircraft development, while our electric wires have an extensive record in advancing railroads. Medicine has benefited from our ultrafine cables and ceramic products that reduce patient burden. Our soft magnetic components, clad materials, and lead frame materials have met various needs in the electronics industry, contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units, while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down as we are about to start. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. We are about to start the next session. So we are starting with our next session, that is technical session on sustainability and reliability through new solutions, applications and specifications. I would like to call upon the stage the session chair, Shri Richik Manas Das from Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. Requesting the audience to please be energetic. Mr. Das is a highly accomplished senior electrical engineer with over 2 decades of experience in power transmission sector, currently working as general manager at PGCIL and specialized in EHV and UHV transformer. He has played a vital role in standardization initiatives, design review and many more. Welcome, sir. May I request session co-chair Shri Anil Khopkar from ERDA to kindly join the session chair on the dais. Mr. Khopkar is working as an assistant director and head of division R&D at ERDA. With over 30 years of experience in electrical field, his expertise is in asset management, diagnostic testing and energy audits. He is also a chairman of BIS Technical Committee for Surge Arresters. Welcome, sir. Now may I request all the authors to please be on the dais. Mr. Loganathan K. from Indotech Transformers Limited, Chennai. Ms. Priyanka Maurya from Siemens Energy India Limited. Ms. Kartika from Siemens Energy India Limited. Mr. Jitendra Singh from BHEL, Bhopal. Mr. Yogesh B. Deshmukh from Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. Mr. Shubhayan Mukherjee from CESC Limited, Kolkata. Welcome everyone on the dais. Now may I request the session chair and co-chair to kindly take it forward, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, all of you. So this is first session, and In this session, we'll have 6 papers are selected, and I first of all congratulate all authors, co-authors for this presenting these papers. In these technical sessions, I just brief the 6 papers, the summary. So first paper is with standardization specification across customers, challenges in implementing CA transformer manual. So in this paper, Mr. Loknathan K has pointed out like losses, and he also pointed out like short circuit similarity point, then tan delta measurement at tap changer, and cooling. He proposed some cooling arrangement for high rating transformers, overloading. So I think Mr. Loknathan will explain the paper, and after that we will take the question answers. Our next paper is with short circuit analysis of multi-winding power transformers, renewable energy, renewable power grid. This paper is also very elaborately explained the short circuit conditions, and in this paper author has explained about one case study of 240 MVA transformers and how different condition of short circuit has been evaluated, that explained very nicely. So author will explain further in our presentation. So next paper we have review of CA transformer manual pathway to standardization across customers. Here also author has explained about differences in specifically in mechanical side, like in GA drawing, what are the orientations should be in line with the international practice, and it also explained about the solar technical specification and normal technical specification, the differences. Also author will explain better way in her presentation. Next we have paper is recommendation for improvement in technical specification of transformers and reactors by Mr. Akshay Dabe and Mr. Jitendra Singh. This paper also explained various important points. Manufacturer the author has explained that which is important to address in the specification, like TUP paper, flux density, painting, optical fiber quantity, dynamic short circuit requirement. So very nicely has explained the points, and we'll also listen from him. Then we have the another paper, paper 5, that is smart and space efficient customized compact secondary substation utilities perspective. This is also a very good paper, and it explains because of the harmonization the space limitations are there. So how to make their innovative technology with R&D team, they make the solutions for very small compact arrangement for the for 11 kV small substation, and paper in this paper it is nicely described. Then the last paper is online monitoring system, performance optimization and predictive maintenance of power transformers. This is also very good paper by Mr. Dipayan Pal and Subhayan Mukherjee from CSC. And this paper also explain about the various conditioning monitoring, how they integrated in their system and monitor various parameters like winding temperature, humidity measurement, DGA. So various points they have measured and how they integrated and how they analyze the life of the transformers based on their process, that is explained in this paper. So we also listen from him, and then lastly we will discuss about the question and answer about these papers. Now I request co-chair to please carry out the session, and after that we will continue with question and answer. Thank you.
Good morning all, and once again welcome to the session 1 in the Trafotech Global 2025. Already we have discussed about the 6 papers which are going to present in this session. So may I now request our first author, Mr. Loganathan, who will be presenting the paper on the standardization specifications across customers, challenges in the implementation CEA transformer manual. This paper has been written by Mr. Loganathan K and Mr. Rajendra Prasad from Indotech Transformer. So with this, I would like to request Mr. Loganathan to present his paper. Thank you.
Good morning to all respected leaders, industrial experts, and professionals gathered here today. I am Lohanathan from Indotech Transformers. I am pleased to present a paper on the topic Standardization Spec across customers, challenges in implementing the CA Transformer Manual. So, now the introduction. The power transformers are the critical assets and ensuring the reliable power to the grid. Due to rising power generation, rigid demand, growth in energy, the CA has standardized one nation, one specification, which is for the general purpose and solar applications. However, customer requirements are getting deviated from the CA, and subtle differences with respect to IS or IEC makes design, procurement, and testing challenges. So now, in this paper, just highlighted the key challenges and providing a recommendation for its effective implementation. The first challenge is nothing but the standardized rating and the losses. CA has standardized already 17 ratings. In general, that is nothing but power, auto, and generator transformers, and 11 ratings in solar applications. So, customer used to specify the rating beyond this, but it is recommended to comply with this standard category. Coming to CA limits, the 220 kV or 33 kV class transformers up to 100 MVA in general specification and up to 160 kV in solar pooling stations. But it shall be extended up to 175 for 220 kV and 350 for dual LED transformers, as it is already in the execution. Now coming to third, the requirement is on the disproportionate losses. That is nothing when the transformer are required to be a non-standard and unavoidable situation, the losses are becoming a complicated and it is very tough in the bidding and execution stage evaluation. So, a proportionality constant of MA power 0.75 may be applied as it is already guided in the CBIP manual. And coming to next challenge is on the observed power ratio, which is used in defining the similar transformer, where the CA restricts the acceptable range of 70 to 130%, which is more stringent. We all know the observed power is nothing but the rated power by per unit impedance. For instance, if you take a 80 MVA with 15.5% impedance, resulting in 533.3 MVA. Reference or the type tested unit may have 100 MVA with 12.5% impedance yields 800 MVA. So the observed power ratio is nothing but 66.67%, where this, as per CA, this may not be compared as a similar transformer, but as per IS or IEC, it falls as 30 to 130%, and it can be considered as a similar transformer. So it is recommended to revise it to 30 to 130 as per IEC. Now next challenge on the same similarity, defining the similar transformer, where it is based on the winding configuration. In CA manual, the tertiary winding is eliminated up for a 3 limited transformers up to 200 MVA 220 kV class. However, some customers continue to specify the same, which makes non-comparability between type tested unit and the offered designs. So it is recommended to allow a similarity assessment with or without test winding, considering all other test parameters, means parameters are meeting as per the IEC part 5. Next challenge is on the cooling. Generally the oil flow inside the winding is governed by natural balance between viscous resistance and the thermodynamic action. While it is adequate for a small ratings, but the natural oil velocity becomes insufficient for the higher ratings, where as we know, the higher transformer ratings are going higher, these oil circulation may not be sufficient, and where the forced oil becoming essential, and which ensures the proper oil flow to control the temperature of the transformer. So the proposed recommendation is to introduce a 3-stage cooling, which is nothing but it is already available in general application transformer. It is nothing but above 100 MVA, where it has the same thing has to be applied in solar manual also. Next, coming to overloading, variation in overloading, that is nothing but across customers and with respect to time, these overloading is keep on changing, and it becomes a non-standard design and reducing the design repeatability. So it should be aligned with the uniform overloading pattern is the recommended actions. Next, moving on to challenges on the tan delta of OLTC. CA mandates a tan delta of OLTC, but there is no IEC or there is no procedure exists. It is recommended to eliminate these or to develop a test procedure in consultation with the OLTC OEMs. Coming on to testing, Annexure D of manual, both general and solar, mentions about the routine and type tests, where the IEC consider very few of them as a special one. So, like example, lightning impulse test on neutral and 145 kV transformers of LTSC test. So, it is recommended to align as per IEC. Coming on to bushing variable frequency tan delta. CA mandates variable frequency tan delta for bushings at the transformer manufacturer works. However, it is not a part of IEC 60137, but generally these baseline values should be originated from the bushing OEMs, but not at the assembly. Hence, in view of these, it may be deleted or it to be addressed from the origin. Next, on the tank plate thickness, CA specified tank plate thickness for the flat base between 5 meter to 7.5 meter is a non-standard. So it should be aligned with IS 1730, that is nothing but 25 mm for this range of tank length dimensions. And few more general things are to introduce minimum and mandatory spare list, and introduce the guideline for wind and base applications, or it may be directed in some other way. So now coming to the conclusion. The CA manual provides a strong foundation for the unified specifications. However, refining the mentioned areas like cooling, losses, overloading, etc. will significantly improve the practical implementation in much better way. Hence, this harmonization ensures the reduced ambiguity between the manufacturers and customers or developers, and it will increase the reliability in greater way. With this, I am coming for a thank you note. That is, thank you for all your attention. My sincere thanks to IEEMA team for providing me the opportunity in participating this 13th edition of Trafotech Global 2025, and my management for their support. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Loganathan, for presenting your paper, which is basically on the standardization of the specification. Next, let us move to the next paper. And this paper is on short circuit analysis of multi-winding power transformer in renewable power grid. This paper has been written by Ms. Priyanka Maurya and Nitin Kulkarni. They both are from the Siemens Energy India India Limited, Navi Mumbai. I would like to, this paper will be presented by Ms. Priyanka Maurya. So, Ms. Priyanka, over to you. And I would like to request you that kindly complete your presentation within 8 to 10 minutes time. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Priyanka from Siemens Energy India Limited. Topic of my presentation is short circuit analysis of multi-winding power transformer in renewable power grid. With the growing penetration of renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind, there is need of multi-winding transformer where we can connect multiple inverter-fed inputs to the the HV common grid. Here the multi-winding transformer become necessary. The paper mainly focuses on the fault current analysis, thermal and electric withstand of the forces, as well as the validation of the result as per IEC standards. This is the single line diagram of the centralized photovoltaic power station, where we can see that a multi-winding transformer is getting fed from the two photovoltaic cell, and here it manages the function of collection as well as distribution. So it ensures the reliability in solar power infrastructures. There are various faults which occurs in the short circuit in the multi-winding transformer. Hence, and the fault current and value is mainly dependent upon the short time current capability and fault current which is received from the grid side. In the first diagram, we can see that the fault is getting supplied from the grid side. Here, the inherent character means, unlike the traditional power sources, inverter system possess an inherent characteristics to limit the short time current to 1.1 to 1.5 times of the rated current, and hence and in the second figure we can see that the fault is getting supplied from the LV side of the system. Here the which is inherently constrained by the impedance of the transformer. So there are other faults occurring on the multi-winding transformer, such as asymmetrical fault current distribution, where the axial forces act in the opposite directions, and so the asymmetry and even a little asymmetry in the leakage reactance between the coaxial stacks can cause a relative displacement in the LV winding. So here the short circuit analysis becomes very important in analyzing these transformers. Complex winding interconnections such as the connections such as winding involving tertiary winding, neutral connections and OLTC interfaces, which introduces multiple junction between the transformers inside the transformer, which is makes the transformer susceptible to the internal faults. Hence, mechanical design approach must therefore emphasize insulation coordination and mechanical reinforcement at these junctions. The other types of fault occurring are primary types of fault, such as single line to ground fault, line to line fault and three-phase faults, where the attention to these fault phenomena also become essential for designing a robust transformer. Recommendation from IEEE C57-159 should be followed for selection of short circuit cases in this scenario. This is the figure taken from IEEE C57-159, which shows the various configuration in which the LV winding can be placed, and various design configuration. In this table, there are listed advantages and disadvantages of various configurations which were shown in the earlier figure. And here we can see that the stacked LV configuration provides an extra advantages of having high impedance between LV winding, which helps the transformer to withstand the fault when it is getting supplied from the LV side, that is inverter side or battery side. So the transformer under the study is 240 MVA, three-phase 60 Hz transformer, where 115 kV side is connected to the grid and 34.5 kV two LV windings are there, which are getting fed from the inverter, connected to the inverter side. This transformer is having a tertiary winding of 13.8 kV, and winding configuration adapted here is stacked LV configuration, and the case study is made on that. Other type of short circuit forces which should be analyzed are thermal withstand and mechanical withstand. Thermal withstand based on the conductor temperature rises, and mechanical withstand considers the electrodynamic forces during the fault condition. Dielectric strength evaluated under the transient condition, over voltage fault, and induce electrical stresses to ensure the insulation stability or reliability. These are the fault condition indicated in this table, which was studied and were simulated in the software short circuit analysis tool, and were analyzed for different tap ratings. These are the results of the simulations, and we can see that the asymmetrical fault current distribution was observed across the LV winding, and the low voltage winding has been analyzed here on per layer basis. So the axial calculated forces were assessed using the simulation tools, and the resulting results are listed here. And the results were then checked with the IEC 60076 part 5 table, and were found that we can see that they were within limit. These are the forces, this is the simulation results. Here we can see that axial forces are well within the limit, but we can see that various fault scenario which were executed in the winding, like single line to ground fault, here HV and LV2 winding is supplied to the fault, and LV1 winding is under the stress. So here the mechanical strengthening of the winding become necessary, and these are the radial forces summary. Here we can see that different fault scenarios are also shown here in this figure. Single line to ground fault, double line fault, and three-phase faults are the severe fault which had occurred, which were shown in the table of the result analysis. Here we can see that LV1 winding is under the stress due to the fault condition, and so greater proof stress is required so that the winding can withstand the fault levels. Hence, we can conclude that multi-winding transformer plays important role in centralized photovoltaic station. So, asymmetrical fault current distribution affects axial and radial stresses within the transformer winding. Hence, short circuit analysis become crucial as these transformers are fed from both LV and HV side of the winding. Here, the stacked LV winding configuration becomes important as well as useful, so that the transformer can withstand the fault from LV side of the grid. The IEEE C57-159 recommends to consider the short circuit current from each input LV winding and output winding to the output HV winding, as well as from both input windings to the output windings. Mechanical reinforcement at key supports maintains stability under the asymmetrical fault conditions, and should be taken care of while designing the transformer. Design as a robust design and adherence to the standard will ensure that multi-winding transformer becomes an asset in the renewable rich power station and are reliable, so that we can move ahead in the scenario with the renewable power grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priyanka, for presenting your paper. Let us move to the third paper, which is again from the Siemens Energy India Limited. And this paper is written by Ms. Kartika M. And the paper is Review of CEA Transformer Manuals, Pathway to Standardization Across Customers. So over to you, Ms. Kartika.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to everyone present here. I'm Kartika Mundakattu Varambil from Siemens Energy, Mumbai. So today I'll be presenting on the technical paper titled Review of CEA Transformer Manuals, Pathways to Standardize Across Customers. So as you all might agree that transformers are critical assets in transmission network with a lifespan extending over decades. While its electrical parameters define performance, mechanical aspects are also largely determine long-term safety and maintainability, like tank constructions, conservator, radiator, bushings, etc. The objective of this technical paper is to review two CEA manuals issued on 2021, which are CEA Solar Pooling Station 2021 and CEA Transformer and Reactor. Wherever relevant, this technical paper also recommends advisory recommendations for the positions of accessory positions, which recommends from recommendation of IEEE C57 1210. Yeah, coming on to the cursory review of the CEA manuals. Here you can see in the table that bushings in CEA solar is OIP and RIP is accepted, and in CEA transformer and reactor we can see that RIP and RIS is preferred. Radiator thickness, minimum 1 mm thickness sheet is preferred, and in CA transformer reactor, minimum 1.2 mm sheet can be observed. Rollers and rails, 2 rail provisions for all voltage classes, and in CA transformer reactor we can see that there are 2 and 4 rail provisions mentioned for different voltage classes. Conduit and cable trays, covered trays and GI conduits, unarmored only in GI conduits. It is similar to solar in CA transformer reactor. Extra information is provided, that is plug and socket connectors for protective devices for quick changeovers. And we can observe that in oil specification also inhibited oil is permitted, and in solar, and in CA solar transformer reactor we can see inhibited and uninhibited is permitted. And in painting, procedures are both same. In CA transformer reactor we can see that an extra information is provided for painting procedures that is defined for oil storage and its control panel. And in marshalling valves also, from finished ground level it is defined as 1 meter, and in CA transformer reactor we can see that there is a little bit more information provided for single, like minimum sizes provided for single phase transformers. So from the previous cursory review, we found some observations were found. Both CA manuals have shared foundation across safety and reliability. 2 manuals define varying prescriptive levels. CA solar allows more flexibility. Noticeable technical shift towards modern and advanced technology. Environmental and operation safety considerations are explicit in both CA manuals, reflecting its priority. And adaptation of CA manuals provide robust baseline across all buyers. So IEEE 57-12-10 offers a visual representation across positioning. CA manuals are prescriptive in many areas. So if CA manual could adopt a similar approach, it will reduce ambiguity, ensure uniformity across manufacturers, and support easier maintenance in the field. So these are the images and the table that I have taken from IEEE. This is, we can see that it is more defined positions. So moving on to the case study. I have taken 2 RIP bushings of same rating, that is 52 kV 3150 amps from supplier X and Y. So here we can see that air and height is different in both bushings, and the live diameter is also seen different. So principal observation from this is that air and height and live diameter, external terminal height affects air clearances. This case study highlights improvements in mechanical aspects to enable interchangeability and replacement. Introducing a standardized pattern for key interfaces would ensure predictable air clearances, consistent mounting, highly designer friendly, improve multiple vendor compatibility, flexible procurement, reduce engineering hours. So the concluding and key recommendation for standardization are advisory recommendation, accessory placement, adopt IEEE style reference figures for consistent placement, painting system, ISO 12944, C5M painting system as standard. This will ensure better corrosion protection, for different environment. Bushings, air and dimension may also be standardized in line with the CA defined oil and dimensions. Inclusion of 52 kV 315 amps rating in the standardized CA manuals, as it is already recommended in CA solar manual. Oil specifications, inhibited mineral oil as default. Consider natural ester oil in fire risk or ecological sensitive area. Radiator, standardized radiator sheets at 1.2 mm. And rails, defined rail provision for different voltages. So here I would like to conclude by saying that standardization will reduce fragmentation, simplify procurement, and enhance safety and reliability of transformer fleets nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kartika, for presenting your paper. Let us move to the fourth paper, which is again on the technical specification. So everybody is asking for the revision in the technical specification. So it seems that we really need to revise the technical specifications. So now this fourth paper is recommendations for the improvement in technical specifications of the transformers and reactors. This paper is written by BHEL Bhopal, Mr. Akshay Dave and Mr. Jitendra Singh. Mr. Jitendra Singh is going to present this paper. So Mr. Jitendra Singh, over to you.
Good morning to all of you. I am Jiten from BHEL Bhopal. My title for the paper is the recommendations for improvement in technical specification of transformer and reactor. So the first thing is, why the such title? Although we all know that the CEA standard specification is already being floated, but then why the requirement? Now what is happening, many utilities, let it be whosoever in India, is having their own set of specification, but they are following CEA specification in part and pieces, like picking some point from here and picking some from there. So what we have observed, some sort of a ambiguity or in the requirement, or we are not utilizing the full capacity of material to the requirement basis. So the paper is all about this. Now this paper is broadly divided into three different category. One is on the basis when we are using some material, but it is basically underutilized. The another one is with regard to the manufacturing and technological aspects of OEM. And the third one is testing related. So coming to the first point, that is the underutilization of material capacity. Lot many customers are asking nowadays this thermally upgraded paper. As we all know, in a normal insulation system for the transformer, the temperature index limit is 105 degree. But this TUP are the specially chemical treated paper which do have a higher degree of sustainability with respect to temperature, mainly 120, 130 as well. But what is happening? Many customers are asking the TUP paper, but with the same lower temperature rise limited which we used to have the normal kraft paper. Now, what the cases are, basically we are asking for the temperature rise limit of 35 and 40, oil and winding respectively, at an ambient of 50 degree. So basically that comes up to the 90 degree. Now rest of the capability of this TUP is a shear wastage. And the most important aspect is this TUP paper is not as such manufactured in India. It's basically Scandinavian countries and Nordic country. So its cost is definitely higher with respect to the normal kraft paper. And since we are importing, so it's ultimately Indian money which is going to the external countries. So basically our recommendation is, if we are using or emphasizing the use of TUP paper, then the limit of temperature rise should be increased, or we should strike the requirement of TUP. So this is the first point. The second point is, lot many persons are asking that the flux density requirement of 1 point less than 1.3, 1.5 and something like this. But as we almost majority of us know that for a CRGO material, the flux density limit is 1.9. If we take care of the overfluxing requirement of the 10%, so the actual flux requirement may come boiled down to 1.73. So again, the point is, this item is also an imported item, and for the large power rating transformers, this quantity goes to a very higher level. Again, the same situation, so we are not utilizing the full capacity of the CRGO. So the next point or our recommendation is the design limit of flux density may be modified till uses of 1.72 or 1.73 Tesla at 1 pu. The third point, although with the very deliberating sessions, this requirement may have been striked out from some of the specifications, but this is being kept so as a reminder the things, the unwanted things may not creep into once again into specification, because at times what happens, we just start working from the same specification. If we are using 2 buckles relay in series, then what will happen if the gas is emanating from the transformer, then ultimately the first buckles relay will only capture that very gas and the second one will be ultimately a redundant one. So we believe that there is no point of using the 2 buckles relay in series. So our recommendation is that we should use only 1 and 1 buckles relay. The next one is maintenance free breather along with air cell. As we all know that we use air cell so that the moisture may not creep into the transformer until unless the transformer is fully sealed or there is no leakage. Then we are using the conventional silica gel breathers for last very decades, but nowadays we are also using maintenance free breather, and at times someone also asking that we should use two maintenance free breather or double tank breather. So if let's say someone may contest, let's say if air cell is got damaged, then ultimately breather is being there. The silica gel breather will also serve the same purpose, although the point agrees the maintenance. But the normal silica gel breather also may be maintained very easily. So our suggestion is we should only use the conventional breather, not the maintenance free breathers. As one of my session colleagues also pointed out, that the use of different oil specification by different utilities, although with the help of CA, the standardization being there in terms of inhibited, uninhibited, but now what is happening, some utilities are using but what they are playing they are using some parameters very slightly. Likewise, let's say someone is having a saying that BDV should be minimum 50 or 60, then on the other side someone says 80. Let IFTO 0.04, someone says IFTO 0.05. So what is happening in such case, overall the oil manufacturer, they are having a different problem with handling all these different requirements. So the requirement must be aligned. Similar the case of fiber optic system. The fiber optic system, someone is asking 16 channel, that too for single phase. Although it might be used, but it should be used in the type tested unit only, and the quantity to be judiciously used. Painting over hot dip galvanized. Okay, hot dip galvanized always serves the purpose for the coastal area in the saline atmosphere. But what's the point of having the painting over it, and that too in tune of somewhere 300 micron? Okay, if we are going with the aesthetics purpose, keep it, but painting requirement should be bare minimum. Short circuit forces in reactor. Since reactor is a single phase equipment having only one winding, so this requirement should not be there, and also it is not being specified in any of the national or international standards. Some customers are also precising the type of craft paper. Likewise, as per IEC, the usual type are 5B21H1. Although all these digital alphabet relates to the different condition, and it evolves to the 4 different requirement. And almost of the paper manufacturer doesn't keep all the item readily stock available. So that creates a lead time, because this is also a imported item. Coming to the manufacturing aspect of the technical aspect, like specifying the core, that the bolted or boltless core. Our point is, if we have already standardized the losses, then what technical aspect has to be used, that is left to the manufacturer, because he knows very well ultimately he has to fulfill the guaranteed requirements. So our suggestion is that we should strike down the type of technology. Of late, we have also observed that we are fixing the thickness of tank wall and base. Likewise, someone is saying we should always have a sidewall thickness of 30 in reactor, in transformer. This is, since the tank is having pressure and vacuum test, this is entirely left to the OEM. Also, the reactor being the vibration prone equipment, and the sidewall thickness impacts heavily on the vibration aspect. So this must also be removed. The next one is with respect to testing. Stress measurement in shunt reactor, no standard specify as such, and also in order to do that, paint has to be scraped on the different location of the tank, and despite of our best effort, the same painting can't be achieved over that very scrapped paint area. Cold and hot condition test, again, since what our experience is that as such no heavy difference has been observed in the cold and hot state tests of reactor, and it ultimately increased the testing time also. So this might also be kept into a one condition. With reference to NGR, I am talking of the basically oil filled NGR, which is only having a short duration test of like say 10 seconds. So in 10-second duration, it's not feasible to test all the required parameter. So I would request all the utilities to please keep an idea of it. So the conclusion is, because at times what the utility says, if we are paying, that's what the harm is. Okay, point is well taken, accepted, noted. But in the end, it's the ultimately customer who is paying the cost of all these requirements. So as a learning goes or saying goes, the man learns from mistakes, but a wise man learns from other mistakes. With this, I would like to conclude my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra Singh. And as per your conclusion, let us be a wise man, not a man. So let us move to the fifth paper. This paper is written by Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. The title of the paper is Smart and Space Efficient Customized Compact Secondary Substation, a Utilities Perspective. In this, the author has suggested to use the compact substation to use optimum utilization of the space. This paper will be presented by Mr. Yogesh B. Deshmukh. So, Mr. Yogesh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. At the outset, I thank you IEEMA for organizing such excellent event for industry utility experts with direct OEM dialogue and getting individual updated with the latest technology in the field. So I am Yogesh Deshmukh from Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. Today I am here to present utility perspective on smart and space efficient customized compact substations. So as we know, the surge in urban development and high density for the population in the cities like Mumbai has left very few space for the electrical infrastructure for the substations. So escalating land cost also they pose threat to become the civil substation unviable for the installation. So to come out of the situation, we have ideated in-house few compact substation devices that we call as a customized compact substation that we have designed in-house and got developed from the transformer manufacturer. So we have designed 10 odd variants, out of which due to time constraint I will be covering only 6 of the variants. That led to space saving from normal substation footprint about 40 square meters to 2 square meter, almost 90% space we could save in the competitive scenario with vertical design and the twin transformer concept. So here are some design options. First is customized compact substation, ground 630 kVA with LV ICOG configuration. So this is the lowest footprint available in the industry for 630 kVA. So what we have done, we have put transformer and the ring main unit, 11 kV ring main unit in the front, and at the back side we have put the LV compartment. All equipments are on ground. We could achieve space saving about 30% compared to the normal substation, compact substation. But if you compare it with the normal civil substation, which is 8 by 5 meters, 40 square meter space, it comes around 80% space saving. So it is totally plug and play outdoor type substations. So dimensions remains 2 meters by 2 meters and height is 2.4 meters. Next in design is a customized compact substation wherein we have used twin transformers, cast resin transformer of 630 kVA rating, single 2+2 ring main unit catering to 2 transformer circuit breakers, And for LV side, we have 4 outgoing feeders with LV incomer as a ACB. So here we could see that for such a substation having 2 cast resin transformer, 12 by 5, near about 60 square meter space is required, but we could accommodate in 11 square meters footprint. So the dimensions are 4.5 by 2.5 and height is 2.5. Next is what we have done from the available compact substation designs. We have taken the transformer at the G plus 11, which is also a cast resin transformer. So we could again reduce the space to 30% compared to the custom compact substation, and with civil we could save 85% space saving. So here is also optimized solution which reduce space from 8 square meter to 5.5. Dimensions remains 2.5 by 2.2 and height is 4.4. Next is we have done experiment with twin transformer at G plus 1 level. That is, 2 transformers are in G plus 1 level, and below you can access LV compartment and ring main unit that are at ground level. This is also, if we compare with 2 transformer substation with compact substation, space is saved 50%, and dimensions are 3.6 by 2.6, and height again it increases to 4.4. Now the next is tower type. We call it as ultra compact substation. So you will not believe this is only 2 square meter in the space. Generally LV panel takes this space. So what we have done, we have designed a special hysteroid transformer here, and we have put to the G plus 1 level, and at the bottom we have ring main units and the LV compartment. So complete footprint is 1.6 meter by 1.2 and height is 5.5. That hence we are call it as a tower type substations. So now it is with the SF6 ring main unit. Now we have taken up for the SF6 free unit, and the transformer is Easter, as we know, we call it as a green transformer. So complete solution is, we call it as a green tower type substations. So next is substation on wheels. So this is 630 kVA mobile substation. It is very much required in contingencies, emergency power supply, construction power supply, wherein if we need to ship the complete substation, then this is the solution. We are upgrading to the customized compact substation on wheels also. So dimension remains 3.2 by 2 meters with height 3.2. If we list the benefit space, apart from the space saving for a critical and space constraint project, then type test is applicable for individual equipment. Like if we have a compact substation, then it need to be complied to IEC 6227-202. But here individual equipments are arranged in such a way that individual type test of the equipment suffices. So this is again easy to transport and relocate, quick installation, commissioning, improved aesthetic for a green tower type transformers, suitable for remote or space constrained location, complies with industry standards and regulation for the safety and the performance. Challenges. So what we have learned, we have each of the 2 to 3 units installed in our network, and our case study or challenges is limited flexibility in choosing equipment suppliers or manufacturers due to the specialized design requirement. First, we have developed design is ours, and we are exploring for the partners. Maintenance may be more difficult due to the compact design. Soil condition, particularly for the ultra compact tower type substation, for civil foundation needs to be considered prior to installation. Vertical design is a complex to ensure safety, stability and maintenance access in vertical layouts. All the vertical type substations are tested for structural stability. For twin transformer units, difficulties to integrate redundancy in limited space without affecting cooling or access. As cities continue to expand vertically, energy demand surge, ultra-compact electrical infrastructure is becoming essential, particularly for metro areas like Mumbai, where developers negotiate hard for the space for the electrical infrastructure. Then it is advanced space efficient designs are tailored for metro cities under parallel licensing framework and distributed energy resources. This diverse portfolio ideated in-house significant space saving for premium customer, industrial, commercial facilities has been achieved. These strategic initiatives demonstrate the utilities, agility and innovation in a competitive power distribution landscape, ultimately delivering enhanced value to the end users. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh, to presenting your paper and how the footprints of the substations can be reduced by using the compact substation. Let us move to the last paper of this session 1, which is submitted by CESC Limited. And this paper is written by Mr. Deepayan Pal and Mr. Subhayan Mukherjee. The title of the paper is Online Monitoring Systems for the Performance Optimization and Predictive Maintenance of Power Transformers. The paper will be presented by Mr. Subhayan Mukherjee. So, Mr. Subhayan Mukherjee, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Subhayan Mukherjee from CSC Limited. CSC Limited is more than 125-year-old organization supplying power to the city of Kolkata since 1897. Recently, we have extended our horizon from Kolkata to various parts of Maharashtra, Chandigarh as well as Rajasthan. So, as a private utility, we are facing some major challenges. One of the major challenges is to meet up the increasing demand of the customers, who we call as God. Initially, customers were demanding uninterrupted power. Right now, they are demanding uninterrupted power, highest quality power, most reliable power, but at the lowest price. So, as a private utility, we need to fulfill them, otherwise we may be kicked off from the business. So, this is basically the key business process of our organization, and we are in the 3 spheres of the business, starting from generation, transmission as well as distribution at various voltage levels. These are some of the awards and accolades won by our organization in the recent years. These are major technologies or the assets which we are monitoring as a department. Now, in this slide, what I want to depict is that in the last 10 years, like power transformer, number of assets have grown by leaps and bounds, and the number of employees, the technical, have gone down. So, it's very difficult as a for the organization to maintain or to manage the show effectively and effectively. In this slide, what we have analyzed, the number of trippings of power transformer in our system and the number of failures. Here we have given utmost importance to each and every tripping and the failure, and we have learned lessons from them so that we can develop ourselves and can better serve our people in the future. So, if you can see from the graph, if the number of trippings from the year 2019, there has been a dip in the number of failures, and the result of this decay of this dip is basically the result of the outcome of the projects, which I am going to discuss in the next few slides. For the all the trippings which have occurred in our system in the last 10 years, we have analyzed all the trippings very critically and have found out the major causes were relay operation, operational issue, earthing system failure, lightning arrestor failure, external agent involvement, overloading, bushing failure, OLTC for low IR level as well as low IR for field devices. Considering these parameters, we have started the project. Till 2019, we were, as other utilities, we were doing the preventive, condition, status based as well as the breakdown maintenance. But after 2019, we have been very basically we have understood that it's not the way to run the show, because our motto from 2019 was to run the show with minimum failure and zero tripping. So, we have to go on for 2 basic projects which I am going to discuss. One is the IoT based projects and another is the health indexing. For the IoT based projects, many solutions were there in the market, but we have only considered those parameters which are effective for our system, considering the failures and the trippings which we have already discussed. So, what we have done, we have set up a team, we have critically analyzed the parameters which we need to monitor. We have done the logic selection as well as selection of the sensors. We have installed those sensors. We have created the communication architecture from the sensor to the our server through a very communication or network firewall, secure network firewall. From there, we have displayed all the data into our dashboard. Not only we have displayed the data, what we have done, we have also given some stringent logics again each and every parameter. So there, if any of the assets or any of the power transfer is not performing as per it should have done, then alert will be sent to the user. Also, the data will be saved in the dashboard for 3 years, last 3 years, so that any person at any time can do the trend analysis of the assets, and for that if they found anything problematic, they can do the maintenance, and if maintenance is not sufficient to manage the show, so they can go for the replacement in the next few years. So these are the parameters apart from the normal reactive power, apparent power, active power, power factor, loading, over voltage. These are some of the parameters which we have selected for monitoring. This is the secured communication architecture which we have created for our system. For measuring the temperature of the top and bottom oil temperature, we have selected some intelligent DS 18B20 type sensors which is communicable to a system through RS485. For monitoring the oil level in the conservator tank, what we have done, we have installed some smart emojis which are giving 4 to 20 milliampere output, and with that we can monitor the oil level constantly. Then we have installed online DGA equipment where the constant monitoring of the hydrogen and the moisture is being monitored. If we found any increment in the moisture and the hydrogen, we used to send our team for the online DGA where we are measuring all the 7 gases. From there we are taking the decision what to do. Another important thing what we have done, because we have got almost 150 substations comprising of almost 360 number of power transformers, we need to monitor the condition of the breather. It's a difficult one. So what we have done, we have used a very simple logic. We have used from BME 280 sensor. We have installed the sensor before and after the pipeline of the breather basically, and we are monitoring the temperature, humidity and pressure. If the difference we found is within a considerable level or limit, we basically conclude that the breather is healthy, and if it is not that, so we send our team for the monitoring and for the replacement. Another important thing is the failure of the OLTC, which we have faced in a lot in the last few years. What we are doing, we are monitoring the temperature of the OLTC chamber, the number of tap operations, the average current taken by the motor during any tap changing, and also the time of operation. From there, what we are concluding, if the time of operation and the current taken during the OLTC operation is more, then we are concluding maybe there is some wear and tear inside the contacts and we need to replace them. And if the timing is less, maybe there is improper homing of that. Then we used to do the online DGA for the oil and take the decision. Also, we have installed in our specification, we have mentioned some fiber optic sensor. We have installed them at some strategic locations. From there, we are monitoring the temperature of the oil winding core directly from the site. These are some of the alarm logic which we have sent for getting the alerts. This is the remote communication architecture which we have installed at the site. These are the snapshots of the dashboard which we have installed. These are snapshots of the online monitoring device which we have installed in the power transformer. Next important thing is how we are monitoring the body earth and the neutral. This is the patent one for us. What we are doing in our system, we are considering both the features. If it is an unearthed one, or if any high resistance or ineffective earthing has occurred for it. These are the snapshot of the technology which we have implemented for the remote monitoring system. Also, we are monitoring the firefighting system, that is the status of the NIDS, HBWS, CO2 pressure and the control system voltage for the operations. This is the dashboard or the graphical representation. I won't go much into that. And one case study is there, which can, I will go shortly into that because it will basically conclude the efficacy of our study. One transformer got tripped by OLTC surgically and master triply in our system. Before the implementation of the system, what we used to do, we used to basically go and check the OLTC. But with this system, what we have done, we have checked all the remote waveforms like the load currents, the average current taken during the operation, the oil level and everything. From there, we have checked the waveforms and have concluded that there was no problem in the primary network. What we have done, we have sent our 10 team and checked the IR of the secondary device, that is the OSR device, and found that the IR was low. So we have replaced the device and commissioned the transformer within much quicker time than that of the previous team. And we have received some of the patents for this. Now, last but not the least, another important concept which we have included is the health indexing. Basically, what we are doing right now, we are monitoring all the transformer, giving attention to all the transformer equally. But this system, what we have classified, this is the fleet of transformer into 5 groups: very good, good, average one, very poor, and poor. From there, the system will tell us which transformer you need to monitor more, where attention needs to be given more. For that reason, we have selected some parameters like service life, moisture operation, acid operation, thermal operation, fluid concentration, DGA history, moisture content, overall insulation condition, insulating oil condition, bushing condition, OLTC condition, past condition, present condition. With that, what we have achieved that this system will tell us these are the transformer you need to monitor, these are the transformer, this type of maintenance needs to be done for the transformer. And also from there we can calculate the residual life analysis for the transformer, that how much useful life is left for that. And with the last slide I will tell, with all this implementation what we have been achieved, our SIFI figure has gone reduced by 22.4%, our SID figure has been reduced by 34.94%, and we have been able to achieve an increment of plant stability factor by almost 34.94%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subayan Mukherjee, for presenting your interesting paper. So with this, now we have come to the end of this technical session. In this technical session, we have presented almost 6 technical papers. Out of that, 3 are on the revision of the technical specifications as well as the CEA guidelines. One paper was presented on the short circuit calculation of 240 MVA multi-winding power transformer, which is on simulation results has been demonstrated in this paper. One paper is on the compact substation, how the compact substation is used to optimize the space, which is the requirement at particularly Mumbai, where the population and space is the major constraint. So one paper on the CSS. Finally, we have seen the online monitoring system to optimize the usage of the transformer and how we can reduce the predictive maintenance. So all these 6 papers has been very wonderfully, nicely presented by all the authors. So with this, just I wanted to hand over to session chairman.
Yes, once again I congratulate and thank you all the authors and co-authors for the paper presented here. It's a nice presentation. Time, we are running out of time, so just we start with question answer session, and just I take the paper one by one, and I request audience please raise your queries, and we will try to answer by the author. So first paper is with us, standardization specs across customers challenges, implementing CA transformer manual. So I just highlight the paper also covers the losses. So various losses, they have mentioned specification, CS specification is there. However, the author wants use some formula for the non-standard transformer. Of course, non-standard transformer can be used for this formula, but this is very basics in nature. So I think we can apply we can take the best options for such rating of transformer and take the loss value, and you can put in the specification for better performance and optimization. Then short circuit similarity, they have here presented paper in the rating is like quite typical rating: 80 MVA 15% impedance, 100 MVA 12.5% impedance. So it is typically not possible, but anyway he wants to show that it is beyond the range of 70 to 130%. I tell you that CS specification, when it was made, it was lot of deliberations was taken place between utilities and OEMs, and finally it was decided that the range should be compact so that the best transformer can be chosen by the utility for reliable performance. Anyway, this matter of course we will review once again. 10 delta of the tap changer. So again, I hope so these points also we could review that why 10 delta point is required, but any audience may reply also. Then overloading, of course, overloading we can take care maybe, because to make is for all transformer make it same like that. Tank thickness we can review. So I request audience to please question on that paper if you have. One point, just want to another point highlight that paper says that they want force cooling for 100 MB and above, but just to highlight that force cooling is not generally preferred by for large rating transformer also in various manufacturer, reputed manufacturer, because if you apply force cooling, see, only there are two types of force cooling. One is OFF, another is ODF. So if I apply OFF, then oil could not go into the winding. It is only circulate outside the periphery of the winding. So it may not cool the transformer properly. But you have to have ODF type cooling that will go into the transformer winding inside the winding, and it will cool properly. And manufacturer also prefers, few manufacturer also prefers only for ONN and ONF, even if it is very large rating transformers. So I think all options are available in the specification. Depending on their manufacturer, their standard practice, proven practice, they can follow such kinds of what they want, basically based on their proven practice. So shall I move to the next paper? So any question on the paper 2? Paper 2, we have short circuit analysis of multi-winding power transformers. Any questions? Yeah, please. I think, madam, you can go and give the answer. Yes.
In the paper it was shown that in case of failure in one LV winding, the fault will be fed by both HV as well as the other LV winding. So I have an open question for everybody. I mean, whether in real life situation the inverters will be adequate and having enough energy to fed the fault.
Sir, thank you for the question. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, madam.
Yes. Sir, the inverters fault means there can be a scenario where inverters are feeding the fault, but that fault level will be constrained up to 1.1 times, up to 150% of the rated current if inverters are feeding the fault. Not very high, but designing of LV windings in that scenario become necessary so that it can withstand the short circuit fault in that conditions. Thank you.
So next paper is review of CA transformer manuals pathway to standardization across customers, again from Siemens. So any questions? It is pertains to mechanical accessories related more about. Yeah.
Hello. Regarding the paper on multi-winding transformer short circuit, I have a question. My question is that as it is a solar transformer, we understand that in case of solar transformer, there is some effect of DC or we can say harmonics also. So in your study of short circuit forces, do you also consider any such harmonics or DC current?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Sir, for the paper, we have not considered the harmonic studies, but yes, they are necessary to be studied if it is for the solar power stations.
Okay. Any questions on that paper? Yes, go to the next question. I think Sir has questions up.
It's nothing to do with the paper, but I just wanted to know why you selected 1.2 mm instead of 1 mm. What are the advantages? You know, once 1 mm is suitable, then why we should go for 1.2 mm at all?
Thank you for the question, sir. From my research, I believe that if we increase the thickness, it will always increase the mechanical durability. It will be more strong. I believe that. I can add up to.
Sir, I just also add to this point that initially we have 1 mm thickness of radiator, but we have lot of leakage failure observed in existing transformers. Then after again lot of discussion deliberations, the thickness has been changed to at least 1.2 mm. See, higher the thickness, it will have the not better performance as far as cooling is concerned. But of course, for the mechanical point of view, for the, like as he said, that to avoid the leakage, we move to 1.2 mm. Yeah.
Sorry again. See, when you have 1.2 mm, all these radiators are sim welded. Higher the thickness, higher the current you require, and if the current is not proper, there will be leakage. The leakage comes from the sims, nowhere else. So it is thinner, you know, it is better, you know. What you have to just ensure that it is properly sim welded, and if there is no leakage during the testing, I don't think it will ever happen. And as far as the durability of the radiator is concerned, it is the painting which is going to, protect the transformer against the weather and all that. It is not the thickness of the radiator in any case which is going to hamper the life of the radiators.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Going move to the next question and next paper, recommendations for improvement in technical specification transformer reactors. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, sir.
Over the period, because I'm sorry that over the period, because we are using the transformer for 20, 25, 30 years, there has been instant that we have to change the radiators because they are being rusted. So, yeah, painting we are doing from external. Inside there is nothing. So that's why we also deliberated along with the Ruchir also, and we have gone with the 1.2 mm.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to the next paper, a recommendation for improvement in technical specification transformer reactors, more about the different types of materials, then temperature rise limit. So any questions? Yeah, please.
There was one image has been presented, that comparison of IEEE and CA guidelines. For the standardization purpose, it's a very good idea, but whether you have thought how it will be implemented in CA guidelines. The reason is for the IEEE, the number of accessories are far lesser than what we are using in the CA. Whether the utilities are going to accept the lesser accessories in Indian market.
So here I was trying to show that if we organize all the accessories, it will be more easier to have a similar transformer, like it in visual also. So that was the way.
Yes, I have also point that if I try to make similar, see sometimes the transformer orientation is position is depends on the layout. So if layout, the road, how you access the transformer, so all depends on this. So accordingly you have to place the accessories. Anyway, for utility perspective, every utility can make standardized their transformer. Like us in power grid also, we have standardized the transformer complete GA based on our layout requirement and frequent frequent positioning of the transformer in the substation. So it can be possible, of course. See, if I make more precise, then sometimes it is very difficult for manufacturer also to make these such transformers, avoiding their rules and regulation. So of course, wherever possible, definitely you can place this as per the standard. Maybe, I think it's clear. Yeah, just we have 2 minutes. We are running out again. Smart and space efficient, customized compact secondary substation, utility perspective. This is regarding substation, customized substation. So any questions on that? Mobile substation. Yeah, please.
I have a question here. This side. So, hello. You told that there is some maintenance problem because of the compactness and all this. Have you envisaged, I mean, what kind of problems are there? What are the maintenance challenges that you are facing and how you are overcoming them? A little bit, just some idea, something.
Yeah, for G+1 substations which are at level 1, you need to have crane sort of mechanism for the maintenance. And as far as the compactness of the substation at ground level, you need to be careful about the safety practices while doing the maintenance, because you cannot run away directly as compared to the conventional substations during the operations or maintenance.
Okay, any guidelines have you prepared on that?
Yeah, we are in the process of that.
Okay, okay, thanks.
I have small question regarding that. So how you have you analyzed the seismic conditions for this model?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now to go to the next last.
So I have one question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm here from Transco. Sir, about your ultra substations, what are the major challenges you feel in designing the effective earthing of the ultra stations, and how do you comply IEEE 80 and IS 3043, and how do you ensure that step and touch potential are remain within the permissible limits for the G+1 if you are going vertical, multi-storage, or considering the basic installation of individual equipment and the riser specifically connectivity? How you focus on these? Thank you.
So as far as these substations and civil substations, if we compare, the philosophy of the earthing grid connection, we have remained same for that purpose. And we have all the calculations for that you have mentioned from the OEM.
I have one question. On the compact substations, generally cast resin transformers are being used, but then air force cooling systems are not utilized in many cases. This is being important aspect to consider. What is your views on that part?
See, as of now, as a utility, we have restricted the rating to the 630 kVA. So there is no question of the force cooling. We have done all the heat rise testing for all the variant. So that are well in limits.
Okay. So last paper, online monitoring system for performance optimization and predictive maintenance of power transformers. So any questions?
Yeah, I have 3 questions,
Please.
rather one suggestion also. So he has mentioned that OLTC jam. So those kind of things in his smart system he could prevent, or rather he could predict. So what kind of a mechanism? Can you please just brief about that? Number 2 is that OSR IR value, something you mentioned. How you interpret that IR value with respect to the OSR tripping? Usually the tripping happened with respect to the flow rate. So how the IR you have interpreted. The third one is that with respect to the moisture, rather humidity measurement after breather. Instead of that, why don't we directly implement a dehydrating breather? So can you please answer these?
Thank you, sir, for all the question. For the first question, what you have told that for the OLTC, what we are doing basically.
Excuse me, author. Just I request. This is the last question because we don't have any time. So please make it fast and close this, please.
Thank you, sir. So for the first, that is OLTC system, we don't have any direct method right now prevalent in the system. What we are doing that basically during any tap changing operation or like that, the OLTC motor is going to take a current and the time of operation is also there. So we have taken the signature during the time of installation. We are comparing that with during the whole lifetime, so that if there is any considerable delay in the operation time, or the current is taking more, so we can understand there may be some jamming for which the current drawn by the motor is more, because it will try to go from one tap to another. For that reason, as long as the stepping contactor is operating, it will operate. So it will try to do with the huge amount of current if it requires. With that, we are just testing that, comparing every time, and with that we can conclude. And if we found any problem with that, what we are doing, then we are sending our team for the OLTC DGA for that. Then we are coming to a conclusion that whether we need to take shutdown to basically look into the system or not. First, sir. Second, for the low IR, what is that? In our DC system, basically all the field devices are connected to a control voltage, where our battery system is midpoint earth date. So what we are doing, we have installed the OSR, because initially we have found out that the transformer is tripped by OLT surge relay. So what is happening? So there may be two reasons. One is the primary network issue. Maybe there is some fault in the OLTC itself, or maybe there is some fault inside or low IR inside the devices. So because the positive, if the positive gets arted or the control coil gets arted, then the device can be bypassed and the relay can operate. With that, the OSR device has operated. We have also seen that when we have sent our team to the site, that we have seen that the basically the device needs to, during that installation, the IR was 50 megohm. Right now it has been 20 ohm. So there has been a leakage current which has operated the relay. And for the third one, what you are telling for the breather, basically, I think you have. Basically, I have this is a very simple implemented but a very effective one. What we have done, before and after breather, we have installed the sensor, that BME 280 type sensor, which is monitoring the pressure, temperature and humidity. It is comparing before and after the pipeline. If the breather is effective, what will that? It will not allow the humid air to go inside or the moisture air to go inside. If the difference is a considerable one, we can say the breather is effective. If it is not, then we can conclude that the breather is exhausted, or maybe there is some leakages in the gaskets of the breathers. So we need to check and we need to basically address that one. I think, hope I can address all your questions, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. So now I think we have cleared a lot of discussions takes place. So with this, I can conclude the session. So thank you all of you. Thank you.
What a knowledgeable and interactive session it was, and I want to thank all the authors for such good presentations. Now I would request the chair and the co-chair to kindly felicitate all the authors. To Mr. Loganathan K. from Indotech Transformers Limited, Chennai. To Ms. Priyanka Maurya, Siemens Energy India Limited. To Ms. Kartika from Siemens Energy India Limited. To Mr. Jitendra Singh, BHEL Bhopal. Would request co-chair also to please join. To Mr. Yogesh B. Deshmukh from Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. And to Mr. Subhayan Mukherjee from CESC Limited, Kolkata. Now I would request Mr. Jitendra Mamtora, CMD Transformers and Rectifiers, to kindly felicitate our session chair and co-chair. May I request everyone on the dais to please assemble for a group photograph? Sir, requesting you to stay, please, for the group photograph. Let us have a big round of applause for everyone. Thank you. So now we are breaking for the lunch, and the lunch is on the dining hall on your right and in the upper portico on your left, and we will be assembling again at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries and communities, helping shape a smarter, cleaner, and more resilient energy future. For decades, Atlanta Electricals has been at the heart of power transformation, ensuring industries, infrastructure, and transmission networks run without disruption. With a presence across 19 states and 3 union territories in India, we have installed over 78,000 MVA and more than 4,000 units while steadily expanding into global markets. At the core of our operations is a manufacturing ecosystem built for precision and scale. With 5 advanced production facilities, we are equipped to meet the evolving demands of modern energy infrastructure. Every transformer we make is designed to last longer and perform better. A diverse transformer range supports critical sectors nationwide, from power transformers to furnace transformers and special duty units to inverter duty transformers. We have solutions for all customer needs. We also power transportation through trackside railway transformers, and our green ester oil transformers offer a sustainable, safer, and longer-lasting solution. India is moving towards its vision of becoming a developed economy by 2047. And Atlanta Electricals is not just keeping pace. We are thinking ahead. As we move toward a brighter, greener future, Atlanta remains committed to powering progress and transforming lives. Together, we will build the energy systems of tomorrow.
उसमें देखते हैं कुछ प्रॉब्लम है।
वहाँ लगा रखा कैमरा, ये देख वहाँ लगा रखा है भाई, वहाँ तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा कोई कैमरा। स्टेज इतना बड़ा है कि वो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा कैमरा का। वो तो रही वो सर बैठे हैं ना वो कैमरा
वो देखो खड़ा नहीं है खुला सा वही वाला कैमरा है देखो दिखाई दे रहा है बिल्कुल सही वही वाला कैमरा आ जाओ टीवी में आएंगे आने वाले टाइम पे आ जाओ लड़के लाइन मारी जाओ
जस्ट हाँ क्या ना वो स्टेज का फिर से करना था अच्छा वो गिनी के साथ है मैं हम तो स्टेज पे
dawn, the world wakes up to new possibilities. Streets hum, dreams take flight, and progress reaches new heights. A quiet force drives it all. CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, an engineering conglomerate with a rich and diverse portfolio of products and services, has been the driving force for more than 88 years, powering economies, industries, and your everyday lives. CG Motors, the force behind every motion. One in every three motors in India carries the CG name. We don't just power industries, we set them in motion. As pioneers of India's first complete range of IE2, IE3 and IE4 motors in India, we continue to redefine efficiency, reliability and performance. Our range of commercial motors is built for performance and durability, powering everyday applications across industries, appliances and compact machinery. Built to perform in the most demanding conditions, our large motors and generators power everything from heavy industry and transportation to utilities and power plants. CG Consumer Products, the force behind reliable comfort everywhere. Since re-entering the FMEG segment in 2019, we have been delivering a wide range of consumer electrical products, including industrial and domestic fans, pumps, water heaters, and air coolers. From factories to farmlands, homes to highways, CG moves the world forward. CG Transformers, the force behind powering progress. As one of the top 5 leading Indian manufacturers of high-performance power and distribution transformers, we have been powering the nation's progress while supporting global power infrastructure. Our transformers power industries and communities, accelerating economic growth and enabling innovation. CG Switchgears, the force behind your everyday reliability. Our advanced switchgear solutions ensure seamless power transmission, keeping industries, homes and communities running smoothly. From cutting-edge condenser bushings and current transformers built to perform even in high altitude and seismic zones, to gas circuit breakers, surge arresters and indigenous gas-insulated switchgear, 11 kilowatts to 245 kilowatts, our products meet the highest global standards such as IEC and IEEE. With customized automation systems, we ensure reliable protection and uninterrupted performance. From sunrise to sunset, we empower lives. From progress to promise, we help shape ambitions into reality. CG, the force that innovates today, inspires tomorrow, and builds legacies.
Powering progress, lighting lives, and shaping the future. The company currently manufactures various types of transformers up to 100 MVA 132 kV class. Dry type cast resin transformers up to 5 MVA 33 kV class. Control relay panels along with substation automation services for substations up to 400 kV. For you, we make power equipments of high quality and global standards. For us, we build only trust. Damage, a unit of trust.
In a world where energy drives progress and shapes the future, Indotech Transformers stands out for its unwavering commitment to powering your world with reliable, sustainable transformers, leading the way in the global energy transition. Our manufacturing plant proudly features cutting-edge infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment, a testament to decades of excellence. Our Winding Bay facility operates under dust-free conditions, ensuring the highest quality of production. In our NABL accredited lab, every transformer undergoes rigorous quality checks, ensuring reliability and safety you can trust. Our transformers extend their powers across nations worldwide. Our product range encompasses a spectrum of possibilities, powering your possibilities with reliable transformers. Distribution transformers, tailor-made for residential, commercial and industrial applications, come in various capacities. Large power transformers manufactured under sterile conditions offer capacities from 5 MVA or 11 kV up to 315 MVA or 400 kV, including substation, generator step-up or down and more. Inverter duty transformers for a wide range of solar applications. Skid-mounted substations, a game changer in wind energy, offer convenience and efficiency. At Indotech Transformers, we prioritize sustainability. Our commitment to values runs deep. We prioritize eco-friendly practices to reduce our environmental impact. Rooted in the principles of social and governance, we invest in our people, skills and careers, propelling our company toward greater growth and innovation. Because at Indotech Transformers, we nurture connections that power progress and light up a brighter, more electrifying future. Indotech Transformers, your reliable partner for a sustainable energy future.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We are about to start.
ठीक है, यहीं बैठे हैं, ठीक है। एक और नोटमेंट लिख लो, सर कह रहे हैं सर चालू होगा तो बीच फोन में बात करता है, फोन में बात करनी है वो पहले साइलेंट पर रखते हैं, बाहर बोल देना चैट जीपीटी चलाना चालू कर।
contributing to the miniaturization of components and energy saving. In all these ways and more, we have striven to create highly functional materials that solve our customers' issues and achieve a sustainable society. We promise to uphold our commitment to quality as a materials professional, to open new doors in different industries with our progressive will, and to be proactive in making the world a better place. Proterial will continue to solve social issues through materials by further evolving the structural and composition control technologies centered on metals that we have cultivated over more than 100 years, while adding new capabilities and innovations. Moving confidently ahead with quality for a sustainable future. Proterial.
Power. It drives progress, connects industries, and shapes the future. As the energy landscape shifts from conventional fuels to green alternatives, Atlanta Electricals is at the forefront, ensuring stability today while enabling the transition to a sustainable tomorrow. At Atlanta, we don't just build transformers, we strengthen the backbone of a reliable, evolving power grid. From solar and wind to conventional power, our transformers ensure seamless transmission across industries.
We are starting with our next session. For the next session, before going towards the next session, I would request everyone, please settle down and kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode, please. Also hope everyone had a fulfilling lunch. So now moving forward, would like to call upon the stage our next keynote address by Professor Dr. S.V. Kulkarni. Mr. Kulkarni is an industry veteran and accomplished scholar, professor of IIT Mumbai, who has contributed hundreds of technical papers and the author of international acclaimed book on power transformers. He is a vital link between the power sector and the academia. Would like to welcome Mr. Kulkarni.
Yes, it has come. Yeah, good afternoon. So I hope you had a nice lunch, and it's my challenge now to keep you awake with this my presentation. So there are a lot of transformer specialists here, and I thought I will talk on a topic which is little bit futuristic, but it is very much knocking all our doors, and we cannot ignore AI in any aspect in life that we deal. AI is going to be all pervasive in our life now, and transformer industry will not be any exception. If you see number of papers that are being published on transformers these years or last for 5-6 years, number of papers using AI for various transformer applications are too many, and particularly from West and from China and other countries. And it is not just software and all that. People are using AI for optimization, design optimization, diagnostics, asset management, remnant life estimation, smart grid integration, and all that. So my presentation will be on these subtopics here. I'll describe some conventional techniques, then some AI methods, and I'll also give 2 case studies that my students have done recently, and some future directions. And this paper is a short abridged version of the paper that I recently presented in Spain in October 2025, where it was a full-blown paper on AI application to transformers. So the traditional methods that we use in the transformer industry as well as the researchers are physics-based modeling like FEM, finite element method-based analysis, or statistical analysis, rule-based systems, and all that. But there are some issues associated with this. There are non-linearities, data uncertainties, particularly in case of diagnostics and asset management. There are noises in the system, so AI has ability to overcome many of these issues, and that is the reason that there is exponential increase in deployment of AI system in the area of all equipments, and transformers is not an exception in optimization, automation, diagnosis. So when we talk of AI generally, it is now it has become a very broad word, and expert systems, fuzzy logic, meta-heuristic methods, machine learning, robotics, and automation, all is sort of included in a very broad term AI. And applications to transformers life cycle are from design and manufacturing to operation and maintenance to its end of life management. So yeah, I don't have to tell you about the importance of transformers and asset management. So conventional techniques that are used, as I said earlier we were used to 30-40 years back, we were using analytical calculation, empirical formulas. Then we graduated to finite element method based calculations. Now I see a lot of analysis involving multi-physics modeling, wherein electromagnetic, thermal, acoustic computations are being done in finite element based framework. Now just to tell you where we are heading, even traditional finite element based calculations that we see, in years to come AI will replace even that. That means traditionally the finite element method is the algorithm that sits inside that finite element packages. They solve partial differential equations. You must have seen mesh, triangular mesh, and all that, and then you set up the boundary conditions, and then you define the source, and then you get the field plot and you analyze. So this is a conventional way. In case of 3-dimensional analysis and all that, when the problem becomes too big, the matrices that have to be handled inside that package is like 10 lakh by 10 lakh matrix and all that. The computational complexities are quite high when you are doing multi-physics calculations. Now AI, the algorithms are coming using AI, which will sort of not require to go the traditional way of solving partial differential equations. So you basically what you do is, they call it physics informed AI approach. That means, see, when would AI become really useful and successful? When you have a lot of data, because some artificial intelligence doesn't just come as it is. You have to feed some data. That data may not be complete, so the AI's power comes in that. You need not have a complete data. Incomplete data also may be there, noise may be there, but some data has to be there, right? So in absence of that data or impractical data, this AI has some, algorithm which can take care. So what I'm trying to say is, what we were not even imagining, things are going to happen in coming years, and we should be geared up. At least, transformer industry should know what is coming. So, the statistical techniques like Taguchi's design argument have been used in industry. I also used 30 years back when I was working in industry. So those techniques are well known. And then multi-criteria decision-making techniques like AHP, GRA, TOPSIS. Now you will find these words a little bit, new and all that, but one of my students' paper is there tomorrow on this AHP, Gray and TOPSIS method, so I will not go into details, but these are multi-criteria decision-making techniques, mostly useful in the area of diagnostics. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, see, there are many techniques, and as I said 2 months back where I presented, I gave a detailed presentation on all these techniques, but this is not the forum to talk too much deep and not too many methods, because you'll get bored. But what I will do is, I'll pick up one representative method in different class of AI algorithms and show and sort of tell you how they can be used for, they are being used for transformer life cycle management. Okay, so so don't worry about these names and all that, but there are, in case of machine learning, there are mainly 3 types of algorithms: unsupervised learning, supervised learning, and reinforcement learning. And then there are various algorithms. Some of these names, when you see some of the recent papers published in international journals and conferences, you will quite often hear these names like support vector machine or decision tree. So these are the very common popular algorithms that are being used in the area of transformer diagnostics and asset management. Then of course reinforced learning, then there is a deep learning, and then the thing goes on and on. So I'll give you some 3 or 4 methods, and you'll get a feel of what it means. So first is, we all know what is regression. Regression is like, in simple way, it is a fitting an equation, right? And then there is a simple regression, non-linear regression. But in case of AI, it is logistic regression. Now, how this is useful is, you have, in case of diagnostics, you have suppose gas concentrations. Yeah, so there are, gas concentration. So if suppose the gas concentration is high, yes, you will say, yes, it is a problem. If, gas concentrations are high, there is a problem. Low, there is no problem. But what about if the gas concentrations are somewhere in the middle? Then the problem comes. Then you either need an expert who has, good expertise of for last 10-15 years, he has worked in the field, and then he sort of comes out with some kind of, guesstimate, either this is okay, not okay. But now what we can do is, we can sort of these borderline cases, through some mathematical algorithm, you can either push to up or down, and that is not like arbitrary. That is also somewhat data driven. So by using some mathematical transformation, the original variable x, the gas concentration, is converted into z with some these beta 0, beta 1 constants, and then you use this equation so that those things are either pushed here or they are pushed on this side, and then you get the classification. So one of the main applications of AI is maybe three or four things. One is optimization, second is classification, third is diagnostics. Right. So this is basically you are doing classification by using a regression method. Next one is support vector machine, SVM. As I was mentioning, lot of papers are being published in SVM. Here now, for example, is a hypothetical data. So here it shows us 2 sets of measured data, and these rectangles are showing it is a arcing case, and circles are saying that it is a PD case, right? And then these on the left hand side, y-axis is acetylene content and x-axis is hydrogen content. Okay, I'm just taking two representative gases. So now actually this fellow which is there in between here, that normally we'll get confused that why is this fellow sitting here, and it should have fallen in this type of problem, but it is falling in the arcing. So now normal way classification is quite difficult with to classify this so-called outlier into the arcing is not straightforward. So what is done is in this SVM machine you use nonlinear transformation, and then you use I am not going to go into detail, you finally come up with some hyperplane by using that nonlinear transformation. So you can clearly separate out these two sets of faulty cases, and then and this is called as hyperplane in this SVM terminology. Third one is principal component analysis, wherein this is very commonly known in literature as PCA. So here what is done is, again I have taken two cases. I am plotting C2H2, acetylene versus hydrogen, and these are all the data points. Okay, these are the data points. So now we need to basically convert these data set of failure cases into a set of faults, whether it is arcing, PD or what. So basically this is called as a dimensionality reduction. That means you have a number of sets of gases and data. From there you have to come to the fault identification. So what again is done is, I am again not going into detail. Some of you who are are interested in doing this, they can read. I have given some papers also here. So what is done is you basically transform this set of data into two finally axes, PC1 and PC2, and this PC1 and PC2 can finally represent arcing and PD. So basically it classifies clearly the given data of gases into say 2 or 3 principal axes, each representing a particular fault type. And you might have heard these days deep network or deep learning or machine learning. So this is the last one I am going to discuss. And this shows a neural network here. You must have also seen you might have seen out of curiosity this kind of things. Artificial intelligence, basically the advanced methods are based on neural networks and their derivatives. So here basically conventionally agent, which is a decision maker, it basically acts and sees the response from the environment. Environment means whatever equipment or any system that it is handling, and then see the response, and then it learns and then takes action and it goes on. So in case of deep neural network, what you do is you basically explore new actions. That means you basically try to take some actions which are not standard and see how the system responds. Now I am talking here in general terms, system, but you can relate it to transformer or any problem that you are solving or any solution that you are seeking, and then use here neural network as stated there. Neural network you can use for good decision making. So that's it. I don't want to discuss more method because it will otherwise take more time. But here I have summarized all the methods and their capabilities in terms of functions. So basically, as I said, they can be used for classification, forecasting, optimization, and diagnostics and all that. Now we'll come to specific some applications to transformers. So based on the literature survey, I along with my students, we classified them into 6 different applications: optimization, condition monitoring, smart grid integration, remnant life estimation, load forecasting, and fault detection and diagnostics. So here, for each of these cases, I have given some, papers. One representative paper I have given. Those who are interested, they can further read those paper and understand. So, first paper for in design optimization, it combines physical modeling with machine intelligence. Now, first, I started the discussion with, possibility of replacing conventional finite element based methodologies of solving partial differential equation by AI. So there, it is combination of physics informed. That means there will be some physics, right? But it will be augmented much more than with AI. And that's why our dependence of modeling the physical equations and maths will get, reduced. The conventional maths will get reduced, like solving Maxwell's equations and all that. And some of that will get replaced by these neural networks and all that. And one thing is very clear, as we go further and further into coming years, all these AI systems will learn better and better. And if we do not get into that, I'm not very sure how much of you should be, but at least you should start thinking of, because these three areas are there: design optimization, diagnostics, and asset management. So these three areas are definitely candidates in the area of transformers for application of AI. So design optimization is one, condition monitoring is second, fault detection and diagnostics. There are papers which talk about using SVM and convolutional neural network, that is CNN, for DGA, deformation diagnostics, PD, thermal profiling and all that. And then load forecasting, because load forecasting is more important for transformers supplying or connected to renewable energy networks, because there it is very important. Loads as well as generation is highly intermittent in case of particularly solar, and that's why load forecasting is very important. Remnant life estimation is another, and then of course smart grid integration. Now I'll next 5 minutes I'll explain you two case studies that my students did. First is magnetic characterization. So this is a conventional, I know because I have worked as a transformer designer, and because that time when I was designing, I never went into hysteresis loop at all. I just used standard some empirical constant and that's it. But when you want to go deeper and deeper and make an impact, and you need to understand the underlying physics and the hysteresis loop. So in last 10 years under my supervision, 3 PhD students have graduated only on hysteresis loop. So one can go deeper and deeper. There is no end to it, what I am saying. So this hysteresis loop, if you really want to analyze in totality, then you need to consider not only the non-linearity but the hysteretic characteristic of the loop. And this is even more important when now transformers are supplying non-linear loads like solar and others, right? So the waveforms that are coming across the terminals of the transformer, they are going to be non-linear, like trapezoidal, the transformers which are being fed with power electronic converters. So the waveforms that are coming on the terminals of transformer are going to be non-linear, and the hysteresis loops are, they will not look like this. They will look very odd. If you see some see the literature, hysteresis loop with harmonics, there are multiple minor loops and all that. They are very, very complicated. And generally designers, they basically use some empirical constants and factors. But if suppose you are in competition and you really want to save 0.1% of cost and all that, one may have to go into all these aspects. So here we use basically neural network with 3 hidden layers and all that. What were the inputs? B max, B, change in flux density and frequency, and the output was H, because it is a BH curve. Hysteresis loop is a BH curve, and this thing is BH characteristic. So basically, I am not going into detail, but as we increase the neurons in the hidden layers of that neural network, our the fit become better and better. And the second case study is, as I was saying you, there are three methods called as, termed as GRA, Gray Relation Analysis, TOPSIS, Technique for Order Preference by Similarity to Ideal Solution, and AHP, Analytic Hierarchy Process. This AHP method is very popular even in some power system analysis. Some of my PhD students working in power system, they also use this. So these methods can be used in a combination for health assessment of power transformer, and this is the topic of discussion of my one of my papers tomorrow, which will be presented by my one student. So I will not go into details of this. So I would want to conclude saying that I just gave you the overview of AI application to transformers, and two case studies I described. I gave some advantages and the potential. And then yesterday when Mr. Prakash asked me to talk on some topic, I said I'll talk on this, as well as the transformer fraternity here, that this is a golden chance for transformer industry, because academics, you will find in any college you go, every student wants to work on AIML. If you go to any college and say that you work on the problem of transformer, oil breakdown and all that, they will simply look away. So you can actually attract some good students from various colleges. They are looking for AIML applications. So through those, you can actually basically excite them to work on transformer problems, and hopefully some of them will get interested in transformer engineering and start contributing. Some of them may join. That is the way to sort of build relationship and get some young minds getting into transformer industry. So I think this is a golden opportunity for transformer industry to get into this area through some academy industry interaction. Thank you. So I can take some questions if you have. So I can take some general questions on AI, future of AI, jobs and all that.
Sir, this side.
Yes, yeah.
There is a concept currently in market that AI affects the job market.
Yeah.
And that's normal that AI will bring some efficiency in the working. But what is the overall progress that we would be making with application of AI, and on the other side, the reduction in job?
Yeah, it is obvious that if you have seen some news in last 2 months, major multinational software companies, they have fired tens of thousands of employees globally. And one of the reasons, although they are not very openly saying, because they are feeling that the coding work that many software engineers were doing, and which they were taking something like 10-15 days to start a first cut draft code, the AI is doing it in 5 minutes, and it is reality. So, but at the same time, AI is also supposed to generate a lot of jobs, but those jobs will get generated only if you can innovate, not with conventional thinking. So, like when computers came, everybody thought it will all reduce the jobs and all that. But we have seen how computers have really they are part of our life now, and they have in fact increased the jobs in many cases, and it has increased the productivity. So we should look at AI as opportunities. And those who will not go with wind and improve their skill sets in this AI and related allied areas, particularly those who are working in software and related fields, their jobs are at stake. But if I am talking of core industry like transformer, you don't have to worry. You have to stick to your core knowledge. But at the same time, you have to always see when you are working day to day, can AI be used to improve my productivity, whatever you are doing? So that is the thing, don't neglect AI. Put tremendous potential. What it has put, it is not perfect, but in every field it has a potential to reduce your operational time. Wherever you are thinking and coming up with some algorithm solutions or ideas, it has potential to reduce the time, and that is very important.
And what would be the new skills that would be needed?
New skills are like coding and its use of AI. So if you see, one of the most important skills these days people are talking is what is called as prompting AI. If you are able to prompt AI properly, you have the best skill. And there are the skills, people are developing that skill, how to basically prompt AI to give you the answer. Hello, which will reduce your time. So we should take so jobs of those will be at stake who are not basically adding up to their skills. That's why government is also focusing on that only, skill development. They are promoting AI and all that. There are many IITs and other institutes working in there. They are having courses, specific courses on this AI and skill development. And so that this is a golden chance for we as a country to get into this and not worry about jobs. If we improve our skills, should not be a problem. But I always say that we need core engineers. There have to be somebody to understand really the electromagnetics, how transformer works, what are the issues, high voltage design, insulation breakdown. That will not come easily through AI and all that. So first we build our core thing. On the top of it, we imbibe the AI skills. That is the best combination, not the other way.
Dr. Kulkarni.
Yeah.
Regarding this input that you provided for DGA interpretation, I was with CG, so at Bhopal, and we have come across not only related to this thing, we have come across multi-locational reasons for DGA happening, which with a single reading of DGA or an analysis of the DGA is very difficult to predict, because as transformer professionals we are required to even go to the extent of where it could be, how, where, why, all those things come into play. With the agentic arrangement in AI, what are the way forward vis-a-vis the various gas generation thresholds and limits to take it forward in terms of a better discrimination of the fault and identification?
Yeah, so particularly in the area of diagnostics, data is very important, reliable data. So data may not be complete in by itself, but there should be good enough data. If you don't have enough data, then there is a problem. So now probably one option is, if we can sort of just build a data, there can be a consortium, cooperation between utilities, and they just sort of without or with maintaining the confidentiality, just they basically upload the data on one particular site of the cases of transformers and the fault that was found. Then as a transformer engineering community, then AI can be definitely be much better tool. But if suppose we just don't have enough data, then there is a problem, particularly in case of diagnostics. In case of design and all that, that much data is not required because it is that physics is known. because that the EMF equation of transformer, how to design, make that decide the number of turns, this, that, optimization, what are your constraints, all that. So that physics is known. But in case of such DGA and all that, all physics is not known because you don't know what are all things happening inside the transformer. So many things are fuzzy. That's why you need more reliable data there, where things are more fuzzy. You don't know all the information, and still you are trying to make some conclusion. So I think there are some cases you have to go by physics informed approach, AI approach, whereas in some other cases it should be predominantly data driven AI approach.
And I have come across a case because the equipment was opened up at a later date, and when we analyzed the observations vis-a-vis the DGA measurements taken, we observed that there were certain points which got highlighted, which was related to thermal heating. It was not. We also did a bit more this thing further, and it turned out to be more of obstruction or lesser availability of cooling. It was not the whatever was used was good. Whatever was it was fitting into.
Okay. So what is the question?
So the question is that this combination of the data vis-a-vis the design which was carried out, is there a correlation can be built?
See, there I just mentioned passingly in one of the slides, there is another very big concept which all of us should know is digital twins. I think some of the companies here may be working towards that. So digital twins is like, you are trying to replicate the transformer in simulation, and suppose now you get some, like what you said, there is a constriction and temperature going up. In that digital twin, you basically again sort of emulate that and then guesstimate what is happening. Now you may be surprised that digital twins are being used to even model the entire key operations of a country. Can you imagine that? And or a big university or big campus, big industry, the key operations, you make a digital twin of that and then basically monitor. So digital twin is also another very important concept. So some of the questions that you are asking may have answer in digital twin also.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Sir, good afternoon. First of all, Kulkarni sir, very well presentation, and you have touched a very good topic. We always talk about AI/ML. In my view, the AI/ML is nothing. It is the academia industry mutual learning that should be adopted. But if you look at the youth, 90% youth don't want to go to the core subject. They want to do everything with codings and AI and ML. What is your view on that? That is the first question from my side. And you touched upon that digital twin. As a utility, how to go with the digital twin of my system? What are the input I need? And how reliable that digital twin is for my system?
Yeah, so actually, as I said, digital twins are being developed for the entire one country. Country means it is not each and every operation. That country has identified key operations, financial and very key strategic applications. So all those are being emulated inside that software. So you can think of doing the same thing. They basically emulate that and based on how the system is behaving in real time, they basically keep on updating this digital twin model. So there also AI and digital twin can go hand in hand and things can happen. So this is an evolving area, but again this is the going to the future, and AI and digital twin and whatever, few other things that I talked about. So regarding, your other question that students are not going to core. So you see, it is finally, we keep talking about this, but it is a market driven. It is a market pull. You can't really, sort of by force change the market. It is a market. Now, as the signal will go that AI may reduce the jobs and all that, automatically you see after 3-4 years when these thousands and thousands of IT engineers, they may not get good jobs. Again, students will turn toward the core. So those who are in core right now, young engineers, please don't, just for short-term gains, don't leave the core. I work in the area of electromagnetics. My topic is that. My PhD was in electromagnetics applied to transformers. When I start talking of electromagnetics, Maxwell's equation, people feel, oh, array, so many equations. So you should have that edge, na? If you do whatever, thousands of people, engineers are doing, then you are in one in thousands. Every person should have sort of goal of making a unique space for him or her in the world.
Hello, sir. Actually, just I want to ask only 3 questions regarding the AI/ML part. The first question is related to the regarding the ANN and the CNN that from the last 2 years I have worked on, but regarding the deep neural network. So for every type of layer, hidden layer, we have to give weightage coefficient. So that weightage coefficient we have to get from the test, or it is just the theoretical one?
No, yeah. So those weights are also, they have to, so again I want to make things clear. This AI/ML is not mathematically simple. Again, there are a lot of matrix computation, and there are these neurons depending upon your hidden layers and number of neurons. Again, you have thousands and thousands of neurons, their weights, biases. How to decide that. Yeah. There are algorithms. Yeah. So lot of maths and statistics is there.
Yeah.
So let us not go into detail because most of the people here, we can talk that separately.
Okay. And the second part is just want to ask, for every type of AI model, ultimately you are saying that in the future we would replace FEM to AI. But if you talk about the cons of the AI, so we require a huge tested data. We have to get the certain tested results. On that basis, we can rely on the AI results for the transformer. So I just want to know how much amount of tested data require. For the DGA part, because we are installing sensor on different locations and we are getting the data of a particular location. And just by the measuring data at a particular location, we are validating some model.
That's why, see, as I said earlier, if data adequacy is a problem, then you can add physics informed, decision-making tool inside your, that algorithm. So you use combination. Don't just go by data-driven things. You use physics, or you use the expertise of experienced guys. Combine that wherever data is falling short.
Okay. And the last question is, we have to validate the AI model. Suppose whether this AI model will perform correctly or not. So for that, actually we can validate whether the FEM model is required for the validation. Suppose the testing or the somewhat results. But for the AI type of results, how much the testing will be the only part. So from the testing we can verify the AI model is working correctly or not.
So, yeah, so I just showed in that one case study that hysteresis, there was a test, and so we in fact validated there. So validation based on the available data. So you have a set of data. Generally what is done is, you train the model, suppose you have 100% data, you use say 60% data or 70% data to train the model, rest 30% data you use it to test it. And as you get more and more data, because with years passing, there are chances that you will get better and better data. Your data set will go up, right? And this internet also, whenever you prompt an AI, why I am expecting in years to come you will get much better results, because the whole internet is learning, right? Is it not? Based on whatever inputs, all millions of people are asking questions. That itself is a training for all these algorithms. So data is being continuously fed from billions of millions of people of various kinds, and the algorithms are learning. So these AI algorithms will only become better and better. That is definite.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Ganesh. This last time, this side.
Can you raise the hand?
Yes, this side, on the right side of your hand. This top. Sorry, left.
Okay.
Yes. Sir, now in a market, real-time monitoring of transformers is being followed, practiced. So people are thinking this real-time monitoring of transformer with its data, temperature, or its load conditions, or the rest, voltage and all. Can these real-time monitoring replace offline testings, or can it decrease the frequency of offline testings?
Yeah, definitely. And I will tell you one interesting application. Those who want to, make some impact in distribution transformer monitoring. One application, potential application of AI is, suppose in distribution system there are thousands and thousands of transformers. Can one use AI to basically, you have these 1,000 transformer data, if suppose real time, because typically distribution transformers, they are monitored, but not as well as, but they are monitored voltage, current, power factor, at the most oil temperature and all that. Can you use this the data of thousands of transformer by way of comparison, and there the AI kind of algorithms will work wonders. I'm just giving you a thought. Think about it. Okay, so any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an eye-opening session. Now I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastav, Director General, National Test House, to felicitate Professor Kulkarni. Thank you, sir. Moving towards our next technical session, that is innovation and futuristic trends in the industry. I would like to call upon the stage session chair, Mr. B. and D. Bhomik, and session co-chair, Mr. Anirudh Jhala, Transformers and Rectifiers. Mr. Bhomik is an experienced leader and professional in R&D, electric power, transformer diagnostics, and more. He also have worked in the field of substation engineering and actively involved in SIGRE as technical co-chair of SIGRE India. Mr. Anirudh Jhala is Head Design Engineering Technology and Quality Assurance at Transformers and Rectifiers India Limited. He has over 18 years of experience in testing design, product development, process control, and many more. He has played a pivotal role in institutionalizing licensed technology for 765 kV transformers. He has also contributed about 33 technical papers in national and international seminars. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to call upon the stage the authors for this session. Mr. Sarvanan from Hitachi Energy, Mr. Abhijit Kesakar, Scope TNM Private Limited, Mumbai, Mr. B. Sabhayangar, Siemens Energy India Limited, Ms. Mansi Deore, Siemens Energy India Limited, Mr. Sunil Sajdeva, BHEL Bhopal. Would like to welcome all the authors present here. and would request session chair and co-chair to kindly take it forward, please.
Good afternoon. I think after lunch, Professor Kulkarni has already, he was quite successful in making all of you awake with his IEEMA lecture, and that was very, very thought-provoking. So I'll not take much time, but I just want to say that these papers what we are being presented here, actually I am very happy to chair this session because these papers are not, they are slightly different. They are not on the usual subjects of transformers. So I am very happy to chair this session. And these papers actually show how modern transformer engineering is evolving through this AI, IoT, advanced materials, then seismic, high altitude design, HVDC growth, and space weather resilience. The central theme is a shift from the traditional reactive design and maintenance, design and the maintenance to a future of the predictive, intelligent, and resilient transformer systems supporting India's expanding power grid. With this, I invite Mr. Jhala to start the session, and he can just give an introduction, and then we can start the process. Thank you.
So a very good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you to session 2, in which we'll be talking on innovation and futuristic trends in the industry, way forward for next 5 to 10 years. In this session, we have 5 interesting papers to be presented. In India, we always, have a debate on whether to go for HVDC, UHVAC. So we have a very interesting paper from BHL Bhopal, in which they'll be talking on the way forward for HVDC for next 10 years. As CA chairperson mentioned that, in years to come, we will be focusing largely on the renewables. In India also, we have untapped areas which is having a lot of renewable potential. But installing solar parks in that station will be also, bringing some technical challenges. So we have a very interesting paper on that subject from Siemens, to be presented by Ms. Mansi Deore, and she will be talking on, engineering solutions while supplying, transformers for high seismic and high altitude, locations. We also, as a country, focusing more on exporting transformers. So when it comes to exporting transformers to North America and Canada market, these areas, experience a lot of solar storms, GMD, and therefore, experience, GIC phenomenon, in the transformer. So we have a paper to be presented by Sabhyanagar, working at Siemens, and he will be talking on transformers for the GIC applications, and he also in his presentation will be bringing some context to the India scenario when it comes to GIC. Professor Saab shared us his very interesting views on bringing AI and ML into the transformers. So we have a paper from Mr. Sarvanan, working at Hitachi, who will be discussing on bringing AI, throughout the life cycle, of a transformer, starting from engineering to the life management of transformers. How AI can be built in, in the in life cycle. And we also have a presentation from Mr. Abhijit, working at Scope, in which he will be discussing on secure and intelligent transformer monitoring using IoT, AI and ML. So not taking much of time, now I will be handing over the podium to the authors. So with this, now I first request Mr. Akshay Dave, who will be presenting a paper on behalf of Sachdeva Sahab on transformers for HVDC and HVDC transmission in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jhala. Before you start, I just like to say that all of you have only 10 minutes. I mean, not only it's a very long time. So 10 minutes, kindly try to be confined within your 10 minutes. And after your papers are over, we'll be having a Q&A session, question and answer. And you can ask any question from the audience. We'll seek the question. So for any of the authors. So that will be about 15 to 20 minutes. So that's all I would like to say to all the authors. Kindly stick to the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Akshay Dave. Good morning to you all. And I am presenting this paper on behalf of Mr. Sunil Sachdeva, who could not attend due to some urgency. So this paper is talking about a different transformer group like HVDC converter transformers. So as we can see in India, in current scenario, renewable power is growing more in those areas which are barren land, like Gujarat, Kutch and Rajasthan areas. So there is enormous power available, solar power available, and enormous land available in those areas to have potential, much more potential of renewable power in those areas. But as we can easily see, these areas does not have power centers or users of power. So as like in China, in India also the renewable power producing centers are different, as well as the power consuming centers are at different location, like Odisha, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. So there is a much more need of at present to transmit power from these renewable power generating stations to the load centers. So this paper present a small analysis between HVDC, HVAC, different methods and means of HVDC, and upcoming scenario of HVDC market in India. So India is pioneer in this area by providing HVDC transmission, and some existing back-to-back HVDC project which are in India are listed below. Some existing bipolar HVDC projects are also in India. Some VSC projects are also installed at later stage in India, which are given with star marks. So these HVDC projects majorly developed by mainly 3 OEMs, Siemens, GE and ABB with BHEL. So what are the HVDC versus HVAC comparison? The land requirement and right of the way for HVDC overhead line is very less in comparison to HVAC line. Bipolar HVDC overhead line require only 2 conductors, where HVAC line require 3 or 6 conductor for a double circuit line. Line losses is also very less in case of HVDC. Integration of a renewable energy source is also possible in DC transmission in any voltage level, which are not possible in AC transmission. Due to skin effect, the current carrying capacity of conductors is higher in case of DC in comparison to AC. In order to connect two HVAC system, there is that are not synchronous, like if some HVAC at 50 Hz and 60 Hz are two different grid, HVDC can be used as a back-to-back or a through bipolar link. So from table we can easily see that typical line losses in HVAC is 6 to 9%, where HVDC is 2 to 3%. Losses, if these losses are compared into the megawatt, then it comes to 90 to 135 megawatt and 30 to 45 megawatt. And if we convert these losses into money, we can see in HVAC 10.8 to 16.2 lakhs per day, whereas in HVAC 3.6 to 5.4 lakhs per day. HVDC can be provided in two ways: LCC, line commutated converter, and VSC, voltage source converter. So in these two technologies, there is a comparison presented in these slides. LCC normally utilize thyristor based converter, whereas VSC used IGBT technology. Power flow and control is more easy in VSC case, where in LCC it is not that easy. AC system interaction and performance is very easy between VSC in VSC and not in LCC. Multi-terminal system and DC grid, power reversal necessitate DC voltage polarity, reversal complicating the implementation of multi-terminal system and DC grids, wherein VSC maintain constant DC voltage polarity, making it more suitable. Application: LCC can be applied in high power and high voltage cases, and this is a more proven and established technology worldwide, where VSC can be applied where the voltage is less and power is less, and where the power generation is not supported or grid are not so strong. The type of HVDC links are monopolar, bipolar, homopolar, and configuration are back-to-back, point-to-point, and multi-terminal. So in types, only bipolar is used, and normally in India back-to-back and point-to-point systems are only used. Only in 800 kV multi-terminal system is used northeast to Agra. So what are the differences between HVDC converter transformer and a normal HVAC transformer? There is a DC stress which is generated due to DC system or harmonics, which gives a different type of voltage stresses in HVDC transformer, and we have to design insulation for DC stresses. Also, due to these harmonics, there are very different losses generated in these windings. So we have to design for that harmonic level in the field. So accordingly, as per harmonic pattern, we have to feed the losses during heat run test at our works, because actual field site cannot be simulated. DC bias is also there. Winding configuration is of a special type. Short circuit impedance, because in HVDC the tapping range is more in comparison to AC system. So impedance variation is also more in these two cases with comparison to AC versus DC. So short circuit force is more vis-a-vis AC system. So we have to design these transformer for short circuit of extreme taps. Cooling is also required for some special cases, like in some HVDC system, if it designed as 6000 megawatt, and for momentarily it can go up to 8000 megawatt. So we have to design the cooling system for that applications.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah. These are the upcoming HVDC systems. which are more in number, and it will come in next to 5 to 10 years in India. Thank you.
Now we request Ms. Mansi Deore to share her presentation on engineering solutions for large power transformers in high seismic and high altitude zones, a case study of Siemens Energy Solutions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mansi Devre from Siemens Energy. Today I will be talking about engineering solutions for large power transformer in high seismic and high altitude zones, drawing from real world implementations. Let's begin with why this topic is increasingly critical. The power industry is expanding infrastructure into increasingly challenging environments globally. We are seeing installations at 300 plus meters elevation and in high seismic areas. Climate change is pushing development into terrains previously avoided by us. Renewable energy, particularly wind farms at high altitudes, is driving this shift. The transformer industry must be ready. Offshore installations in coastal zones face significant seismic challenges. Grid stability in these challenging environments depends entirely on transformer reliability. So what makes this environment so demanding? Understanding these challenges is the first step towards engineering effective solutions. At high elevations, we face multitude interconnected issues. Transportation logistics become complex. Narrow roads, bridge clearances, tunnel restrictions. Getting a 200-ton transformer to such remote site needs meticulous planning. High seismic regions present ground accelerations up to 0.5 G, sometimes even more than that, which creates dynamic loading and resonance conditions. Traditional optimized designs for standard conditions simply don't work. Rigid mounting amplifies these seismic forces, and standard cooling is insufficient at altitudes, in such high altitudes. So reduced air density affects both electrical and thermal performance. UV exposure at altitudes accelerates gasket and seal degradation. Material selection becomes critical here. Let's drill into seismic specific requirements. In high seismic zones, ground accelerations exceed 0.3 G. IEEE Standard 693 provides seismic qualification procedures for these demanding conditions. At these acceleration levels, seismic isolation specifically becomes mandatory. The decision depends on the transformer's natural frequency, site-specific seismic hazard, and required performance level as per standards. High voltage bushings that are tall, vulnerable, and cantilever mounted. During earthquakes, cantilever effects amplify the forces significantly. Each bushing should undergo individual shake table testing as per seismic guidelines to qualify for seismic applications. Inside tank, thousands of liters of oil create dynamic pressure spikes during seismic events. These pressure variations can exceed design limits and compromise tank integrity. Traditional rigid mounting transmits ground motion directly, often amplifying through resonance. Control boxes, contacts, bucals, relays, these can disconnect during seismic activity. Complete system protection requires seismic qualification of every equipment. High altitude creates dual challenge, electrical and thermal. Dielectric strength drops 1% above 100 meter dielectric strength drops 1% per 100 meter above 1000 meter. At 4500 meters, that's 35% reduction. External insulation systems like bushings, air gaps, surge protection all need redesign with increased clearances. Reduced air density means poor cooling. Radiators lose effectiveness proportionally. Temperature swings exceed 50 degrees Celsius daily in mountainous regions, which stresses gaskets and seals or other insulating materials. UV exposure at altitude accelerates the degradation of the sealing elements. At 1000 plus meter elevation, standard design requires significant modifications. Our engineering philosophy addresses these challenges. Base isolation decouples transformer movement from ground motion. This is fundamental to seismic protection. We use lead rubber bearings allowing 150 mm to 300 mm plus or minus lateral movement during seismic events while maintaining vertical load capacity. High damping rubber provides 10 to 15% energy dissipation. Implementation requires coordination. So we coordinate with foundation consultants and substation designers to incorporate bearing specification into civil design. Vertical focused mounting of bushings with less than 5-degree angle reduces cantilever effects and seismic amplification significantly. Tank design uses baffles in conservators to control oil sloshing. These are perforated plates with calculated opening areas. Cross bracings and trusses in conservator support, as you can see in this drawing. I don't know if I can move this, yeah. As you can see here in this image. So cross bracings and trusses in conservator support come from detailed finite element method analysis. Flexible connectors expansion bellows between coolers and tanks accommodate relative motion while maintaining leak-tight integrity. Reinforced structures uses full penetration welds at critical joints. Beyond structural solutions, we employ advanced analysis and monitoring. FEM-based analysis evaluates the complete transformer assembly, including radiators, conservators. Multidirectional load case evaluation covers plus or minus XY and plus or minus YZ, which would make 8 critical scenarios representing all possible earthquake directions. So this identifies stress concentrations and deflection patterns, finding worst case scenarios. The analysis incorporates site-specific seismic spectra, and each location has a unique ground motion characteristic. Online monitoring technology captures real-time data on transformer distributions, oil conditions, bushing performance, and loading patterns. For remote unmanned high-altitude regions, continuous monitoring is essential. Remote diagnostics and condition assessments enables predictive maintenance without physical site visits. This is critical where site access might be impossible for months during harsh weathers. The ultimate validation is field performance under actual extreme conditions. Our Peru installations at 1500 meter elevation with significant seismic requirements, the feedback from customer has been excellent. So what are the key lessons for the industry? For original equipment manufacturers and the broader industry, here are critical lessons. Integration when applicable. Integration is essential when seismic and altitude effects occur together. However, recognize this can be separate requirements. Don't over-engineer for challenges that don't exist, but don't under-engineer by missing critical combinations. Testing validates theory. FEM analysis, shake table testing, altitude chamber testing, and field monitoring all are non-negotiable. Computational analysis identifies problem before hardware is built, and physical testing validates assumptions. Real projects prove concepts. Customer validation is the ultimate proof. And of course, innovation continues. AI, which can be used for pattern recognitions, or advanced materials like smart materials for seismic, to curb the seismic transmissions, or for monitoring, we can use integration of accelerometers into transformer into the monitoring system, which will aid in understanding transformer performance, transformer behaviors under actual loading condition. Engineering solutions for extreme environments are achievable through systematic design, rigorous testing as per standards, and continuous innovation. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you all for my attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for just being on the time. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sabhyanagar to take us through his presentation on design of power transformers under GIC, especially in Indian context. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. I am here to present the topic of design of power transformers under geomagnetically induced currents in the Indian region. Geomagnetically induced currents causes numerous effects on the electrical grid. One of the major issues are the core saturation effects in power transformers and the temperature issues. Let's focus here. Geomagnetic disturbances is a naturally occurring phenomena of a disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field that starts with the activity in the sun. Sunspots, which are relatively cool areas which is surrounded by complex magnetic fields. These complex magnetic fields give rise to solar flares and coronal mass ejections. When a coronal mass ejections interacts with the magnetosphere, the movement of the geomagnetic field relative to the conductive ionosphere increases the magnitude of currents. These electrojet currents induce a quasi-DC potential in series with the transmission lines, which in turn drives the flow of geomagnetically induced currents. Geomagnetically induced currents is a quasi-DC current because of its generally low frequency, typically 0.01 Hz to 0.5 Hz. Geomagnetically induced currents cause asymmetric half-cycle saturation, increases stray flux, and causes localized heating in the structural components such as clamps, tank walls, flitch plates, etc. Elevated magnetizing currents, harmonic distortion. These harmonics can cause protection relay misoperations, overstress of capacitor banks, overheating of generators, increased core losses, localized heating, and increased reactive power demand. Increased reactive power demand, if not offset by the available sources, it can collapse the system voltage. As GIC is more concerned in the high latitude regions in India, a year 2001 event at Alibag experienced a variation of 82 nanotesla over the 5 minutes, and Tirunelveli recorded a sharp 350-degree nanotesla variation within 5 minutes because of the lower in the geomagnetic storm flux density, which is corresponding to a peak range of dB by dt in the range of 136 nanotesla per minute, which is very unusual for the Indian latitude region. Geomagnetically induced currents introduce a quasi-DC current component into the transformer windings through transformer grounded neutrals. This DC bias shifts the operating point of the flux density along with its magnetization curve, resulting in an asymmetric half-cycle saturation. Unlike symmetrical AC excitation, where the flux alternates around the zero, the presence of a unidirectional component forces the core into saturation during one half of the cycle and partially relieving it in the other. Harmonics produce higher magnitudes of stray flux, which is also rich in harmonics. This results in much higher eddy losses and circulating currents in the windings. As main flux strays to the tie plates, tank windings causes higher losses and temperatures. The frequency spectrum of the magnetizing current pulse has both an odd and even harmonics. Other effects of part cycle core saturation are higher core sound levels, tank vibrations, and loosening of terminals may also impair the accessories mounted on the tank. The additional reactive power demand, if not offset by the available sources, it causes voltage drop. In extreme cases like severe geomagnetic disturbances, even the reactive power demand may collapse the system voltage. Design considerations. Core design matters. Transformer core construction influences the magnitude of VAR absorption and harmonics generated within the GIC exposure. Single phase cores are more prone to saturation. Use of lower flux density to minimize the lower effects. The cores with the return limb construction will make low reluctance path for the GIC flux. It may cause transformer saturation and more heating issues. Winding configuration and grounding strategies. Neutral blocking devices and neutral blocking capacitors can be used. The blocking capacitor module consists of a DIC capacitor and a bypass switch. This neutral blocking capacitor module blocks the DC and allow low levels of AC currents to the ground. This high-speed bypass module, which is present in the neutral blocking device, will provide bypass portion for the higher fault currents. Then winding configuration, delta connected LV and delta connected tertiary windings will be affected by the GIC due to its circulating currents induced by the GIC flux. It causes numerous localized hotspots. Thermal modeling. Accurate prediction of hotspots under AC and DC excitation is critical for the safe overload capacity. Prioritize the transformers which is greater than 220 kV for JAC mitigation, including 220 kV circuits in the modeling to avoid consideration. IEEE has classified this design-based susceptibility into 4 categories. Design classification A comes under the transformers which are not susceptible to core saturation, and B with the core saturation and higher magnetizing currents. Category C, which is susceptible to core saturation and possible winding failures. Transformer classification D, which are prone to core saturation as well as possible winding damage and heating in the structural paths. These are the GAC storm profiles which is injected into the transformer and simulation is done. The core saturation causes a significant peak in the exciting current of the transformers. The transformers of the winding currents for the selected GAC levels is shown here. It shows the increase in flux density and increase in magnetizing currents. Using FFT analysis, the harmonics of these currents are higher magnetizing currents consumption is calculated and it's shown here. It shows here the harmonics of the exciting currents are in harmonics of 0.2 ampere for 5 ampere DC level and 3.64 ampere for 66.67 ampere DC level. For each selected DC level, the fundamental reactive power consumption is shown here. This increasing trend shows the reactive power consumption versus the GAC level. It is increasing. While the GAC level getting increased, the reactive power consumption increases. The transient temperature response of a various DC pulse is demonstrated here for the calculated windings, tertiary, high voltage and regulating winding. GAC causes high levels of leakage flux that is also rich in higher order harmonics. This leakage flux impinges on the core, causing localized eddy loss and higher temperatures. These are the sensor locations which is placed in a transformer. It's a multi-winding transformer with a buried tertiary featuring the star connected HV and stacked LV windings. This diagram identifies the DC sensor locations, Hall effect CTs at a grounded neutral and harmonic sensors, split core CTs and bushing CT secondaries on terminals H1, H2, X1, X3 and Y3. Additional split core CTs for hotspot monitoring are connected to bushing CT secondaries at H2, X2 and Y2. The mitigation strategies can be DC compensation, neutral blocking devices, neutral blocking capacitors, series compensation, reactive power support, real-time monitoring, load redistribution and automated alarms. Neutral blocking devices can be either neutral blocking resistances or neutral blocking capacitors, as resistances can minimize the GAC levels, but it cannot completely neutralize the effect. Neutral blocking capacitors can provide the feasible solution. It provides high impedance path for the DC field and low impedance path for the AC fields. To mitigate the adverse effects on GAC on power transformers, several design strategies includes the use of low flux density, choice of core construction to reduce the asymmetric half-cycle saturation. Additionally, thermal modeling and enhanced cooling provisions are essential to manage the risk caused by the harmonic-rich stray flux. GAC vulnerates for the system which is greater than 220 kV can result in system impacts during a GMD event. As transmission network distance increases, we move to higher voltage levels. More transmission length can inject more larger GAC currents into the system. This can be taken care during the design. The utilities shall adopt SCADA integration for GAC monitoring systems. Research, collaboration and regulatory alignment are essential for GAC resilient design. IEEE C 57.163 suggests the temperature limits can be during this long phase of GAC currents can be less than 180 degrees Celsius for the insulation structures and less than 200 degrees Celsius for the structure parts. Together through innovation, collaboration, we can build a resilient and future-ready power grid that safeguards India against the challenges of space weather threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabinagar, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call Mr. Sarvanan to share, how AI can, bring revolutions, in transformer life cycle, concept to commissioning. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you, SVK sir, giving the brief introduction about the AI. It makes my presentation simpler. So AI is everywhere, and it is making the rapid changes in all the industries. Is it new to our industry? Is it going to replace the design engineer, simulation engineer, or service engineer? So let us understand answers of these questions in my presentation. Also, then we'll see how AI is transforming the world of the transformers. This is the outline of my presentation. I will start with the overview of the AI and its evolution in the transformer industry and its application in the various life stages of the transformer, and then deep dive into some of the key areas where we have the case studies which was demonstrated in our company. And finally, the major takeaways and challenges I will be sharing in the conclusion slide. Let us see what is AI. As told by SVK, these pictures are generated by Copilot, right? It is not by me. Okay, this AI combines the human intelligence with the domain knowledge and the fundamentals of the computer science, maths, and statistical, and emulates the human-like intelligence. Why it is required? It makes our job simpler and making the smarter decisions in a faster way. So there are three major applications which is used in the transformers: forecasting, automation, and computer vision, which we will be covering in the coming slides. AI is not in the concept stage. It is already well established in the transformer industry, and it is like a smart assistant which never gets tired, and it updates its knowledge and making us to make the smarter decisions. This slide shows the evolution of the AI in the transformer industry. It's not new to our industry. It's all started in the early stages. So earlier the focus was on the diagnostic, as shown in the SVK. The focus was on the diagnostic. So the technologies like expert system, fuzzy logic, ANN were used to go through to evaluate the data from the DGA samples and to make the smarter decisions. And also it was used to make the core loss predictions. Then the focus was shifted from the diagnostics to the proactive optimizations. So many algorithms were developed during this period, during this decade. More than 60 algorithms were developed for the optimization of the transformer. Mainly the focus is on the cost optimization and the weight reduction. Then the big data era came. So here there is now we are having during this period there is abundance of the data, and also there is increasing the computational resources. So with this, so there is a real-time integration with the complete automation of the complete life cycle, and also development of the digital twin. So digital twin. So in 1996 we have developed a chemical digital twin for interpreting the DGA results. So it's not new, and we have already established well in the AI. This slide shows the AI is everywhere in the transformer life cycle, starting from the tendering to the dismantling. In the tendering team, it supports the bid optimization and proposal automation. In the design and engineering, it combines the different design optimization algorithms and uses the CAD automation and the simulation automation and generates millions of the designs, which reduces the design life cycle. And in the procurement, with the proper demand forecasting, it enables the SCM colleagues to order the right material at the right time. In the manufacturing, mainly it is used in the process automation and also defect detection, used in the defect detection. Based on the past failure data, the testing engineer can predict the failure before it happens. Even in the logistics, it helps to making the smart route optimization and also the smart tracking. One of the another application in the commissioning is with the AR and VR based smart assistant makes the service engineer's job simpler. And in the operational maintenance, a lot of things are happening in the condition monitoring. Even in the decommissioning, it monitors the life cycle of the life of the transformer, health of the transformer, and makes the optimization of the material recovery. In all the stages, AI allows us to automate all the documentation work and the trivial task, which is giving our sufficient time for making the more creative work. So let us deep dive into some of the key areas. So this slide shows that tendering is the critical part of any life cycle of the transformers. Normally it involves going through the hundreds of the pages of the document and referring the past data and specifications and making the proposal document. Here the AI technologies like NLP and LLM goes through all the documents in fraction of hours and generates the data, which is then it is fed to the design platform, which is in turn generates the numerous designs. And if you combine this design platform with the failure database, it is helping the tendering engineer to make the smarter decisions in no time. Simulation is the field where the AI is established very well. Okay, so I have shown some of the key advantages or key developments in this area of the simulation. Surrogate modeling. It's surrogate modeling where the complex 3D FEM and CFD models are converted into data-driven models, where the simulation time can be reduced from the days to hours. So already we implemented this in the CFD simulation, normally for the radiator fan arrangement, which used to take the number of days. Now it is coming in the fraction of hours. The predictive simulation uses the CNN LSTM for predicting the performance of the transformer based on the load forecasting and the temperature forecasting. The design optimization, nothing but the topology optimization, which gives the feedback to the CAD engineer to automatically update the CAD model based on the simulation which is running in the backend. The fault diagnosis and validation, the simulation methodology is automatically updated based on the failure database. So the manufacturing is the place where we need perfection and giving the more importance to the quality. This is a live example. So where we implemented the computer vision in the winding stage, where it monitors when the computer vision is coupled with the BIM model, it monitors the correct placement of the winding and also the placement of the spacers. The another application is the where we detect the presence of the metal particles in the incoming insulation materials. So diagnostic is moving from visual inspection to the more quantitative. This is a live example. If you can see that these are the SFRA data of a 50 MVA transformer. It shows the fingerprint of the live, or we can say the healthy and faulty conditions. When you use the conventional statistical analysis, which predicted very suspected deformations, but when we used our own algorithm, which was based on the CVT analysis, which we presented in the last Trafotech, and it not only detected the presence of the deformation, also it identified the location of the fault and also causes of the fault. And when we opened the transformer, we found that the location is matching with our prediction. Okay, so these are the advantages what we have seen. It is not coming with the easy, so we have a lot of challenges. Again, this picture is generated by Copilot. So there is a data availability. There is a biggest bottleneck is the data availability. So not only on the quantity, also on the quality data. And again, most of the time we will be using the third-party agents, and which again sharing the data in the third party also a confidential issue. But that can be avoided by developing our own agent. If you know the Python programming, we can develop the agents. Another thing is for implementing the computer vision in the manufacturing, it again comes with the high implementation cost, but quality comes with the cost. So if you want the quality, we have to invest. So again, if we want to use all the tools, we have to train our engineers. So if you want to conclude, AI is enabling end-to-end automation in the transformer life cycle with making the smarter decisions and higher quality. AI is shifting maintenance from the reactive and predictive solution. So at the final, AI is going to replace us? No, it is not going to replace us. It's only empowering us to make these smarter decisions in no time, leaving more time for us to make the creative work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Saravanan, for your presentation. Moving to the last presentation of the session, now I request Mr. Abhijit to take us through, the practical, aspects of transformer monitoring using IoT, AI, and ML. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So, I am Abhijit Kesarkar from Scope T&M Private Limited. So now today I am going to talk about a critical shift in the industry. So this is IoT driven transformer monitoring solution. We will discuss more on it. So now we all know that the power grid is the backbone of our daily life, the modern society, and the transformer is its heart. But for too long we have been operating these critical assets in dark. So now I want to show you how this IoT solution gives lights on it. So ensuring stability, sustainability, reliability in the solution in the electrical infrastructure that we are going to discuss today. So a little bit about myself. So I am working with the business development team, but my role is not just a sales, but doing my entire life cycle, like from development till the execution. So my role in the company is to implement end-to-end solution for the monitoring of the electrical asset, and not just the collecting the data, but giving the real-time execution. So my passion lies in bridging the gap between the technical innovation and the real-time execution. So today I am going to share the insights we have gained from the developing this product. So this slide I have heading given the cost of invisibility. So we want to discuss why would we build this, what is the problem. So the traditionally transformer maintenance was reactive or periodic. So whenever the fault occurs, then only we used to check what is the cause, or we take the preventive measures further, or few scheduled maintenance activities we try to focus on. But fault does not come as and when the inspection is there. However, it grows or it develops silently. So this leads to unexpected failures, high downtime, the safety risk to the personnel. So keeping all these impact of this blind spot, we have to concentrate on how we are going to make the solution. So we have realized that without just real-time data, we are only essentially guessing the performance of the very expensive unit, the asset, that is transformer. So keeping all these challenges, what we have developed, to solve this we have developed the comprehensive IoT ecosystem. So we defined 3 pillars of our solution. So first is hardware layer, where it captures the field data, the physical data from the field. And then connectivity. So how we would transmit those data securely to the cloud, the important thing. And then the software platform. So the processing of the data, visualization, it all captured into the software platform. So the very first part, the important, is hardware. So hardware is the first interface to the electrical system into the field. So all the data with different forms, so coming from the CTs, PTs, digital input channels, AI in the form of 4 to 20, 0 to 5 volt, and even if we want to control few operations, so digital output channels are also provided in this model. So integrating all the input and output channels into the device, it makes it more easier for any single unit to capture and control the single transformer. So you no need to have another additional transducer in the system or the RTU in the system. So the panel wiring reduces. So then into the feeder panel itself, we can connect that to the device. So edge processing, so our gateway inside it is housed into the device. It eliminates or filters the noises from the data and then transmit. So it is a valuable data which will not create any unintentional or wrong or garbage value into the database, or wrong alert also it will be avoided. Okay. So the device is retrofit ready also. So it is easier to upgrade the existing infrastructure by using these devices. So without any higher cost into it. So in devices we have implemented the Modbus protocol as well as the MQTT protocol. So MQTT is widely or globally accepted protocol, and it is a lightweight and scalable also. So the security point of view, it is authentication is there, also TLS security we have implemented so that the data is encrypted before transmitting to the server. So next is efficiency. So we have used the payload in the hexadecimal form instead of JSON, but we have the facility or the option to use either or any payload structure. So using the hexadecimal payload, it reduces the processing time. The interpretation is very high, so high responsiveness can be achieved with the help of this payload. And for efficiency, we have GSM module inbuilt into the device. So we just insert the SIM card, it will be ready for the use. So it is just like any multifunction transducer that we implement or install into the feeder panel. It is just a plug and play. So there is no local configuration required. Only few parameters needs to be configured. That can be also done remotely as well. So the event handling. So our device is equipped with the mechanism or the provision of entering the few limits or the threshold values. For example, if current rating goes beyond this limit, it should trigger the event. So these parameters also, these configuration present into the device. So you no need to have to depend on the server side. So it will immediately trigger the event, and the event can be utilized to have the buzzer alarm or connect to the annunciator, or you can interlock into the CB operation like that. So the data resilience. So device itself has a SD card backup. So it will store the data and transmit as soon as the network returns. The time synchronization there, and the future ready. We are now going to implement few more things like fault pattern. So these are the need for the time now. So lower ownership cost. So no need to have the RTU and easy deployment. Then condition maintenance is also there. So the control is also faster as compared to the other system, as there is no protocol converger, directly data is sent to the MQTT. So the technical advantages. So when I compare the distributed architecture and centralized, so these devices work on the distributed. Yeah. So reliability is there high as compared to the traditional RTU base. The latency is low because there is no protocol conversion. Scalability also is very good. You just have to plug and play the another device. So device itself can connect immediately to the server. So no need to have checking the RTU's capability, configuration of the RT. It is very easy to scale. The maintenance is very easy. So the software platform is also very easy to configure. This is mainly made for the visualization, configuration, and the predictive analysis. Few analytic algorithms we already created, that demand forecasting, anomaly detection, limit cross, and then these are few applications we have implemented this solutions. So there are different charts available there. There are transformer locations can be mounted on the map to have better understanding. The hit, the last slide. So the conclusion is we have prepared a very robust solution and cost-effective solution that may be very useful for the monitoring of the distribution transformer, and by integrating the DGA and the PD like devices data into our devices, so we do have the Modbus master inside, so protocol can be read and the data can be visualized into the system. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Since we don't have much time, we'll have about 10 minutes for the question answers. So you can ask any of the authors, you can ask questions, and I will request the audience not to do counter questions. So any counter questions if you want to do that, you can do during the tea time. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Mr. Akshay Dave, sir. Actually, I have only two questions from your side, from the HVDC and type of transfer. And just I want to ask, in case of LCC type of connection. So in case of valve winding, if any type of converter is connected.
Excuse me, just I am sorry to interrupt you. There's a very important announcement here. There is one BVIP visit in this building. So as a protocol, after this session, nobody goes out of this room. Everybody should remain in the room. That's what I have been requested by the IEEMA management. Thank you. Please carry on.
Hello. So this question is related to the LCC and the VSC type of converter connection. In case of LCC, suppose the valve winding which is connected to the converter, and in any case the switch of the converter does not work. So in that case, how will we? In that case, what would happen? An LCC type of switches.
Being a transformer designer, I am not able to answer your question because it is of circuit design, system designs related.
Okay. And next question is from you, from the seismic part. Yeah. Actually, in that slide you have mentioned 0.3 to 0.5 G of category. In the high altitudes, when we go to the more than 1,000 meter, the density of the air changes. And you have mentioned it is decreased by 1%. So just only the changing of the environment parameters like the air density and temperature. All the design parameters are changed, like you have mentioned that the all thermal performance, rubber gasket you have mentioned. Whether it is the effect of 0.5 G or the environment parameters itself.
0.5 G would be for seismic, and the environmental parameters are for high altitude.
Yeah.
So the degradation would be for high altitude.
So yes, it is okay, but now above 1,000 meter, only 1% is the change of the density. So in that case, we would do these type of all changes in the existing design, like the thermal, like the mechanical, all the design will be changes. Whatever you may, small designs, not the larger one.
It would be case by case basis, and also the altitude that we'll be talking about, and also what the customer wants.
Okay, yes. And for the GIC based, as you have mentioned, 82 nanotesla in 5 minutes. Yeah, that data you have mentioned, 82 nanotesla. So I just want to ask, if a small amount of change in that be, so it will affect the whole winding losses, all the whole current such a scenario, because that you have mentioned in the case studies. 82 nanotesla, because it was the result you have mentioned for the
there are a lot of literature reviews and observations that is had done in the past. A change of greater than 100 nanotesla per minute, the magnetic field variations in the ionosphere region can cause serious power system faults. And the geomagnetic field variations, which is greater than 51 nanotesla per minute, can cause violent changes in the system. So these are the observations and predictions which is done on the lot of analysis. It's a lot of literature analysis.
Okay, actually that is based on the literature analysis, but for you have measured from the experimental investigation you have done for all type of faults.
No, regarding the faults which faults we have not considered. We have just considered the storm profile, which is having 5 to 10 ampere for 30-minute cycle and 65 to 70 amperes for a 2-minute cycle. We just undergone a system whether the transformer can able to withstand or handle this GIC, and it will be capable for the will it prone to any co-saturation effects or thermal outages. We just analyzed it.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
it's a case study.
I request to continue this offline. This is requested in order to take more questions. Yes, please.
Hello.
There is one more announcement. I'm sorry to interrupt again. Due to this BBIB protocol, we will be skipping the tea break today. So immediately after this, the next session will start.
So my question.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I have a request, to make while raising question. If you can also introduce yourself, so that they are aware. Yeah, please. Yeah.
This is Prince Kumar from CG Power. My question is from presentation presented as for high altitude and high seismic zones operation. In a slide, I have seen that the degree of angle is mentioned at 5 degree for bushing. My question is, if a location is like that, we are having minus 40 degree Celsius temperature and having 4500 altitude and a high seismic zone, then the angle of bushing, what it should be take care for it?
It can be done, but we'll have to also get into standards, refer that, and then make the decision, whatever is suitable for that particular project or customer.
Okay, thank you.
The best way would be to get this analyzed, for a given mounting angle for that seismic zone. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I am Shantanu Devnath and from ICA. So my question is also to you, Mansi, is that you said that when there is altitude seismic zone, then the design parameter changes for selection of material as well. So what are those parameters based on what you are selecting material, and can you just give some thought on that?
Hello. So if we are talking about high altitude, so how would a sealing material, let's say, how it will behave in that environment? Is it going to degrade, or will it harden? That is what we look into. And we refer to standards for those answers.
Anything on winding material selection because of seismic zone? And
I'm not well versed in that topic,
okay,
so
okay.
I can't answer.
Fine, thanks.
Yes, the internal parts, such as the winding, type of winding and other things, will be irrespective of the seismic zone.
I have a small question to make to scope. I am Rajesh Shura from DTL, Delhi Transco Limited, and the presentation was good related to IoT for assessment of condition monitoring of my assets. But one thing was missing. I couldn't understand when you talk about the health of a transformer. So many parameters to be ascertained to arrive at a conclusion. But you didn't mention what are the parameters you are going to monitor through IoT. That was not included in the presentation. Can you throw light on that?
Yeah, sure. So basic parameters like oil temperature, winding temperature, tap position indication. So these are the basic parameters we can monitor easily. Even if you have DGA analysis system, so we can integrate those parameters into our system, because we can read the data over Modbus. Even PD data can be, if it is available in the Modbus, we can read it and give it to the server.
The most important thing is index given to each parameter. How do you do that thing? What are the criteria for doing that thing?
The further analysis on the server, it is still under development. It is not yet completed, but we are going to complete this residual life computation also, and the digital analysis, dissolved gas analysis also, and also we are going to implement this power quality analyzing at the server side. So you can compare the time varying parameter, various charts at a time.
At present, you have given all the indexing based on these three parameters you mentioned?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any further questions?
We are talking about, sorry, I am Vishal Mahire from Hammond Power Solutions.
We are talking about geomagnetically induced current in the transformers. Although it is a rare phenomenon in the Indian continent, but is there any study on this to predict these kind of storms coming in, and what kind of precautions a user can take to protect the transformer?
Yes, even though India lies in a very low altitude regions, GICs will be very much prominent in the high altitude regions, but India is very much closer to the geomagnetic equators. So, yeah, very strong electrojets in the ionosphere regions can cause narrow westward electrojet currents which will flow in the geomagnetic equators, which will be in the narrow band of 0 to 2 degree latitudes. It will be very much have adverse effects on the regions which is closer to the equator regions. So in India, we are just above the geomagnetic equators. Even though it is not vulnerable today, but it can be tomorrow. Let's make our Indian system to be prepared for this.
No, my question was, can it be predicted, and what advanced precautions?
Yes, it can be predicted. We have a lot of magnetometer observations around the India. Those stations are providing the, they are recording the magnetometer observations, and it can be predicted earlier also. So the precaution measures can be designing the transformers in a lower flux density will allow the transformers, it will not undergo into the saturation. And also the winding strategies also can be focused. The HVs which will be connected to ground, the star connected HV windings, through the star connected HV windings the GICs will enter into the system. If the LV windings as well as the tertiary windings are more delta connected, means these GIC currents will cause us more circulation currents in the LV connected delta and tertiary delta connected windings. So that windings should be capable of handling the thermal stress while through the continuous that GIC time period. The winding should be capable for that. And we have a lot of mitigation strategies also, such as neutral blocking capacitors, and we have a DC compensation strategies for that. We can minimize that effect. Sure.
Thank you.
Any more question? Madam wants mic, yeah.
Yeah, so hello, this is Tanvi from Shri Design Electrical. I just have a question that since Siemens has presented this GIC paper, so they may have some data like in the region where this kind of phenomena occurs. So is there a data of the failure because of these currents, and what kind of actual failures we have seen in the transformers? Is there any data
The major
available?
failures will be the due to this GIC flux, it introduced lot of harmonics in the system.
No, I'm asking, is there any data which is there?
I
What
need
is
to
the percentage of
clarify.
failure which has occurred in
Yes,
this?
I need to clarify whether I need to make sure myself with the organization whether they have any data. I'm not well versed with this data kind of topics, whether it is having in my organization. I need to clarify that, and I will definitely come back with the answers for this.
Okay, yeah, not organization wise, but the country wise, if in the Europe or in American continent.
Yes,
if
we have
there is.
data. We
Yeah.
have a lot of geomagnetic stations all over the India. Indian Institute of
Yeah.
Geomagnetism, which is located in Alibag region, have a lot of data.
Okay, I'll connect with you separately then. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes,
There are lot
I
of-
would like to add something more, madam. Here, Basu from Siemens Energy on GIC. So actually, we have not seen any failures, but we are into export of transformers to US and Europe. So customers are extremely demanding. So that is why we have to do this analysis with kind of softwares we have. So you have to design and check whether those conditions are met and fulfilled. So that is the thing. And nowadays, there are some customers demanding like PCCL for a STATCOM and SVC transformers. They wanted to have the analysis. So even though we don't have big risks in India, but those STATCOM and SVC transformers are, for that they demand the analysis and, reports, all these things. So in that case, we are supplied some transformers with this analysis.
Okay, the last question is from Mr. Ramchandran.
No, not a question. I just want to clarify on that GIC. I have also studying this GIC for some years. But to my knowledge, never in India we had ever had any equator portion, any GIC we have never seen. But both North and Arctic region and Canada, Russia, these regions, there was problem of this GIC, and this GIC will be coming once in 12 years. This phenomena in the sun will be there once in 12 years, and then there will be this problem. And what we will see in the transformer is there will be a big sound because of the current through the neutral going, and that is how that sound is. And engineers were thinking that GIC will create transformer failures, and there were some reported failures also. But ABB did some work research and established that. ABB's view was that for three-phase, three-limbed construction, this will not be a problem, and whatever failures reported earlier were due to some other reason, not due to GIC. But in India, we had a similar problem, similar to GIC. That was first time in the, probably in the world. What happened was when PGCL commissioned that HVDC link from Kolar to, I don't know which other, Talcher. When that line was commissioned, what happened was nearly 20 years ago, here Kolar, there was solid rock near the substation. So to save money, we are using monopolar. That is, we can use the earth as the return path. We don't provide return path. So either two lines, or when one line is out, we will use one line, and the return path will be through the earth. So almost 2000 or 3000 ampere DC has to flow from Kolar ground to the other end, Talcher it has to go. But because of the big rock there, structure for long distance, this DC current, instead of going through the ground, it entered the nearby substation neutral. And it went to the transmission line, and then started to the next substation, and then came down and to another transformer. These both transformers started making big noise. And then one or two transformer failed also. Then of course that line was executed by Siemens. So PGCL got hold of Siemens to find a solution for this. And then there was a meeting also, all transformer manufacturers. I still remember this very well because it happened 20 years ago, around 2005. So PGCL called for a meeting to how to solve this problem in near Andheri, their main office, PGCL office. And all of us were there, myself, Mr. Madhav Prasad ji, and I think Mr. Lekeni was also there. So all transformer people were there. And we entered the room around 3 o'clock, then there was sunshine. After 3 hours, when meeting was over, what happened was the whole road was flooded. There was knee-deep water all around. So young people like Mr. Lekeni could swim through that, and he knew the road. But both myself and Mr. Madhav Prasad ji, because of our age and we don't know the Bombay street, so we decided to stay there in the PGCL office for 2 nights and 1 day. In the PGCL had a very good office, so sofa and all we could lay down, and there was a Udupi hotel at the gate, so we survived day. And then the third day, myself and we walked to the railway station and took an electric train towards South Bombay, where we were both of us staying. So I remember that story. So what Siemens did after that, because to solve this problem, at what we found, that is similar to GIC, we had the problem. But then Siemens, of course, they did not. They gave the contract to solve this problem, and they devised a neutral, they connected a device, so that when DC current comes, it will open out, so that it will not, the transformers will not be affected. Of course, after that, Siemens is now marketing it as a device to save the transformer from this type of GIC, and also for HVDC current flowing. So to my knowledge, it is quite surprising for me. I never knew that equator or India we had this problem. GIC, I have not literature, I have not seen this problem. But GAC is not a big problem. That was ABB's research, and they had published also. But this can be sometimes critical if current is high for single phase transformers and also for three-phase filing transformers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we don't have any time left, so we'll be concluding. So I'll just say a few words and then I'll conclude this. So that was a very, very lively session and then a lot of questions, and I'm sure there will be some more questions which you can ask later. I cannot tell you that you can do during the tea time because tea time is skipped now. So we'll be having the next. But I really thank all the authors and my co-chair for conducting it very nicely. And your session was really well taken, and you have a very good session, and I hope the audience has also enjoyed this. And only thing, Mr. From Hitachi, the gentleman, there is no question to him. So I feel that he must have delivered a very perfect paper. Thank you. I think I'll close it with that. Thank you.
Thank you to all the authors present here. Now I would request the session chair and co-chair to kindly felicitate all the authors. May I request Mr. Savanand Selvaraj from Hitachi Energy. To Mr. Abhijit from Scope T&M Private Limited. To Mr. B. Sabanagar, Siemens Energy India Limited. To Ms. Mansi Diore, Siemens Energy India Limited. And to Mr. Sunil Sachdeva, BHEL Bhopal. Now may I request the industry stalwart, Mr. P. Ramachandran, to kindly felicitate our chair. Requesting sir to kindly felicitate the co-chair as well. Requesting everyone on the dais to assemble for a group photograph.
Dear friends, before we getting into an exciting CEO discussion, very exciting CEO discussions, I want to make one announcement to just to remind you. There is a beautiful gala dinner has been organized at Hotel Taj Vivanta with a great musical night. The buses have been arranged here. Be there on time to enjoy the night, rejuvenate yourself to come tomorrow for another great day. Wait for the announcement. Thank you.
In line with this, sir, I just wanted to inform you that as soon as you will leave after this session, kindly requesting you to please collect your delegate kits from the registration session. And now we are moving forward towards the last session of this day, that is Power Hour, Leadership Insights on India's Transformer Sector. May I request Mr. Anand Sharma, Member OC, to join the dais. Mr. Anand Sharma is the Chief Executive Officer of Atlanta Electricals. He has around 22 years of experience in the fields of project, strategic sourcing, and sales. Now I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Siddharth Buturia, Director, RTS Power, Ms. Bani Verma, Director, BHEL, Ms. Niral Patel, Chairman and Managing Director, Atlanta, Mr. Sridhar Gokhale, Entrepreneur, Ms. Aruna Janardhan, Presi Major, Mr. Purushottam M, CEO, Indotech Transformer, Mr. Sanjay Seth, Chairman and MD, Proterial. Thank you everyone on the dais. Now may I request the moderator to kindly take this session forward, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My voice is not as loud as our Mr. Prakash. I possibly do not possess that kind of a talent, I'm sure, and we have a lot to learn from him. But yeah, again, the kind of announcement he has made, I'm sure you must have started dreaming about the night at Taj Vivanta. But I would request you to hold yourself back with us for next 1 hour, which we have named as Power Hour. Why Power Hour? Because first of all, this is a talk which is going to be happening on the power sector of India. Of course, we shall be touching some aspects of the global scenarios also prevailing at present and be seen in future. Second point is that we have such a powerful panel sitting with us actually. Not very regularly do you see so many powerful people sitting next to each other. So that is another thing. So big round of applause for them before we move ahead actually. And last but not least, means power transformer or transformer per se is the talk of the town at the moment. Last 2 years is the time period wherein we have started discussing more about transformers. Siddharth sir was saying in the beginning in the morning actually that somebody like Elon Musk also is now talking about transformers. So abhi kaun bach gaya wo samajhta nahi. We also were discussing that people have started taking transformer manufacturers seriously, and then somebody said कि हम लोगों ने भी तो अभी seriously लेना शुरू किया, हम भी कहाँ अपने आप को इतना seriously लेते थे पहले. So that actually is true, means jokes apart, but that's true actually. The kind of demand surge we have seen and we shall be we have, let's say, all the optimistic views that it shall be sustaining for a time to come, has put everyone on the job. And this is one thing which everybody in the industry is enjoying at the moment. But with growth comes its own kind of challenges actually. So managing growth is more difficult. I'm sure people sitting here more from the technical side would also agree with that. The managing growth is more difficult, probably managing the downtime. This growth has brought different challenges. Good news is that industry has geared up, industry is doing its bit more than whatever is required to meet these challenges, face these challenges, and industry has come up very well in last couple of years. As Purusav was saying in the morning that, or somebody was saying, I don't remember exactly, that last 2 years from the existing facilities only of transformer industry, we have seen 50% of the operational efficiencies going up. On top of that, there are newer facilities coming up, not only from the transformer manufacturers, but also we have seen the component manufacturers gearing up to support this activity, which industry is seeing. This is considered to be the golden time for the Indian power industry, power transformer industry. And what could be a better time to discuss the aspects related to it than now. Trafotech Global 2025 is a place wherein we get to meet very knowledgeable people, very knowledgeable, I would say technically knowledgeable people to be putting in the right perspective actually. So before wasting any time further, let me go further and start our discussion. So this whole discussion, the way we have planned is pretty simple actually. So we shall be having a conversation with our distinguished panelists to start with. Followed by, we shall also be taking some questions from the audience, a very knowledgeable audience. And to end the session, a surprise session, a very short surprise session, which I am sure would be helpful in maintaining the energies towards the end of this particular conversation. So let me go to our distinguished panelists and start the conversation. Now, audible now? Okay, great. So Baniji, I would like to start with you, not following the principle of ladies first, but again, as considering the fact that BHEL, the organization you represent, a Maharatna organization of Government of India, and also we can safely say that this is an organization which can be called mother of all transformer industries in India actually. See, BHEL as an organization is quite an old organization which has seen the ups and downs of the industry more than anybody else. Today is the time wherein everything is looking rosy. But considering your experience, taking views from your experience, we would like to understand how long this story according to you should be lasting. The kind of challenges I mentioned or anybody else knows that the challenges around the manpower, material, etc., etc. But which could be other things according to you we should be, let's say, worrying about or preparing ourselves for?
Okay, thank you Anandji, and good evening to all. At the outset I would like to say that 1 year back also I was sitting in some similar forum, and at that time I think the entire industry was in a state of turmoil. We were numerous challenges that we were battling with, the longer, manufacturing cycles, supply chain constraints and whatnot. But over the past 1 year, what I have noticed is that there is a considerable easing out of all these problems, thanks to, I think, the industry participants here, the customers, the government bodies, and of course, forums like IEEMA who have taken our voice to the concerned places, the right places. So it's not to say that the problems have been resolved completely, that we're out of the woods, but things have significantly improved for the industry. in the last year, and I think that there are a lot of initiatives in place which show that improvement is set to continue. So actually India, I mean, like if you talk about the demand and what the future is, so India is a nation which is power hungry. So thanks to the, unfortunately thanks to the very low base which we have of our per capita energy consumption, and then the kind of ambition we have for the GDP growth rate. So coupled with these two things, of course, we have a huge demand for, we will be having a huge sustained demand for energy. And of course, any demand for energy translates into demand for transmission and transmission products. But this time what is new is, and what is different is that in addition to these two aspects, we also see that, the involvement of the green transition, this energy transition for green energy. So two things again within that. One, that the pace at which the energy, rollout of these renewable energy program generation assets is happening, it's very, very aggressive. So like, I believe nearly 24 gigawatt of only solar and wind was added last year. So that's a very, very aggressive kind of, like generation which has to be evacuated. So that is one point. And secondly, that we all know that compared to conventional thermal sector, the requirement of transformers in green projects is, much more. So that is one aspect. And the government also has come up with, a very ambitious national electricity plan. And as per this, I think this time what I understand is that the national electricity plan has been made with the involvement of the industry too. So it's a very focused one which has around 13 lakh GVA and 1.8 lakhs or 1.9 lakhs of circuit kilometers to be added. So it's very, very specific and very focused. And it's not only the physical numbers that we are adding more lines and we are adding more transformative capacity, but we are looking at even the technology upgrades. Like we're talking about HVDC lines, we're talking about the EHV lines, which are the 1150, the 1200 kilovolt systems. Those are the ones which we're talking about. So quality and quantity, I think both are set for, like there's a big requirement that we feel that is going to come up. Going forward, I think that yes, there could be, because see, most of this ordering for this 500 gigawatt, I think a lot of it has, aggressively happened over the past few years. So going forward, probably over the next 1 or 2 years, we may see a moderation. I won't say there's going to be a slump, but definitely the rate of growth that is happening, there may be a slight moderation in that growth is what I feel. Secondly, the industry also, like you said very nicely, Anand, that we have, everyone has come up and risen to the occasion. So if I talk of the 400 kV and above stations, I mean transformers, that's where BHL is present in. So nearly 200 GVA of capacity that we have, and we are set to, I understand is going to be doubled over the next 2 years. Most of the facilities are going to come, we're going to start seeing from 2026 onwards. And not only the transformers, but like you said, the components also. People are manufacturing bushings and also. I think that going forward, yes, there could be some blip because there is capacity there. But then there is also going to be a renewed demand from data centers, from green hydrogen, which has not yet, that we are not seeing that right now. So that is also there. So there could be a little moderation, but yes, we are all set to, you have a quite good future, I would say. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great actually. So these words are quite encouraging actually, and more so to the people or entrepreneurs who are putting up facilities or enhancing their manufacturing base. So these words are quite comforting. But on a lighter side, ma'am, I would not say nation wants to know, but we want to know if BHEL is going to expand or not actually. When is BHEL expanding?
BHEL is expanding over the last 2-3 years. In fact, we have taken up upgradation of our facilities. So it was not transferring into our MVA or GVA in terms, but now we are expanding our capacities both in Bhopal as well as Jhansi. These are the two places we make transformers. And with this, we will be able to cater to nearly 30% higher capacity with these two things. And transformers is only one part. I will say that BHEL is also present in expanding its product base and doing a lot of design and engineering across a lot of products across the entire transmission value chain also.
It's great to hear actually such views actually, and as I said, this gives so much of confidence to everyone that if BHEL is upbeat about something, the rest of the players can easily follow the path for sure. I'll take views of Puru Sahab, Purushottaman Sahab, as we call him Puru Sahab in the industry actually, as he is known. Vani madam was speaking about the kind of growth in demand we are seeing. At the beginning of the day, we also heard Ghanshyam Sahab from the CA. He also was mentioning mind-boggling figures, I should say. Again, the kind of numbers he was talking, I'm sure many of us would not have been in a position to digest those numbers sitting today. See, when this 500 gigawatt thing we started discussing 2 years back, these numbers were not looking likely that हमसे तो ना हो पाएगा. But fact is, and the good thing is that we as a country have done it in last 2 years, and that acceleration is pretty good. So all good things are happening, Puru Sahab. We are all thrilled in participating in this growth cycle. But at the back of our minds actually, or every manufacturer, we also carry the memories of 2011 actually. Does those memories come, let's say, haunting the transformer industry or not? Or if yes, what makes you feel that this 2011 story is not going to repeat this time around? Your view, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anandji. Good evening, everybody. You are right, sir. So we have, transformer has been always a years. Yeah. Transformer has always been a cyclic business, as we are aware, and we have gone through a number of cycles up and down. And going by the current trend or the kind of expansion or the implementation, the way it is happening, and whatever now we are talking about, the government of India or CA, even the 50-60% of that capacity gets implemented, it's going to meet all the demand existing as well as whatever the capacity that is going to get added. Now, unfortunately, in India, as on today, so we don't have any gigawatt factory of transformers. Unlike in China, you will find number of them at least. So India, we are yet to come out of it. In fact, we had 6 months back, we were interacting with my chairman, and he was talking about a gigawatt transformer factory, why we cannot do it. And then recently I met him last week, then he was now talking about 1.5 gigawatt factory. So he's saying this is what you have to plan, and when we are planning for expansion in generation, also in transmission in gigawatt, and why the transformer cannot be made in gigawatt, this is the kind of things. While that is in one place, my concern is on the regulatory front, Now, we acknowledge that whatever CEA has taken an initiative in standardizing the specification. So, to large extent, they have done it, and it has been followed strictly or to the extent possible in 400 and 760 kV transformers. But when it comes to down the line, say 220 and below, which forms more than 50% of the market, there is a big challenge, So, we are not able to comply with the requirement of CEA on one side as a OEMs. And the customer is also struggling, not getting transformers, and that is complying with the CEA. So there is a huge gap there, So when the ratings were finalized by CEA way back, is maybe 5 or 6 years back, the renewable was in the range of megawatt. There was no gigawatt plant, The maximum cluster of solar or wind farm used to be in 100 megawatt. Or so. And today we are talking minimum 300 megawatt, and it is going in the range of gigawatt, one cluster itself, which requires a large transformers actually. Now CEA speaks about when it comes to 220 kV range, so CEA is limiting the maximum capacity of MVA to 150 MVA with single LV, and beyond 150 MVA double LV they are limiting it to 160 MVA, which is a big bottleneck now, So in fact, the developers don't know what to do. Even as a OEM, we also don't know what to do. We have been discussing with them. So we need to keep on updating as we move forward. We keep doing course correction, and this is also one important factor where we need to do course correction. At that point of time, so there was no need for such kind of large ratings, and also there was a limitation on the breaker and handling high current on the LV side and all that. But today, that is not the case. Up to 180 MVA single LV breakers are available easily, there is no problem. and multiply that into 360 MVA, so easily possible at 220 kV level itself. And also now the CA, as per CA specification, anything beyond 160, you'll have to move to 400 kV range of transformers, which is in my opinion, it's obsolete, because the voltage class cannot be decided with the transformer rating. It is decided by based on the grid availability. So these are the certain challenges which now we need to closely interact with the regulators and the authorities concerned to improve upon that. And also Ghanshyamji today was saying that why transformer cannot be off the shelf. And this has been a very interesting subject within our transformer fraternity, and we have been debating it for quite some time. But unfortunately, what is happening, that the transformer which we supply to Tamil Nadu will not work in Andhra. The transformer which works in Andhra will not work in Karnataka. The transformer which works in Gujarat will not work in Maharashtra. So this is the challenge we are facing, and this is increasing not only the cost, it is increasing the pressure on the entire ecosystem in terms of design, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of inventory. So we, as a transformer engineers, have to work it out and then interact closely with the regulatory authorities and then see how it can be standardized and rationalized. Of course, utilities have their own challenges, and there is a huge capex required for them to come out of it and then standardize across the country, which may be a challenging and time consuming. But at least the renewable sector, which is now the focus area where we are, as a developer is also struggling, OEM is also struggling. So immediately some course correction can be done, which will help the industry very much and unlock the capacity which is not being utilized because of these constraints. So these are my opinions.
This gigawatt terminology. I remember first time when I visited China in 2011, this terminology of GVA I heard there for the first time, and at that time around we of course were talking of power projects in terms of megawatt, 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts. So good thing is that we also have started, India as a country have started talking in terms of gigawatt thing or GVAs thing. So that's a way big of, let's say, step forward for the country. And yeah, everyone is optimistic, everyone is putting up facilities, but one point which bothers me, it's like that you need engineers. You will make many engineering colleges, and people, or rather engineers, newer engineers would be coming out of those colleges. And those engineers will go to the factories, and then factories will ask, कि साल भर का experience चाहिए, तभी नौकरी देंगे. So this kind of a scenario is happening today also. People are expanding their capacities, but again, when they are going to the customers, they are asked, experience है क्या ये particular voltage class? So any views there, sir? Because see, until unless we see some changes there, the expanded capacities or the capital entrepreneurs are putting will not be of that use which actually should be.
You are right, sir. That's a challenge. Manpower is going to be a huge challenge with the growing capacity of the generation transmission, and then to cater to that, the expansion which we are also undertaking as a manufacturers. We need to work on that. This is a very challenging thing. And earlier, sir, if you appreciate, 10 years back or 15 years back, so or even currently also, this is a situation that we get engineers who are left out of IT and other industries. So normally that is what happens in the transformer industry. So
no. My question, Purusa, was different actually. See, like engineers who are getting passed out and they are applying, making application to any facility, and they are asked ke saal bhar ka experience leke aao. So the newer facilities, so if somebody is manufacturing 220 and getting up to manufacture 400, when he is approaching his customer, he is asked, 400 ka experience hai kya? So possibly the question was, let's say, around that point rather than what's happening to engineers. But you touched upon a very sensitive topic actually of this skilled manpower shortage. Because see, you can put capital, you can plan projects, and you can build factories. But those factories would certainly need technology to start with, would need material, but if those two things are there, but until unless you have the skilled manpower or the manpower, I would say, let it be blue collar, white collar, brown collar, whatever, you'll not be able to run the factories. So Neeral Saab, I would like to hear your views. Because see, we were traveling to some countries, not that we are the only ones who are facing this crunch on the manpower crisis. Countries like China also is facing this crunch for various reasons. But that is their problem. We have got nothing to do with that. We need to find our solutions for our country. I would like to know from you, since you have recently expanded and this situation you must have faced of late, what is the kind of solution short-term and long-term industry should be taking to overcome this particular problem or address this particular issue?
Thank you, Anand bhai. Good evening, everyone. So yes, this is a challenge, and it's a good challenge, because if what we hear from Vani ma'am, what we hear from Purushottam bhai, what we hear from Ghanshyam bhai, if there is a demand, if there is a growth, naturally speaking, this is a challenge. If there's no demand, there's no growth, this is never a challenge. So this is a good challenge to have in the first place. Globally, how are we placed? For countries that we compete with, say example China, I'd say we are better placed, because at least we have engineers, we have Gen Zs. They don't even have Gen Zs, they have shortage of Gen Zs. So we are better placed. So we should appreciate, where we are placed in the first case. Now the problem is to just motivate the Gen Zs to come to the factories and not go to food delivery business or not go to IT companies. So that's the only motivation, that's the only problem that we need to solve. Workforce on the shop floor and workforce for actual manufacturing, short term. There are no easy short term solutions to that. Possibly upskilling, your own existing manpower, possibly side hiring, hiring incremental team members. Fortunately, India has the transformer manufacturing ecosystem, where we do have a lot of ancillary suppliers, where we can look for engineers also, and they would also possibly follow the same pattern. That's short crash courses would possibly solve the problem for short term. But again, what we hear from the three gentlemen that I just talked about, that's not going to solve the problem for the industry, because the cycle is going to last. And we actually have to solve this problem for the long-term basis. Well, I'm not the HR expert, but I'll just share certain actions that we are initiating and we are taking. Adopting ITIs, donating machines, making sure that any engineer, any person who's wanting to work on the shop floor has shop floor experience in that ITI university itself. That's how we can possibly create talent and then eventually absorb it, rather than asking them to join our factories and then start working in our factories. This model we've recently started. I don't know how long it will go, but this is the focus where Atlanta comes from. The second opportunity, or the second initiative which we have practically witnessed, wherever factories we go outside India, we see a huge amount of women workforce. Very frankly speaking, we have tools, we have equipments, we have all the possible automation gadgets, and on all transformer manufacturings, we have efficient cranes. So there's not much of strength required, it's much of skill required, and there is a lot of women workforce that actually work on transformer manufacturing companies. It's just that we have to motivate them. So the initiatives could be to start a woman or adopt a woman ITI, and that's exactly what we've started doing. And trust me, there are a lot of, if we drill down to the details, there are a lot of handicraft items that go into transformer manufacturing, and that can be, actually handled by women. And that is a good initiative also as part of, your CSR activities. So something of this activity could solve the long-term problem of HR, of the manpower on the shop floor. And like I said, initiatives of such natures we will have to take. This cycle is going to be really aggressive. We hear everybody is expanding. Everybody is going to run short of manpower. And this is the only way. Creating your own talent is when the companies would be able to sustain such high upscale of capacity. Thank you, Anand bhai.
Pleasure listening to you, sir, again. So, yeah, one thing is for sure that old ways of doing things will not work in this condition actually. See, during COVID time, we have seen that when we are pushed against the wall, newer technologies, adoption of newer technologies becomes much easier and faster. This UPI thing, which we very easily or conveniently use in today's time, was not very well heard of before COVID time. So this was a thing which came during the COVID time, and now we cannot think of a word without UPI or QR codes, etc., etc. So that brings in another point, and I would invite our Sridhar Gokhale Sahab, who is doing his PhD with IIM Indore, and he has been the former CEO of Indotech Transformers. And he is somebody who has a good grip on the digitizations or doing the automation things, so guiding industry on the automation. I would like to know from you, sir. You see, this getting the manpower trained is one part of the story. Motivating them to come to the factory is another challenge. This challenge is going to remain actually, and by the way of getting different methods deployed, we'll solve the problem. But do you think this automation thing can be another added advantage or a point which can help the industry? We all know that transformer is a handicraft product actually. Not much of automation has gone in recent years, or since the times we are seeing. But again, today's time is different. So do you think a degree of automation can, this is the time possibly wherein we can bring some degree of automation here? Your view, sir.
Thank you. I think thanks everyone for sharing their thoughts. Before I reply to automation, because automation and digitalization is an answer to a couple of points which industry is facing over the many years. I happen to work with 3 companies for a good time, and all 3 companies has a solution for what manpower training we talked about. I am a product of a training school in 1990s of the Crompton Greaves. Crompton Greaves commissioned 2 plants, one in 1990 at Gwalior and 1996 in Bhopal, and they both started with the training school before the plant construction started. J.G. Kulkarni sir is sitting here. He is one of the, must be decision maker at that time. So these are the solutions available. When I happen to work with T&R, Jitubai sir is here, and he had a very organized training program to recruit the people, young engineers, diploma, and train them and absorb them. So there is another model. Couple of years back in Indotech, we started one program, MP sir is here, where the workers have been taken and they have been put under an expert worker, and that worker was given the responsibility of training them, and it was a team of 10 trainers, and 10 trainers are training 4 people, and that kind of model started. So there are the models available, but unfortunately in such forums, we all people shy to talk about the internal things happening within the boundary wall of the company, and that's the most unfortunate thing. Luckily I have a liberty, because now I am not in the chair of the CEO, so I can talk, share my experience. But let me tell you, the knowledge is, or solution is available in the industry, but we do not talk that openly in the forum. So sorry to JGK sir, Jitu bhai and MP sir if I am disclosing your I would say, secrets. But there are good secrets to be followed, because we are talking as an industry. Now, as come to women workforce, Niral bhai has stated, Indotech, when I joined in 2013, there were many women winders and core builders were there. However, there was a challenge that how to deal with them, and finally that policy discontinued. I take partial blame for that, but there are the opportunity. But one thing we need to understand, when we talk about the woman as an employee, please understand, just go back to 100 years back when the India, or 200 years back when India was contributing a lot to the global GDP. At that time, the udyog were in home. The front yard will be the business, and the backyard at the home, there will be home. So lady of the house can work, can support, go back, take care of children, cook food, again contribute. So it was a combined model of the business and the home. So that's why the women were contributing to the business and the GDP was growing. As soon as we took away that entire thing away from the home, and then we started facing challenges, that the security, safety, everything came into the picture. So we as a leaders should give that environment of the flexibility to the woman and create that kind of similar environment, and the woman will definitely come and work in the organization. So that's on the manpower. As far as the digitalization or the automation is concerned, my request to the all leaders, in my research, doing my PhD research, I met few entrepreneurs who have implemented the digitalization in their factories. And I was disappointed to listen to one of the person, very respected industrialist. That person said, I want to get rid of these people and I want to have the digitalization. My only point is, it is not the supplement, it's the complementary effect. So automation and digitalization is very good to support people. Basically, we can reduce their workload and we can help them to do the things right. And that's why the automation is very good, where it will guide them to do the things right in the first place, and we can make our factories more efficient, but not to replace them. Humans are not going anywhere, we are here. Thank you.
Valid point, sir. Valid point. Coupled with this manpower challenge, I'm sure everyone on a day-to-day basis is discussing very frequently about the challenges the industry is facing on the supply chain side. I'm hopeful that everyone would understand or agree to my viewpoint. This surge in demand of transformers came and surprised everybody actually. Nobody saw this coming, and hence nobody, including the component suppliers, were prepared for this particular thing. Now, industry, or rather the OEMs, have started to expand and is improving the productivity levels. So that is what we have seen. Good amount of capacity expansions either have been done or have been announced. So it will come on the ground in next 1 year, 2 years. And those consolidated figures certainly gives a good amount of confidence to the entire industry that, yeah, we'll be able to match the demand numbers when it comes to the production capacity of transformers. But the production of transformer will happen only when the component thing is equally supporting it. So we have Aruna here from Precimeasure, and the Precimeasure certainly has been one of the organization which has been supporting the Indian industry when it comes to the component side. So Aruna, your views on it, means how component industry is reflecting or reacting to this sudden surge in demand, and how are you preparing as a company, or how do you see as a component industry is reflecting on this particular thing and trying to find solutions?
Thank you, first of all, for having me on this dais. I'm very happy to be a part of this group of esteemed industrialists and CEOs. With respect to the component industry, we must understand that we're a very small-sized, most of them are very small-sized companies. So while the OEMs, the transformer OEMs, have the advantage of larger capital to invest in expansion, that same advantage is not available so freely to the smaller component manufacturers like us. Predominantly, most component manufacturers fall under the MSME category. So what we find difficult is the challenge that we are facing is the lack of clarity in short term. And when I say short term, I'm talking about maybe 1 year to 2 year time frame, the actual demand in the industry, which needs, we need the OEM support to sort of translate that, crystallize that into more detailed numbers so that we are able to augment our capacities to deliver the product for you. Because obviously without the components, a transformer cannot be dispatched. So that's one challenge. And also the other challenge we face is the delays in installation of transformers, say, that gets transferred to us in terms of, so that sort of puts a dent in our operations, especially considering, again, I'm drawing back to the fact that most component suppliers are small, medium scale industry. So this really impacts on a lot of fronts. But that said, I think a couple of areas where we as suppliers, I would like to call as transformer ancillary support environment, I think we need to focus more on supporting the OEMs. One area I think we really need to focus on is becoming strategic enablers to the OEMs. And we need to work with transformer OEMs, other asset OEMs, to co-innovate new age products to sort of improve the asset, life of the asset, extend the life of the asset. That's where I think we need to focus on, and I think that part is a little lacking from from the ancillary support environment. But I think that's something that we really need to focus on. Of course, we've already spoken about challenges that you have as transformer manufacturers on labor, on skilled manpower, skilled engineers, and all of that. I think in that aspect, automation is a very important area that we need to focus on, not to reduce manpower, not to get rid of them, but I think more importantly to ensure that we are able to get repeatable quality product. I think that's where automation will help. So that's something that we really need to focus on, because quality products is only by us delivering quality products can you as OEMs confidently take your transformers, your products to the export market. I think that's something that's very important that we need to focus on.
Correct. So what you are suggesting is that suppliers should not be considered as suppliers, they should be considered as supply partners.
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
That may be a valid statement or a terminology to be used.
And
when I get to hear, when I was hearing you, I was trying to think about how automotive industries work actually. So they certainly, when they are expanding or they are putting up any facility, so there is an entire ancillary network which goes with them actually. If I bring Vani ma'am, you on the subject, is that BHEL has been one example, and Govindpura is because of BHEL. The kind of ancillary development thing which BHEL took way back has been instrumental in bringing the growth to BHEL. So something of that sort, do you think would be more viable, or a backward integration is the need of the hour? Some views from your side on that, ma'am.
So backward integration, I don't think so, because that everything that we can do on our own. In fact, many proposals come to me that we are not able to find this thing in time, so this component, so let us start manufacturing this ourselves. So I only put my foot down. I say that, you can't, just because you're not getting something doesn't mean you start manufacturing it. You have to actually get it from the industry, you have to see. And I think BHEL, like you said, we have not only in Bhopal and Govindpura, most of our plants, they have a very vibrant eco-support system, and we are still going ahead with that. There are a lot of developmental orders that we are placing on our vendors and on new companies also. When they approach us, I think I don't know whether others have approached us or no, but when they approach us, we do give them a chance. There is a very elaborate system by which we are able to induct them. So that developmental orders are given and we handhold the people to come in. So that is definitely, I feel that it is very important for established players to handhold and develop this, especially when we have so much focus on Atmanirbharta.
I completely agree. Make in India theme can be a reality, can see success only when everybody is in the ecosystem is, let's say, supporting that view. From the, let's say, components supplier fraternity, we are also joined by Sanjay Shetji, who has been in this industry for more than 20 years. And he is one of the industry veterans who has shown Indian industry what amorphous core is actually, or what possibly would be, can be the advantages of using amorphous core. This used to be a new age technology maybe 10 years, 20 years back, but this has become a mainstream thing, as we speak. And so Sanjay ji, whatever journey or whatever path we have covered thus far, what possibly do you see would be happening from now on? Can we someday also see that power transformers start using amorphous cores or some other trend? So what's going on not only within India, outside India, because you are someone who is very well connected with the global thing also. So sir, your views on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anand bhai. I will like to give my response in 3 parts. So first part, I would like to reflect on what everybody said in this August panel, which is related to the transformer demand in this country. And, you know, I have a different school of thought completely, and my school of thought is slightly on the optimistic side. I'm so sorry, it is optimistic. It's a very conventional view. GDP is growing, energy needs are growing, per capita consumption of energy is so very less in India, and the way GDP is growing, so the need of demand, the demand of energy will grow, and then you need to transmit and distribute, so transformer demand is going to increase. This is one conventional view, and definitely this particular thing is going to happen. But when we talk about overall mega trends which are happening in the world, like electrical mobility, for instance, electric cars, buses, two-wheeler, three-wheelers, when we talk about big data, data centers, when we talk about green energy, battery storage, etc., all the mega trends that we talk of today, the fundamental base of all those mega trends is energy. So there is going to be a combination of conventional growth of energy requirement in India, and added on to that will be whatever energy requirement which will come through mega trends. So I have a feeling that transformer demand in next 5 to 7 years time is going to go more than 2 or maybe even 3 times. So this is the time for transformer industry has now arrived. It has now arrived, whether it is power, transmission, medium, substation, or distribution transformers. I think our time has now arrived. If we have additional money, we should put all the money in transformer stocks in the stock exchange. Our time has now arrived. This is what I feel. My personal feeling. Time aa gaya. Apna time aayega, apna time aa gaya.
That's a good thing. Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah.
The second part is related to last but not the least. I'm the last one giving statement, but so we are material scientists. Okay, so we do material science. We are the first person in the value chain as far as making transformers are concerned. So when you look at a transformer, for efficiency of a transformer, you need electrical steel, you need insulating material, you need conducting material. But that's what broadly you need in a transformer. And most of the efficiency will be achieved by working on these particular materials. Now, till today, we have been dependent on what are available capacities of copper, electrical steel or amorphous metal all over the world. Kahan se aana hai, supply chain security kaise karenge. But now we are in such a stage, inflection point in transformer industry, that the time has now come to have captive generation of materials, which will be fundamental materials like electrical steel, like amorphous metal, which will be used in transformer industry. And the biggest problem that we have had over a period of time is the captive demand was not sufficient, and the capex requirement to make such amorphous metal or CRGO was very, very high. Yeah. So, we are pretty shy to invest such big capex for a smaller captive demand. And now, under the aegis of the government, Atmanirbhar Bharat, new schemes have come in, and very recently we have seen 2 schemes coming out of Ministry of Steel for incentives on electrical steels, on incentives for making amorphous metal, etc., which is very encouraging. for people who are in material science, who are in material industry, which form the backbone and the fundamental of the transformer industry. So this is the second point I wanted to say. And the third, last but not the least, yes, amorphous metal is a great technology.
Yep.
It has limitations as far as the usage is concerned. So currently amorphous metal is used in transformers till maybe 8 MVA, 33 kV, or smaller transformers. But let's look at today India has around 1.5 crore transformers in the grid. In next 5 to 7 years time, we would have 2.5 crore transformers in the grid, the way electrification and electrical distribution has to happen. The last mile connectivity in medium and small transformers is very, very high. And this is where some technology like amorphous metal, which significantly reduces the loss of, fundamental loss of a transformer, and the kind of high energy need this country needs, I think is going to be a key driver to bring efficiency on the sub-transmission and distribution sector. This is my submission.
No, great, sir, great. Sir. The one point which you were saying that Government of India is supporting Make in India thing and bringing in more conducive, let's say, attitude so that the manufacturing of many things which we were not thinking way back, people are not now thinking of putting up facilities. So from whatever you said, sir, can we safely conclude that amorphous metal manufacturing in India will soon be started by you? I'm not sure if you can answer that question or not. But
sir, disturbance as such. But we aspire. So the government is motivating us so much.
Yeah.
There is motivation from agencies like Bureau of Energy Efficiency. They want to have higher efficiency standards as far as distribution and medium range transformation are there. There is a motivation from Ministry of Power to have better efficiency standards on transformers and reducing the AT&C losses, whichever are coming from transformers. Ministry of Steel is incentivizing us so much by giving significant OPEX and CAPEX subsidies. The states are incentivizing so much by giving us cheaper land, etc. Yeah. I think all logical, it makes a lot of sense for any company to invest in India.
Let's hope we get to hear.
Let's hope and pray. Let's hope and pray.
Yeah, thank you so much for your views, Sanjay ji. Again, I've been seeing Siddharth ji taking notes for last 45 minutes, and I have not asked a single question. So the bubbles are ready to come out of his mouth, I'm sure. So again, Siddharth ji, last but not the least, you are the one who has been putting lots and lots of legwork on behalf of IEEMA for past few years actually. There have been certain policy changes which IEEMA has been able to instrumentally, let's say, influence upon, and that is an ongoing work. So when all these positive things are going on, means industry would certainly like to know. See, there are few things which industry knows that what IEEMA has done thus far, but there must be few things which possibly are with you only, and those have not been disclosed, or you must have been working as an organization. If you can throw some light there, sir, means the kind of, let's say, work or policy changes which industry can expect in a time to come with the persuasion of IEEMA with the different government bodies.
Thank you, Anandji. I think the notes are only because I'm extremely humbled to be on this August panel. And with my experience of last IEEMA, when I last shared the stage with Bani Verma ji, so I think a lot better preparation was required than I had done last time. So this time I thought at least before I start speaking, I have something with me. That's in a lighter note. I think if you talk about the government and the way it views the industry and the whole policy making side of it, let's just step back. If you see over the last 5, 10, 15 years, the Indian electrical equipment industry has matured a lot. Even when you talk about power transformers, our transformer industry ecosystem, again, we have matured a lot. We have indigenized a lot more facilities, our ancillaries, the way those have come up, the way they have developed. we were talking about bushings in the morning and the kind of shortages of bushings. There are already plants which are operational, more plants which are coming up, greater capacity. So as a whole, if you see where our industry was a decade ago and where it is today, it has come a long way. So far as government is concerned, I think the one thing that we really need to credit this government is it is an extremely responsive government, very, very, very collaborative. Whether it has been, Ghanshyamji spoke to us in the morning, the kind of consultative process that they have used in coming up with the kind of demand projections for 2030 or even for 2047. And, from right down from Power Ministry to BIS to CA, and all the instruments of the government, all the institutions of the government, they have been extremely collaborative in this whole process. The last 3 years, unprecedented demand that industry has seen, you rightly said this is the golden period of the power transformer industry.
True.
And the kind of challenges that we faced, whether it was on the supply chain side primarily and delivery, there was a lot of monitoring that the government was doing for each of these items, and there was, a lot of us are aware, there's no secret, but wherever there were bottlenecks or wherever there were issues, there were series of meetings held to resolve those issues. Things take their time to get resolved because there are opinions on all sides. You talk about opening raw materials from land border countries, then what happens to finished products? So the government has to face both sides of the argument.
Yep.
Having said that, where we are today, I completely agree with the view of the panel. We are at an inflection point.
Yep.
And the way we are today, we finally have started seeing, our industry having indigenous billion-dollar companies. It's not too far away to think now that, rather I should say that the aspiration of the industry now should be to have a much more global outlook. While of course we meet the requirements in India, but our industry is now mature enough to become a much more global industry. The bane of industry has always been that we are in an extremely cyclical industry.
Yeah.
And we keep discussing whether so much capacity coming, whether we're going to see another glut, and whether prices are going to come down, and whether this is going to be consistent and sustainable or not. But I think the only way that to a large extent we can de-risk ourselves is, of course, policy consistency, support from the government, but also to look at global markets. And even if you look at global markets 10 years, 15 years ago, the number of Indian companies who were exporting, number of Indian transformer companies who were exporting, vis-a-vis how many companies export today,
Yeah.
you will see
Number
a
has gone up.
far larger footprint.
Yeah, yeah.
You go to any, I would say 10 years ago, if you went to any trade show in Europe or in the US, you would barely find Indian transformer manufacturers.
True.
Today you go to any trade show in the US, whether it's IEEE, Distribute Tech, whether you go to Hanover,
You find many.
you'll find Indian transformer
Yep, yep,
manufacturers.
yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, and companies, we say, our quality is not up to the mark, or, we have a long way to travel. Again, let's look back. We've traveled a long way.
I agree.
We've actually
I agree.
come a long way. We've
Yep.
overcome a lot of things. Today, there are a lot of Indian manufacturers who are part of regular Western Europe, American supply chains.
Yeah.
Both in the component side as well as in the finished transformer side. So, our industry has, in that sense, sort of come a long way. We've become the second largest electrical equipment manufacturing ecosystem in the world. So if you leave aside China,
So soothing to hear
we
those
are
statements,
today
yeah.
the second largest electrical equipment manufacturing ecosystem. And by all projections, we will have our cycles of ups and downs, but by all projections in the next 5 years, 10 years time, the trend is definitely upwards. Now we can all argue at the pace. Sanjay ji is
very optimistic. I'm very, very happy to hear. If that comes true,
We
then
need to have a balanced view.
We'll
Yeah?
all be, we'll all be more than happy to. I mean, this last 3 years of growth has caught us by surprise, like you said.
Oh yeah.
And for good reason, because we've seen, the cycles of the past.
Good problem to have.
So yeah, it's a very good problem to have, and I'm reminded of people when they say in the stock market the 4 most dangerous words are, this time it's different.
Yeah.
So every time people talk
great,
of this time
great,
it's different. But yes, this time it is different in the sense that we have all changed. Our ancillaries have developed a lot. We've become to that extent this thing. We're talking about standardization. We were talking about some of the challenges that industry has faced again. Again, if you look back from the scenario 10, 15 years ago to now, I think most of us would agree that those certain problems what we were discussing in the past, to the extent of the problem today, the extent of the problem has definitely
It's quite sorted.
out.
Quite sorted, yeah. You're right.
So, again, very optimistic about the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
I'd say cautiously optimistic about the industry.
No, that's needed.
But
I guess.
but definitely very, very thing. And we will attract more manpower, better talent, only if we pay better. We can only pay better if we grow better.
Earn better, yeah. Grow better.
When people talked about the software industry in the 90s, this is the same problem that they said, that where's the manpower? How will the software industry grow? They found the solution.
True.
And look at where the software industry is today. Where the auto industry was 10, 15 years ago, auto ancillary industry, to where it is today, they've had their share of problems. But today you have Indian auto component manufacturers who operate globally, and they are global
Covered a
operators.
long way.
And I think that is where our industry is headed.
Yeah.
And I personally would feel that in the next 5, 10 years, we should have our own Siemens and our own Schneiders and our own global Hitachis coming from India. So that's my vision of the industry.
इतना सारा confidence आज भर गया है ना. I'm sure. Thanks to all the panelists. Me sharing you all, of course, fills you with lots and lots of confidence. See, we have problems, but it's good to see or good to hear that we have solution to each and every problem. We have, let's say, a very knowledgeable audience sitting here. I would like to take some 3 odd questions from the audience, and our panelists certainly would be interested in answering. So anybody can raise hand, and we will certainly be ready to answer the questions. Yes.
Good evening to all.
Hi, good evening.
Happy to hear that all the companies they are considering as a strategic supplier or a component manufacturers. My question to the panel is, there are the projections coming to the transformer industries for next 3 to 4 years. Why can't they pass it on to us as a strategic partner to plan it out in a phased manner to achieve your delivery schedules, and you can meet your requirements?
Sure. Needle sir, if you want to take that question.
Well, yes, good question and a pretty good concern. Forward planning is becoming a must for transformer manufacturing, specifically for long lead items. Certain companies in our industry have already started doing vendor meets. These vendor meets are actually the reasons of sharing our projections with the supply partners that we have. And it's both ways. Whatever business you call it or support you call it, it's both ways. It's aap hai to hum hai to aap hai.
Correct.
Right. So it's always required for us to share this information, have vendor meets, make sure most people attend vendor meets, so that people are aware as to where each particular company in the same industry is heading.
Thank you, sir.
Valid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I invite 2 more questions from the audience? Sir. Somebody please help me with the mic, please.
Thank you.
This was really interesting interactions and very good opportunity of listening to stalwart of the industry. One common thread which I have been seeing here, that everybody is worried about the skilled manpower, trained manpower. How do we bring this manpower? How we encourage it? I have been through this industry for quite some time, and it's a known fact that when we talk about our country, the GDP of the country, the MSMEs are contributing a very large amount of sum. Has anybody thought from a different angle that MSMEs are the one who are training the people? They are the biggest training center. No matter how many universities and other things are there, but the MSMEs train the people, and these MSMEs, when they train the people, whether it is a small scale, medium scale, whatever scale is, they take a pain. Of course, they hire the people at a very low salary, but they put a lot of energy and time to train them. And what happens after 3 years? After 3 years, 4 years, these trained people are available for the larger industry. Nothing wrong into it. At the same time, something, this is just stuck to my mind when I have been listening it since morning. Can we not think for incentivizing these MSMEs which are contributing of giving a training to the freshers, whether from the A category of the school or a Z category, but this training can make the workforce available, whether it is a blue collar, white collar, whether it is IT or whatever it is. Yeah. So this is something which I just thought that for the big CEOs and industrialists sitting here, think about it. And then if we can collectively think, Siddharth, as a sort of a matter with the IEEMA, something worthwhile can be happened into that direction. That is what I wanted to say.
No,
Thank you so much, sir.
Sanjay, since you mentioned that, there are already quite a few skill development initiatives that various state governments have taken. Power Grid has started 4 or 5 skill development centers across the country. In fact, at IEEMA as well, we have been part of the Institute Management Committee of an ITI in Calcutta. We've been running that ITI for the last 5 years. We've scaled it up to from about 40 students to about 600 students now. So there are various skill development initiatives which have been taken up by various governments, and we at IEEMA are cognizant of this issue. We have been taking it up, and in fact, even in our interactions with the central government, we've given a proposal of working with various state governments to take over certain ITIs and run these skill development sectors specifically suited to requirements of our industry.
I would like to speak something.
Hello. Yeah,
I am A.K. Rajput.
We'll take these 2 questions and then we'll have to wrap up because thanks to my inefficiency possibly or the interesting discussions, we have already overshot on the schedule time.
It quite efficiently, and the industry is also running quite efficiently. I have been part and supporter also of the industry. I am A.K. Rajput, ex-member power system of CEA.
Sir.
Sir, material science need to develop. And we have to do something more than the talking also. It's a very harsh statement. We have to do something more than the talking. Forums are there. Only for different forums we talk and talk. But a coordinated action, each what is required, whether it is development of CRGO or other materials. This CRGO, I started my career and completed 39 years of service and is still at the same page. With great difficulty, this PLI which has been mentioned, it was included. Only 5 specialty steels were there. Myself and one Jena of economic advisor who could understood the importance of it. That is the state of affairs. Another thing is that GATE exam is being conducted. उसके बाद भी बहुत सारे लोग बेरोजगार रह जाते हैं, ठीक है. हर एक कोई को तो आईटी में जाना है, उसको रोक नहीं सकते.
True.
जो बच गए हैं, जिनको जॉब नहीं मिला है, क्या उसको इंडस्ट्री इंटर्न के रूप में रख सकती है, बहुत थोड़ा सा इंसेंटिव देके, या इंटर्नशिप जो भी अप्रेंटिस स्कीम है उनको ट्रेन कर सकती है कोर इंजीनियरिंग में 1 साल में, क्योंकि 4 साल उधर पढ़ा है, उसके बाद तो उसका जीवन बर्बादी होना है, ठीक है. तो वो करके उसको रीसेप करके मोल्ड किया जा सकता है एट दैट स्टेज. अब मेरी स्टेज पे या 30 साल की स्टेज पे नहीं किया जा सकता, 22-25 साल की में किया जा सकता है.
करेक्ट.
दूसरा क्या है, जो एक इशू है बड़ा, आपने प्रोडक्ट तो बना लिए, सब कुछ हो गया, अच्छा हो गया. आई हैव बीन पार्ट ऑफ दिस एक्सरसाइज एंड सॉरी टू से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट आपका साथ नहीं दे रहा है. आपके बड़े बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मर कहाँ से जाएंगे, वो कहेगा मिनिचराइज कर लो. चिप में तो मिनिचराइजेशन होता जा रहा है, तुम्हारे इलेक्ट्रिकल में क्यों नहीं मिनिचराइजेशन हो रहा. सो वी शुड बी रेडी एज ए कंबाइंड फोर्स, वी शुड रेज आवर वॉइस टू दी गवर्नमेंट थ्रू दी रेस्पेक्टिव मिनिस्ट्रीज, टू दी कंसर्न मिनिस्ट्री, कि भैया ये भी कोई चीज़ है, इसके बिना आपका भी जीवन नहीं चलेगा. गर्मी का जब 45 और 50 डिग्री सेल्सियस पहुंचेगा तब आपको बिजली की याद आएगी, तब छोटा बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मर नहीं देखोगे.
ठीक बात है राजपूत साहब. सो वो एक चीज़,
तो वो ट्रांसपोर्ट की जो दिक्कत है ना, इतने साल इतने महीने उनके साथ जिद्दोजहद करते हुए निकल गए, वो वहीं की वहीं स्थिति है, वो दे आर नॉट लिसनिंग टू इट.
ना कुछ चीज़ें हैं राजपूत साहब जो मेरे एक्सपीरियंस से मैं बता सकता हूँ जो सॉल्व हुई हैं, और कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं कि जो जहाँ WIP का टैग लगाना ज़रूरी है. इंडस्ट्री सर्टेनली, जैसा हमारे डिस्टिंग्विश पैनलिस्ट ने बोला भी, इंडस्ट्री इज़ क्वाइट पॉजिटिव, ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, सपोर्टिव, कि जहाँ मैन पावर को ट्रेन करने की बात है, मे बी फॉर द सेल्फिश रीजन्स ओनली, बट दैट inclination is certainly there from the industry side, and we certainly would welcome different agencies, including the power grid and government also is supporting that particular thing in a bigger way. They have understood कि इसके बिना काम चलने वाला नहीं है. So that is point well taken, sir. And this transportation thing remains a challenge, and I'm sure every one of us is really working on this particular issue with the government.
एक चीज़ material science पे बोलना चाहूँगा, एक चीज़, only for 1 minute. So thank you so much, Rajput साहब, इतना जो आपने, you have done fundamental work for the power sector, and thank you so much for your service. So many thanks.
Hello.
मटेरियल साइंस में सर कुछ ऐसा रहा है कि पीछे काफ़ी ग्लोबल डिसरप्शंस हुए, कोविड के डिसरप्शंस हुए या दूसरे जियोपॉलिटिकल डिसरप्शंस हुए, और इंडिया में इतनी कैप्टिव डिमांड थी भी नहीं शायद पिछले 35 साल में कि मटेरियल साइंस से या CRGO या अमॉर्फस या और कोई इंसुलेशन रिलेटेड मटेरियल जो अभी हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं उसका प्लांट की वायबिलिटी यहाँ पर बने. लेकिन इस समय जिस तरह से गवर्नमेंट का इनिशिएटिव है और जिस तरीके से कैप्टिव डिमांड बन के निकल के आ रही है सर, आई थिंक द टाइम हैज़ कम एंड यू विल सी लॉट ऑफ एक्टिविटी on material science, both on CRGO and amorphous metal, and preferably on some other materials also, which will be supporting the transformer industry as a whole, sir.
एक्चुअली सर थोड़ा बड़ा सोच करना पड़ेगा. बड़ा सोच से मेरा मतलब ये है कि अभी हमने चलो PLI ले भी आए, सक्सेसफुल होगा नहीं होगा वो अलग बात है, एंड देयर आर मेनी अदर फैक्टर्स.
पॉइंट वेल टेकन सर.
एंड पॉइंट उसमें ये है कि हमें अब ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट, हमारा मार्केट इतना नहीं है, हालांकि अब हो गया है, बाहर भी तो खाली पड़ा है. 14 कंपनी जो CRGO बनाती हैं, क्या वही वर्ल्ड वाइड कवर करती रहेंगी जैसा पहले करती थी? ग्रोथ
नहीं
सब
सर,
जगह हो रही है.
सिचुएशन में काफ़ी चेंज है, थैंक्स टू योर एफर्ट, जैसा संजय ने बोला पहले भी कि अपना टाइम ऑलरेडी आ गया.
वो तो फुल लाइफ किया है, कभी हेल्प की जरूरत पड़े तो बताइएगा.
श्योर सर, श्योर. आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट अ क्वेश्चन लास्ट फ्रॉम खोपकर सर.
थैंक यू सर. आई एम अनिल खोपकर फ्रॉम ERDA.
एवरीवन नोज यू सर. आपके इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत मुझे नहीं लगता पूरे ऑडियंस में से किसी को है. सो प्लीज गो ऑन सर, प्लीज गो ऑन.
थैंक यू सर. सर, माय क्वेश्चन इज, देयर वाज वन डिस्कशन अबाउट द कॉम्पिटेंट मैन पावर. सो टू मैन्युफैक्चर द ट्रांसफार्मर वी रिक्वायर्ड skilled manpower for manufacturing, design, testing. Since I am from the testing laboratory, so in absence of the competent manpower, how do you handle the testing and all? Because to do the testing, to understanding the standard is very much required. To use the correct equipment, accurate equipment, to make the test setups, everything is required by the competent manpower. So if we do not have the competent manpower or shortage of manpower, how you handle such situations? Anyone can answer.
Puru Sahab, if you can handle that question, because that's too technical for me. Yeah.
No problem, sir. Sir, manpower, a lot of initiative, as all panelists were saying, a lot of initiative has been taken. Just to give example of my own company, so now today we have almost 1/3 of my workforce comes from NAPS and NATS. So we are taking full benefit of what the initiative taken by Government of India also. Now they have made it mandatory. 1/3 of workforce, and these guys, sir, they are all maybe 10th past, 12th past, especially in NAPS, and they just learn in 3 months. 3 months old NAPS is able to do my winding power transformer. So this is the kind of a thing. So that is we are blessed in India with this kind of manpower. So we are fully utilizing that. And so it's available. It's a matter of, sir, enabling them and then encouraging them to take fair. And
Sir,
in fact, we have taken them,
evening.
and 3 years you can have NAPS, and whoever we are finding the performance good, we are converting him to the regular workforce.
Hello, sir. This is Pankaj Goyal from BSES, one of the utility power distribution utility. Sir, we are moving towards the dry type DT nowadays. But when I see the manufacture in India, very limited manufacturers are manufacturing dry type DT in India. So I want to understand what are the challenges they are facing. We are purchasing dry type DT with the E2C2 F1 certification. It's a mandatory certification, we know. But other manufacturers either not interested or even not started the manufacturing. Only 3 or 4 suppliers available in India who having the E2C2 F1 in India. So
thank you, sir. This possibly would be the last question, because Mr. Prakash is looking at me very vigorously that ke mera program dinner ka ye hijack kar raha Anand Sharma.
Sure,
so
sir,
I would not allow that to happen.
This is the question
so
from
possibly,
utility, sir.
I'm not
So
sure who would
we
be
are
in a better
facing this
position to answer
challenge.
that question, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody would like to? That possibly would be the last question we shall be taking. I'm sure. Sir, during the dinner time, I'm sure we'll be able to. No? Okay, fine, sir. Fine.
Sir? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on, sir. Go on. Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, we are not able to listen because
he doesn't have the mic.
Sir,
Probably
I can
somebody
get
can
my
help.
mic, yeah.
Joshi sir with the mic. Yeah. Sorry, Prakash bhai. No? You also have a question? No. we don't have time to take your question.
And Prakash is also a member of TISCO.
So your question is included in Joshi Saab's question. Yeah.
So there is an initiative that is called TISCO, Technology Innovation Support Council. So
I know.
we are we have approached IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Roorkee, and then we are under development. So if anybody want to have development, we can tie up with these IITs or the academia, and we can develop the materials required for the transport industry or any other industries. That is what I want to convey.
Fine. MP Saab, can you take that question of dry type transformers
Thank
very
you, Joshi, sir.
briefly, and then
Thank you,
we
Joshi, sir. And as per
conclude
the
our
dry
session.
type transformers, sir, there is a lot of regulatory changes we have been also pushing actually. So hopefully, sir, it should happen. Once that happens, probably you will see, because there is an entry barrier in case of dry type transformer. And from customer perspective also, sir, there's regulations changes required. So maybe it will take some time, but definitely it's going to be order of the day, at least on the lower ratings, and also in the urban environment where the transformer has to work in the city places. So this will happen, sir.
Also,
Thank you.
Anandji, I think if you're facing a particular problem with number of manufacturers, if you could maybe somebody from the IEEMA IoT could contact you. You could circulate your requirement. That can be circulated in the IEEMA division, and then manufacturers who meet your requirement can come and contact you. And
Valid point.
okay, sir. Thank you.
So thank you so very much, all the panelists. It was a session which which we planned for an hour, and we have already overshot by 15 minutes. So maybe my inefficiency to moderate the panel, or the interesting discussions which we had and which we could not control beyond a point. So all in all, what we have understood that this spark in the requirement in power transformers or the power equipment, the equipment, is being handled at a very mature level or mature way by both OEMs and the component suppliers. Let it be on the skill development front, let it be considering our suppliers as supplier partners. So this discussion certainly gives a good amount of confidence that whatever requirement or challenges we are going to have in future, industry is pretty much geared up. So thank you so very much for sharing your views. It was really, really, really very nice hearing all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for such a power-packed panel discussion. And now I would request Mr. P. Ramachandran to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists. To Mr. Siddharth Bhuturia. To Mr. Sridhar. To Miss Aruna. To Miss Bani. Now may I request Mr. Jitendra Mamtora, CMD T&R, to kindly join for the felicitation ceremony and felicitate our esteemed panelists. To Mr. Nirel. To Mr. Purushottam. To Mr. Sanjay Seth. And to our moderator, Mr. Anand Sharma. Now requesting everyone on the dais to please assemble for a group photograph. Thank you, everyone. So before leaving, I think everyone is in a rush. Just bear with us for another 2 minutes. I just have to make some announcements. We want your from your reputed people, we want the QR codes and, we will be presenting the QR codes and we need your feedbacks. So we will be presenting it here. Kindly scan that. Secondly, we are having dinner at Taj Vivanta and buses will be leaving outside from this hall. I'm just telling you the location. So it will be available at the foyer porch outside the Zorawar Hall only. And the venue of the dinner will be Venus Pavilion 2. Lastly, I would like to tell you that kindly collect your delegate kits from the registration counter before leaving. Thank you for being such audience, and we will be back tomorrow. Thank you.
Adding to that, one more important announcement. Due to security reasons, we have to vacate the place by 6:30. There are some VVIP protocol, so please take your kits, and buses are outside waiting for you. So, thank you.